it's gonna be you. You got that blue eyes screaming. You got my heart skipping beats every night. You got that something classic. You got me thinking it's you I'm missing. You got that showstop smile. You got my mind dreaming every day. You got that something brand new. You got me thinking it's you I'm missing. I've seen the world, but nothing's better than loving you, girl. I've been waiting time and time again. I've been searching, but nothing else will do. It's gotta be you. You got that fresh look, long curves. You got my head turning time and again. You got that something I need. You got me thinking it's you I'm missing. I've seen the world, but nothing's better than loving you, girl. I've been waiting time and time again. I've been searching, but nothing else will do. It's gonna be you. I've seen the world, but nothing's better than loving you, girl. I've been waiting time and time again. I've been searching, but nothing else will do. It's gotta be you. It's gotta be you. I see you talking over there, trying not to stare, but you like what you see. Moonwalking on the air, yeah, it ain't even fair, so on top of the beat. Better listen up, we about to make it happen. So hot, we burn it up. We just can't get enough. Get down now, have some fun, 'cause we about to make it, we about to make it happen. Ain't nothing else to do. Keep that attitude, red carpet and gold. Hey, hey, boombox bumping old school, playing by your own rules, ready to roll. Better listen up, we about to make it happen. So hot, we burn it up. We just can't get enough. Get down now, have some fun, 'cause we about to make it, we about to make it happen. We about to make it happen. We about to make it happen. Make it. We about to make it happen. Better listen up. So hot, we burn it up. We just can't get enough. Get down now, have some fun, 'cause we about to make it, we about to make it happen. On the street, I'm just smiling big at everybody. 2 more blocks and I'll be at your door. Overcome, brother, nothing keeps me melancholy. Spread my wings, so damn ready to soar. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better, and if I'm honest with myself.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내못 가 짜증나면 질러 I don't let me cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look nice Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들을 한 곳으로 모여 참 we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거른 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 I'm that oh so hero 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
Os jogadores ali para uma distância. Vai ter o ultimate do Niang. E agora a chegada do DWGS na surpresinha acabando com 4 jogadores. O DWGS vem pro Ace, vai pro Ace. Busca o jogador ali, já sabe, já encontra e já encerra as esperanças.
常に毎回このベンチャー取りに来ているのは分かってますからね。あえて勝負を仕掛ける。
ボルトライン前に出たら
全部倒してた。全部やっちゃった。ショーストップアップ。
バンダルを完璧に飼いならしている。残されたエンビー。素晴らしい。
In the corner here is Rizzy. I think when you're not clearing your angles that well, that's what's going to happen. And this might mean he just moves right to the blind spot. Yeah, it does.
Oh my God.
And now he has time to plant.
That timing is so unfortunate for Kim Yu-tae.
Oh my God, it's a kill. What is happening?
But still, multiple players to still worry about. Som goes out, big shot onto Penny. Effie's is down. 1v4 now for Xander. He catches up 2. Can he get a little bit more? He takes out Android, but he still needs 2 more because of the rebound. He still gets hazed. Tex now on a 1v1 against Xander. 36 HP. He has no idea where he is. Spike is ticking down. No way!
Y lo que pega, Maca pone el 1 en contra de 5. Complicadísimo para Davis, que tiene que ser el héroe. Busca 1, encuentra 2. Davis con la tercera. Puede encontrar la cuarta. Pero póngase de acuerdo para pillarla. Dios. ¿Y cómo vas a destacar? ¡Davis!
Coming around now. Players just has to kill off Hermes, and Hermes gets one. One more to go, Hermes. Two. Oh my God! Oh! It's happening. The prophecy is true.
It's the plan for just a second. Stubot will get some ball. He's knocked. He finds a second. Harry will finally strike him down.
The plan.
The fault line.
Yeah, he can slow him down.
That's Wicks now gone. Delta creeps forward. The flash comes in. He gets inside of the cyber cage. Does he just want to spam this? Just no, he's going to try to play this out patiently. That's back around the corner. He wants to catch Harry off guard, but Harry... Of that, Nanoswarm ends up falling. King going to be good for one before getting taken out by X-IT. And there's 2 minutes with a Marshall in his hands. If he can get anything else, it would honestly be pretty damn impressive. He's taking these shots over towards sector. Narrowly missing, and X-IT will get himself the third. He's close enough to Felix that he's going to be able to get healed up. He comes in from knock.
Things I thought Mar was doing very well so far this stage is reeling him in and working it picked off by 10X.
He does now. It's all on Nocji, who's running out of bullets. He manages to get one. He swaps over. He cuts him down. Can he get it? The shot is going to miss. Harry pushes the corner, and he's...
What those other agents can do.
Stuffing himself into the site. There's one in hell. Hasn't spotted him yet. Does see Harry. Finishes him off the drop down. Hermes. Oh, he barely saw him. Yeah, Chibop. Nice reaction from him. Felix will come up with another dark kill. Not getting rid of Kwanga. I'm sure down, but Chibop, he is the one who's looking for the 4 game. One with an Nanoswarm, and Esperanza sitting on the stack. Finds a kill before he does fall. Intro going to be dazed up. He almost has the lineup, but Godnet says no. So excited for this matchup. Now, he's going to try to swing it, and it's not going to happen.
You're on a hair trigger, baby. I say it because I love you, but it's driving me crazy, and I think it could be trouble. I'll try to stay dignified, but I'm worried that I'll say the wrong thing at the wrong time, and that'll send you spinning right. You're always spinning right. Late nights on the highway never take you far. It doesn't matter where you end up, 'cause your problems are made you wherever you are. And you don't check your mirrors. The skyline would break if it was clearer. I hope you know you're doing damage, so please try not to take advantage. Try to stop your heart from racing. Try to remember who you're facing. Lord knows that I've been patient, but I don't have a lot left. Late nights on the highway never take you far. It doesn't matter where you end up, 'cause your problems are made you wherever you are. You're in love with the interstate, well, I'm cleaning up every mess you made. If those are the cards you're always gonna play, then best stay away, best stay away. Late nights on the highway never take you far. It doesn't matter where you end up, 'cause your problems are made you wherever you are. Why do you leave whenever times get bad? Late nights on the highway, we'll turn the car around right now. We'll never come back.
Hey everybody, we're back and we're ready for day 7 here of Valorant Challengers Korea. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is Chobra. How are you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. Of course, I had the pleasure of casting our matches yesterday as well. We had that kind of rivalry match between Damwon and OnSlayers. OnSlayers taking everyone by surprise by taking down Damwon 2-0, but we can't stop. We have so many more matches of Valorant to go.
And this match coming up here, it should be a close one. It is our two teams that have probably, well, I think results-wise, obviously performed the worst, right?
Yes.
And so this is really a struggle for survival here.
Absolutely. Both these teams are currently 0-3, but that does not mean that they've been kind of shut out of all of their matches. No. Both teams have put up some fights. Of course, T5 kind of gave the best fight against DRX so far in this stage. HolyMolly has always made it close with their opponents so far. So it's not that these teams are absolutely at the bottom rung or whatever. Part of that is due to the schedule, but both of them desperately need a win today.
And T5 did look very strong. It does seem like they're starting to find their footing a little bit here. And moments like this matter the most. We've already been trucking through this first season of Valorant here, and whichever team does ultimately fail here, it could be their end. It could be their demise.
Yes. I mean, you're at 0-3. Obviously, one of these teams will get a win. One will continue to go 0-4. And at that point, you're not exactly out yet, but it starts to get a little tricky because you only have 7 matches.
Right. Yeah, you're running out of tournament at that point in time. And so, we're going to have, 6 teams moving on here, but we're getting into the twilight of this phase of the tournament. And as you guys can see here, this has been already an amazing start of the year. There's so much on the line for our 8 teams here, not just the prize pool that we can see on screen now, but, the opportunity to compete on a global level and possibly even prove that Korea is a region that can be a threat on the global stage.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, this all builds into the playoffs, and then the winner goes to Masters later on in the spring. So far, it continues to look like DRX are the favorites to do so, 3-0, but OnSlayers are starting to come after them after they took down Damwon. And you can see, of course, HolyMolly and T5, the only teams without a win on the board, facing off against each other today. One will continue to be in last place, and one will finally take one step forward to that kind of mid-tier and one step closer to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's been exciting to see DRX play and continue to look like a major threat. We've had a lot of players rotating off and on to different teams. We've had a lot of teams renaming us. I think we're really seeing this entire scene begin to form and hopefully cement in where they're going to be.
Ooh, look at these power rankings. We've already had some switch-ups. Of course, early on, Stax was in the lead, and then King kind of took over. But after yesterday's matches, Zunba just powering all the way up to first place so far. Again, these take a lot of stats into account, including in-game stats like average damage per round, things like that. And then all of us here, the commentators, give a rating after each of their matches. That gets taken into account. It's all in relativity within their role. And then we kind of put it all in this one giant spreadsheet where the magic happens. And we figure out who's the best player in Korea. So far, Zumba continuing to be strong at the top.
It is interesting to see that, for a little bit we were floating above 40 points here. But as more matches come out, it starts to pull some of those scores a little bit further back. It's hard to really, outperform everybody every game all the time. So we're starting to see things even out here as, the competition for who is actually the best right now in the region is pretty fierce.
Oh, look at this. This is by role, so who's kind of at the top of each role. Of course, Gada and Zimba, we saw them in kind of the top 5 rankings continuously. A Buzz continues to be a threat as he's picked up that chamber here for DRX. But my eyes are on Texture. I mean, despite kind of course, he had to miss out on one match. And then yesterday, not so hot. He still continues to put up some strong numbers here for Damwon Kia, RB, and Bangnan. In third place, T5 have lost all their matches so far, and Bangnan is still in top 3 duelists.
Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Here's our schedule, by the way. We're going to be giving you guys Valorant all throughout the week. So if you're watching now, you're watching live, you can tune in every time, wherever you are, but right now, and be enjoying the best of the best here in Korea for Valorant.
Yep, we've got 5 days this week. Again, we started yesterday for the week. Today we're on Thursday with T5 HolyMolly. For me, after watching Damwon and OnSlayers yesterday, I'm very excited for Sunday's match, DRX versus OnSlayers. But we talked about it. As these matches start to happen, we start to kind of get a feeling on who's going to make the top 6. Every match has more at stake, and they should be just as intense.
Yes. So do join us, guys, as we're just getting started here for Valorant with the year. And again, I really want to hop into this first match. I'm really curious to see how our teams are going to perform here. In the second half of the day here, we are going to have Damwon KIA going up against WGS. And, you know, Damwon KIA, probably the favorite there. WGS, I feel like, is right square in the middle of the Korean scene. You know, they're not a bad performing team, but they are not able to outcompete the very best, the best we have out here. But our first match with T5 versus HolyMolly is going to be an interesting one because T5, they had a surprising performance against DRX. They really seemed to actually find their stride. Yes. They were making DRX really work, which says a lot. There's so many games where DRX just ends the entire game before I feel like we've really gotten started here.
Yeah,
that
is true.
If they can bring that energy and bring that coordination, that symbiosis, who knows what they could do here in this tournament.
Yeah, T5, they've continued to show that they do have an understanding of how they want to play Valorant based on some other traditional FPSs. Of course, it's going to be Moves, Bangnan, Fantasy, Redwater, and Val. And Redwater, the captain, is the one who kind of has the most experience here across other titles. Bangnan, we've seen him around a couple times. And Moves a little bit as well, but Fantasy and Val are relatively new here coming in to VCT. And the thing is yeah, they put up some fights against DRX, but they also looked mega shaky when they played against Desperado. So they got to really figure out where that consistency can be found here for T5 as we near the halfway mark of the round robin.
Exposure to important matches like this are so important. And if they're able to use that experience and build a strong foundation, I think they could have that promise. And, you know, some teams and players can really harness that energy very quickly. Others, it can take years. So we're going to get a little bit closer to understanding that as we go into this match here today.
Yeah, of course, on the other side, HolyMolly. And again, I mean, neither of these teams slouches here. T5 a little bit lacking in experience, but what they bring in is kind of that unit feel here for HolyMolly, though. All 5 names that we've seen around here in the VCT, some more than others. And I gotta say, Felix, Jimbungi, Hermes, Tenex, and Harry, my biggest spotlight is on both Hermes and Harry. These two seem to have such a good understanding of just how to use every map in Valorant that while they might not have as many set plays in stone compared to the other teams here in our round robin, I think just single-handedly, the way they move around the map gives them so much info to work with each match that the pure skill of these players start to shine through.
Yeah, they've had some pretty insane performances, and although, you know, they've been reconfigured, we have players from other teams joining on here, they've looked overall not bad. I mean, the results are obviously not what they would want here. They are 0-3, but they didn't look, I would say, especially weak in some of the games that we saw from them.
Yeah, and it was a little surprising yesterday. Of course, they lost 1-2 against Maru Gaming, but I think the bigger surprise was Maru Gaming came so prepared. I mean, HolyMolly, individually and even just overall as a team, they seem to have some good ideas. They have individual skill. There's no doubt about that. But Maru Gaming, of course, coming in, just really, really practicing how they want to play out these executes, and that gave them the slight edge. But HolyMolly, they have one more chance today to get that win on the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be one that they really, really need. They did get a lot of the harder opponents out of the way as well. It's important to note we don't have all of our results in here, and so, you know, this is going to be one that should be pretty interesting. I think we'll probably go to a Game 3 here for this as well.
I would like to see it. I'd like to kind of see them trade blows, and I think one player that's going to allow them to do that is Bangnan on Team T5. I mean, again, we saw the stats, we saw the power rankings. Despite losing every match, the main duelist here for T5 continues to put up numbers. He has the highest headshot percentage so far here in VCT Korea Challengers on the main stage, 41%. And this is compared to players like Stax, players like Esperanza, who had 55% on one of his maps. And he's still putting up numbers despite them not winning these matches. I mean, that's insane to think about. There's some context there.
Yeah, you know, the initial results can be misleading when you see, okay, they haven't won a best of 3 yet, but inside each of those matches, there's been some great performances, some insane individual plays, especially here from Bangnan. So let's keep an eye on guys like these. And even though these teams are oftentimes, you know, in the grand scheme of Valorant, they can be forgettable, right? When you take our higher level teams and the ones that go to the you know, global competitions and the whole world gets to see them perform, you need to have strong teams like this generating a threat, making teams like DRX, for instance, work. so we can have a strong region. At 10X, this guy has been already insane this season and had some of the best performances of all last year.
Yes, last year he really made a name for himself, of course, eventually even getting a spot on U-Turn for one stage. Now, his Pentagon and his stats may not look that great, and for anyone wondering on that Pentagon, KP is kill participation, so that takes into account both the kills and assists throughout the game. But the thing is you can tell by that stat screen that he's not as consistent as you would want a star player to be. He has some breakthrough moments. He seems very strong when he has some comfort areas, sometimes on that raise. Of course, he had some great utility kills yesterday. When he gets to play that Brimstone on Fracture, for instance, he has a better understanding. Now and then he'll pick up the Neon, and it's not as clean.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can really get consistent throughout the whole best of 3 today. I think we'll see a different HolyMolly.
We're going to start this out on Ascent, then Breeze, and if we have a map 3, it'll end on Haven. Fracture and Split banned by Team T5. Icebox and banned by HolyMolly.
Bind, banned.
Did I say it wrong?
You said banned. The band,
Icebox.
The band, bind.
Banned by HolyMolly.
It's a little tongue twist right there.
It was one of the more dangerous lines I've cast in Chobra.
Well, it is bind, in case anyone's wondering.
Bind is...
Also, in case anyone is wondering, that new patch that just came out yesterday, not in play yet. It usually takes a couple weeks.
Right.
So we'll wait for confirmation on exactly when that comes into pro play here in Korea, or even maybe if at all until maybe Masters. We'll have to wait for the official calling on that. But none of those changes are in yet. So all of this is the same as the Icebox that's banned right there. Don't worry, you're not missing out on anything. It's the same old Icebox with Sage and Viper on both sides.
That's right.
Put up their walls and they plant and they wait with their lineups. Don't worry, we're not missing out on anything else.
And so we're going to start this off on Ascent. It's a map that obviously these teams are going to be extremely comfortable on here. Let's see if the agent lineups have any surprises here. In the grayed out area are their default choices, and it looks like everything's going to be par for the course.
Yep. Now this is a map where on HolyMolly, Jinbo Yi takes on the mantle of their main entry with that Jet. 10X goes over to the KO. On the other side for T5, this has always been a big... Oh, Fantasy! Not playing Omen! I just saw that. That's huge. For anyone wondering why that's huge, you're like, well, everybody plays Astra. Let me tell you, Fantasy was about 2 patches ahead, and he was still playing Omen.
That's right.
All throughout the qualifier, all throughout the main stage so far. And the biggest question was, well, there is a limit to Omen. There's a reason why he's not, picked as much. You can make it work. We've seen it. Obviously, Ascend kind of wowed everyone at the finals last year at Champions by bringing it out on Split. And there are ways to make it work, but it was very clear that there was a weakness here for T5. Fantasy has picked up the Astra again. He has shown it to us before on other maps. Looks like they're going to pick it up for Ascent, so I'm very excited for this.
And this could, just be the comfort from the past and the way that played out and not wanting to mix it up when it really counts. Well, we're going to find out. Guys, we're ready to go into Game 1. HolyMolly here going up against T5. Both these teams, overall score down 0-3. Tournament life's on the line here. If they can't start performing better, let's see who starts to take it in this best of 3.
All right. Take a look here. It looks like it's going to be T5 on the attack. We can see that Reyna. Now, that's the other thing that's often been a criticism. Bangnan, amazing player. And because he's able to pop off, it makes sense that he likes the Reyna. However, if you only have one duelist, there are limits to what Reyna can do for your team. Now that they have the Astra, I want to see how they kind of line that up. Because before it was like, okay, well, if you have the Omen, the Paranoia, into the Leer, maybe there's some options. They never really made that synergy work. Now you've got the Astra. You still have a KO to help with the entry whenever you so choose.
We've got some peeking down here over in mid from Redwater. A little bit of a slow start here. Takes down the turret over at A-Hall.
Yeah, just a little poising. Now, what T5 will often do on attack is, they'll always leave the Sova on the lurk to try to fake someone out on one side, and the KO eventually rotates over. Redwater actually going to get the opening kill in mid.
He gets the first drop. 10X evens it out here with a 4-4. Then Jingbrungi is dropped.
Yeah, Fantasy just answers right back against that kill. So they've lost the Reyna, but guess what? They never had a Jet to begin with, so T5, nothing's really changed in how they need to enter into a site. The speed is just about the same.
Moving past tree up here. They're going to end up coming into A. Should be an easy plant. question now is the retake going to work? Got the Killjoy coming around the corner.
Yeah, it is only 3 members. Harry's very low, so this is going to be a bit of a tough one.
All right, immediately taken out there. Redwater out of the picture, moves, gets the kill onto Hermes.
Now Harry stuck behind with so little health. One scratch, there he goes down. They know where Felix is, and that's a good cleanup.
Yeah, a tough attempted retake there. Big victory here for T5, and probably going to be a pretty easy round 2 going into this.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some crazy force buys before here in Korea so far here in Stage 1, but I don't expect HolyMolly to pull anything like that, especially being on defense. It's not like you had, plant money if you were on attack or something like that. And I gotta say, Redwater was another player that's had a question mark so far, where he's had experience, and on the opening day of the stage, he looked good. And then on the 3rd day, he looked very shaky in his aim. Seems like he's stabilized just a bit again today, so we can look forward to some good timings from the KO. I mean, they continue to have the 2 initiators on A waiting for a fake out. Felix just, roll this, man.
Yeah, not quite connecting just yet, but not a bad idea to try that out there. Redwater taking Hermes out of the picture now, as we're seeing a pretty conservative start here for round 2. They're just looking for any picks before they decide really where they want to commit to.
Yeah, I mean, you're the ones with the buy, not taking any extra risk, and because they have the 2 initiators, they're able to always fish out for a little bit more info. Now, I like the changes that T5 has made from their previous map, but let's hold that thought.
Beautiful play here by 10X, completely shutting down that entry. Will they decide to commit anyways? Huge rotation now coming around here over onto A.
Oh, they just swing right in. They see we're suppressed. We just got to open it up with our bodies, but eventually that's actually going to be a counter here with the eco from HolyMolly. They take it back in round 2.
Yeah, and that really did come down to 10X with that insane shutdown before they were able to get the entry. And, they weren't sure if they did want to go back try on B or somewhere else, so they committed on to A, and it did not pay off. So now tied up 1-1 going into round 3.
Yeah, so the big problem there was that, again, you have both of your initiators, and if they're both trying to go in ahead, since you don't have a really strong entry in your duelist, and they both get taken out, now you really have no utility to break the site open. I mean, sure, you still have the Leer from the Reyna, but it's not much to work off of. What I was going to say prior is T5, they usually always do the typical Sova fake on A and then KO on B. They're trying to change it up, trying to keep them together with just a little bit more time in the default before they rotate. But now that that's been shut down, they got to reconsider, well, exactly how do we want to use our time in the first half of each round?
Okay, they're managing to creep over here through mid. Eldrone comes out, but they've already... Harry taken out here by Val. Bongnam gets the kill there at a 10X. Harry now out of the picture in a 4v3 here.
They should be able to just break all the way to the site. Woo!
Beautifully done. Going to be a quick plant over here onto B. Door getting shut. Does not get the shot off.
All right, they're just going to hang tight. They don't need to take any risks on T5. I mean, they started with the Sheriffs this time around. They took away 2 Spectres once again.
Chubungi looking for a shot here. They're going to stay back. There's no need to peek out too far here. Beautiful kill there onto Hermes. Chubungi doing some work, but ultimately it's not enough. Second win here on the attacker side for T5.
Yeah, just a little trading back and forth. And honestly, I think HolyMolly just caught off guard just a tad bit. The breakthrough mid, T5 invested a lot to that. HolyMolly had a good idea in B main. Of course, they had one teammate tagged. You still had Harry to try to trade for that, and they initially started out with their own kill, but they weren't able to continue. Of course, just checking out the shopping situation a little bit. Sometimes we're a little curious. Yay, it matters, man.
Looking at this next round, considering shopping here for HolyMolly, it's going to be a budget buy. We've got Sheriffs and a Shorty. And it's, could be a dangerous peek. Going to back up.
Oh, he's in!
That's huge there by Hermes. Can he keep it defended? No, Val does take him out. Jinbungi continues to come in. Things are evening out now, 3-3. But no plant just yet.
Well, the shorties have done their job.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if they lose this, the fact that they got those cheap kills, and if the attacking team wins this, they'll still have to buy back heavy in the next round.
Saw the drop. Still a trade 1-for-1. It's still 2v2. Okay, Bogdan finally able to clean it up. Of course, he had that Empress popped as well, it looks like. So overall, T5 gets it. They lose, what, 3 rifles, though? So it doesn't feel great. But that was one of those situations where HolyMolly's like, okay, well, we did the damage, and T5's like, well, we got the round.
Yeah,
so
just
we're
get
cool
some
with that.
kills, go into the next round, making them at least spend some of their money. And this next round, HolyMolly can buy big. We're going to have Jingbungi here with the operator ready to go.
Oh, the shorties. It's always just such a danger. And I mean, Hermes knew what his job was. Get into the smoke, get one kill, just try to buy time. Unfortunately, they still had rifles at range, so not much you could have done there. T5 getting that win. Now this op, it gives them a lot of flexibility from mid into B or to support from A heaven if you start to hear a push. So HolyMolly just gonna, they don't have to be super aggressive. You just have a 10x kind of peeking out from Cat.
And we've got Hermes hot peeking over here in the back. They've smoked it up, and I don't know that T5 is going to commit, and I actually don't know if they should. They are going to go ahead and back it out. They're going to get a peek down here over in mid. Jingbungi way in the back of mid here with the operator. Is it going to see anything just yet?
And we've got some ultimates on either side as well. 10x does have that null command, so they have a good opportunity to retake if they so choose. Cosmic Divide ready for Fantasy. Of course, the Huntress Fury as well.
All right, collecting over here just outside a connector by tree. The only thing standing in the way is 10x. We've seen this before where 10x got the double kill over at A. Question is now, can he do it again?
He tags up a bunch on the way in.
Yep, but he's blinded, so they do manage to spill through onto the other side. Felix with a wall bang onto Redwater.
Oh, the null command was activated as well, so they don't really have utility to break into the site.
Oh, beautiful shot there from Jingbungi.
Jingbungi just keeps the site on lockdown. 2v2, Val with 1 HP.
Okay, they get the plane. This is tough in the position here from the operator.
Yeah,
if they take tight angles, you can't really do that much. Val with 1 HP, by the way.
He missed that nanoswarm. He wanted it to go through the roof, but
off the wall. Okay, 4th win there in a beautiful display on the attacker's side. Forcing their way in there. Wow. Just past tree.
Bangnan already at 10 kills, and this is why we talked about this guy. I mean, yeah, he's had a couple maps so far where he wasn't able to perform, but overall, he is by far the best performing member on T5. Oftentimes putting up better numbers than members of even DRX, even though he's losing. So it's been great to see him continue to pop up. But Jingbungi, he did what he could. Now, ideally, you could have swapped weapons before entering into the site there, but he tried to stick with that op, and he eventually loses it. Has to go back to a Sheriff and his Blade Storm.
Yeah, this is going to be a serious budget round now for HolyMolly, as they are starting to lose control here of the first half. On paper, T5 should be able to close this out. For now, HolyMolly has to try to get some picks and ideally farm out, the rifles on the other side and try to swing this in their favor. And so for the time being, it's going to be T5 looking for picks, and Bangnam finds one, dropping 10x.
Yep, and he has sight of Jingbungi as well. Yeah, Jingbungi can't take any more risks. You already missed a couple of your knives. You can't just sit there waiting for the easy shot. A good setup by T5 as well. Of course, you had Redwater kind of scouting out the cubby by Boiler first so that Bangnam can get the cross, and now it should be an easy entry into... Oh, and Val with the snap as well.
Hermes takes out moves. Bangnam, beautiful wallbang. Gets the revenge, taking down Hermes now. Only Harry remaining. Well, I spoke too soon. Harry now gone as well. So the 5th win. There will be opportunities around the next corner here for HolyMolly to try to catch up, but I'm getting a little bit scared for him here because there's not that many opportunities left here in the first half when you consider how many rounds they've lost.
Yeah, I mean, you're already through the halfway mark here with 6 rounds down, and I gotta say at 5-1, I mean, credits look good for T5. They've actually been sitting on a couple of these ultimates. Empress is back up for Bangnan. He's been putting up numbers just constantly, and the fact that, I mean, usually we often criticize or at least question kind of sitting on an ult for too long. But when these rounds have been so smooth for T5, it's not like it's been costly. They're able to keep their creds up.
Sure.
You're in no rush. And you say, well, they're eventually going to get their ultimates. We'll use ours to combat theirs and kind of nullify that round a bit. I think it's good patience from T5.
And, I mean, T5's got this really great cushion they can lean on here. I mean, they can coast here as long as they can basically stay ahead. For HolyMolly, I mean, the timeout's not surprising at all, really, when you consider... They really have to make this round work and then make a series of rounds after that work, or this is going to be an insanely difficult second half.
Yes, absolutely. And in case anyone's wondering, it's not that T5 doesn't want their faces shown on camera. They are not in the studio. They also have to be playing online right now due to COVID. So HolyMolly has the opponents always have a choice if they want to play in the studio or not, but they are still given the opportunity to kind of have a comfortable environment. So that's why we didn't do the player entrances or anything like that. Same circumstances.
Everybody's getting sick out here in Korea,
yeah,
so
you gotta watch out.
Fortunately, they could still play. And playing pretty well, by the way.
Yeah, I mean,
all
T5,
things considered.
They are keeping it together still. In round 7.
Peek down here into B. Are they going to commit? The Astra taking a tight angle over here with the judge.
Felix is simply bait here. He just wants to bait them out and then try to
Yeah.
kind of fake a runaway so that they walk right into Hermes. But you got to expect it. I mean, with that star right at the gate, too, you're expecting either a Gravity Well or a Nebula and something sneaky.
Yeah, and they may back out anyways here. So they trigger that.
Oh, no command.
Wait.
Oh, he's flashed. Oh, he's not even doing. Oh, what a sequence. So you saw. Oh, man, that was just such a sequence. You saw the null command come out, and right before it activates, he immediately puts the Nebula up. So he still has what he wants, but then you see the flash drive come out, and Hermes just sitting there, holding on to his judge for dear life. Can't get a single kill.
Yeah, kind of an insane entry there. Amazing flash. T5, though, continuing to just drop. HolyMolly, we've got, I was going to say one left, not anymore. They can't even do a save. And things are just going to get worse right now for HolyMolly. You know, they did have, I think, a cool setup, but once the blind happened, they didn't have any control over the back of B.
No. I mean, you were kind of really hoping that Hermes gets at least one, if not two, and then the others are kind of scared of the Nebula and they back off for a bit. That gives time for your teammates to come around. I mean, maybe you even have Felix with the Hunter's Fury backing you up, and then they had the lockdown last round as well. There was a lot of opportunity here that HolyMolly thought they had, but T5, they were like, well, we've been sitting on these ults for a while, so let's use 3 this round to take yet another win. They've still got 2 left. The lockdown and the Hunter's Fury still in favor of T5.
We've got some movement coming over here to A. The Killjoy utility setup here. Don't know that they want to commit. It's another Sheriff buy round over here for HolyMolly. And they do have control of mid. See nobody there with a 2-3-2 split here on attacker side. Coming around the corner, and they are dropping, but they're going to have to back off at the same time with the Hunter's Fury coming down there. Felix nuking Bangnam.
Eventually gets him down. He was caught in the Nanoswarm and the Gravity Well as well. Redwater just going to buy some time. Now, they've had the Killjoy on B for quite some time, so they know that B main is in favor. I mean, they just cleared the cubby as well. Now they have the lockdown. This is to buy time. I don't think Fantasy runs in with a spike just yet. You got to wait this out and allow your team to also catch up, give time for everyone else to back up as well. Hermes, he wanted to take the risk, and he's just going to be in the lockdown. Oh, but do they know where he is? He might actually just stay alive the whole duration. I think
Aldro coming out. Yeah, he's stuck in a funny spot.
He's going to go for the Sova.
Oh, wait. The patience shown here. And the execute from Hermes. Beautifully done.
Oh my god, and he gets the Phantom.
I can't believe it. Okay, just Redwater remaining. Trying to fire through the box.
Oh my god.
That is
Hermes.
One of the sickest things I've ever seen, because that's a moment in Valorant of knowing when to not react, right? I mean, so much of this is just immediately flicking down somebody's head, but he sees that, he says, no, there's an opportunity here, and because the Aldrin was sent out there, they actually think they have, different amount of information here.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, so oftentimes you hear something like the Trailblazer or the Aldrin, and you're like, oh, I have this easy kill. You walk out and you take it and you take their gun. And I gotta give it to our observers, because here's what happened. Now we see his actual point of view.
Surprise.
But when we switched to the Aldrin, probably a lot of people that are watching from home felt the same way as I did. We were like, wait, no, Hermes is about to get the kill. Don't switch off. But what that allowed us to see is that he just had no idea. And then for a second I sat there and I was like, wait, how are we still able to watch the drone? He should be dead.
Yes.
And then we switch back and we're like, oh my god, he's going to get 2 kills. And he picks up the Phantom for a 3rd.
And capitalizing on that moment.
Oh,
and getting way more kills than you should if you had just seen him. Before the Aldrone came out, it was just through the blind spot.
Hermes, I mean, he has been a star player for HolyMolly, in my opinion. His individual kind of decision-making in situations like that, his ability to really gain a lot of information simply by control of the map, even if you're not getting direct pings, has been incredible. And what a round to try to bring things back here for HolyMolly, stop the bleeding just a bit.
So they're going to pull back. It looks like target's set on A. There's a lot of utility set up over in this area. Just Harry back here, along with 10X, waiting in tight angles if they're going to try to come through.
Look at A-Site. Just look at the map. It's just green. It's just a blob of
this
green.
Obstacle course of stuff they're going to have to try to track through. And there's only 35 seconds left, so they're probably going to have to commit onto this. They are beginning to sweep through A.
This is a lot of time bought with the Nanoswarm. They can't close the door right away.
Oh, barely misses the head there. Harry still waiting. Gets the drop. And it's just moves now. He is going to have time to get the plant.
Yeah, but the door's not closed.
Yeah, and so Felix can come in here from the side while Hermes is above in A heaven.
Oh, they're actually choosing both to drop. And he made that sound on the drop, but moves. He thinks it's just one that dropped through tree. Eventually just peeking together.
Woo! Crazy moment there. All right, so an easy defuse to clear out round 9 here. And again, a very important moment here for HolyMolly on the defender's side to get that up to 3 now to 6, because this could have gone in the other direction here. T5 was looking untouchable for a little bit. And these have been some extremely close victories, by the way.
Yes, I mean, closer and closer as we go as well. And I got to give it to HolyMolly. I think what they finally realized is we'll often see teams like T5 still mimic kind of the old DRX, the old new turn. Very traditional. It's kind of closer to new turn, where you're really using the clock as your resource. You kind of run it down. You're still fishing for information. You're fishing for all the utility. And so what we saw in that previous round was HolyMolly says, okay, well, commit all of our utility that can buy time on A. You know, all of our stars, all of our nanoswarms, everything is there. And then you just say, B site, just hold it back. We'll go for the retake. If they don't come in, we lose nothing. When the clock starts to run down, you see them activate it even if you don't have a direct entry yet. You hear the 0 point and they just say, all right, pop everything. And okay, they get into the site through the nebula, but they can't cross over to the door.
Right.
And now you're locked in the site together with the defensive team.
And with that chaotic entry onto A, where it wasn't clear, who was where when they got there, that allowed them to have excellent defense there for HolyMolly. And it's crazy because they were playing pretty poorly for the first couple of rounds, but now they're playing out of their minds. I mean, the decision-making is very strong when they're trying to rotate. I think, like you were mentioning, the utility setup is very good. If they can keep this up, we could end up with this being a 6-6.
Yeah, I think that's very possible. And one thing I think T5 that's starting to bite them back just a bit is that Huntress Fury's kind of been sitting there on moves. They've been using their other ultimates, I think, kind of wary of the lockdown from Harry. But now you've kind of just let it mull in its own little pot there, and it's not able to do much. So we'll see if they make use of that, even just to open up a site, push people out, even if you don't get a kill. I mean, maybe get a tag and you at least have that info. There's many other ways to use it. 5 kind of stuck in the old ways of considering how to use your utility for just a couple rounds here.
Coming through Catwalk over here towards the A side, we do have the Astra Smoke coming up, so they should be able to clear this pretty easily. On the other side is Hermes waiting.
So much time bought with the fragment. They can't enter in just yet.
Are they going to commit anyways?
Getting traded. Hermes still alive.
Beautiful shot there from Val. And a scrambling HolyMolly trying to come around here to play catch-up. And it's just going to be Jingbungi. Now, do you really want to commit here with the operator?
Nope. Absolutely not.
I kind of can't believe I'm seeing this. This is so ambitious. Okay, gets one. Gets one.
I mean, things are a little different now. Because you know one's under, and then you presume one's in main.
Right.
And now he has that Vandal in front of him. If he's going to do this, I'd love to see him switch. Oh my God, is he going to drop down?
No, with the operator?
No.
I kind of can't believe he did that. That's just... I mean, if you wanted to make it as hard as possible for yourself, that's the way to do it. But
yeah, I mean, in the heat of things, and also, I mean, maybe he was so confident that he'd get the kill in Hell that he was like, well, I want the op for the long range peek on main.
Sure,
there are reasons.
The peek on main is going to be a lot easier, but to try to drop down into Hell, and there's so many sides they could be on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit unfortunate. But here's what I can imagine in Jingbungi's shoes. In theory, you wanted to save. Even after that kill, I think, in that 1v2. However, you knew someone was weak, you knew exactly where they were, and you're already down 3-6. You don't really want to give up any more rounds for free, so he wanted to stick with it, but in his head, he couldn't really make the decision to pick up the Vandal, which really hurts him in the end, T5 now with 7 rounds, and they've been focusing a lot on A on their defaults. Ooh, as Bangnan goes down to Jinping. Now they've switched it up to a little more focus on B and mid. However, Bangnan getting taken down does kind of stall them for quite enough time, where HolyMolly, they don't need to over-rotate. That was so far out in B main that they do not need to commit to that trade.
Yeah, they're going to hang back for a little bit longer now. Now, mid is clear. They can roam freely, and they could just, as quick as possible, get over here to A without making a sound, and nobody is checking for that yet. So some of this is going to come down to Harry over here at this tight angle through the connector here onto the A site. Okay, Hermes trades.
Okay, the null command. Oh, Harry saw one. Oh, so Harry wanted to try to fake them out, but they were still very much aware of that. Now, if you were watching the mini-map, you saw T5. They threw the 0 point and then a Nebula over in mid as well. They really wanted to try to fake out HolyMolly. HolyMolly didn't quite bite, but the entry works with the null command.
Jibungi waiting up here. Ulti proc. And does get the drop onto Val. Oh! Felix takes down Redwater. Can they get the retake? Only Fantasy stands in their way. Just in lobby of A.
He does get tagged. He put up the gravity wall, so he has some time.
Oh,
he gets the deep kill. Oh my God, Fantasy!
That was insane. And you can see that Felix was pulled too far back around the corner so that in that moment, Jingbungi was basically exposed in the middle of the defuse, wasn't able to give that cover, and winning the 2v1. Insane play back there.
Yeah, I mean, good idea to really kind of... He was very focused on making sure he got the defuser more than anything. What needed to happen, I think there was maybe a bit of miscommunication here for HolyMolly, because Jingbungi was very clearly wanting to stick it, and in that situation, usually what you want Felix to do is push out even harder. So either you kill, of course, the person who's trying to get the post, stop the defuse, or you at least push them far out enough that your friend has a chance. Sorry, I'm like stumbling over my words because I'm still trying to comprehend what happened. But so that you have a chance to get the half and then walk back out.
New wrinkles forming on our brain as we see that playback there. By the way, lockdown is set up over here for HolyMolly, but it looks like they're actually going to commit over here for T5.
There's not much you can do. The Hunter's Fury comes in and clears it as well, and then the Cosmic Divide. So Harry all alone. He's still in the site, by the way. Okay, eventually he gets taken down.
Yeah, so they're going to get the plant here. Good cover over onto B site.
Oh, and the counter lockdown. Oh, he's got it. Yep,
he gets
it. Yep, he gets it, finally.
But is this going to allow them any kind of entry on here? I mean, these are not great guns to try to infiltrate the tight area that is the back of B.
Yeah, there's not too much you can do. Of course, it is the last round of the half, so they got to do what they can. Hermes has been spotted, so they have that info. Now they know where Felix is.
Felix gets it started here, takes out moves, but it's not going to be enough. 3-9 here. T5 in the lead.
T5. I mean, they looked good on day 1 on Ascent, and then they looked shaky against Desperados. They've come back and showing us once again why some fans started to fall in love with them on that opening day.
Well, I got to say, that was a very impressive showing. I think, honestly, some of my favorite rounds in the first half were actually the wins from HolyMolly because they were so insane. But it does go to show you how strong of a team T5 really is, right?
Yes.
Like the fact that when HolyMolly wins, it's like some of the best rounds of the tournament is really saying something. And again, we've talked about T5 before, that it seems like they're starting to catch their stride with each game that we're seeing here in each day of Valorant here in Korea. Let's see if HolyMolly could start to turn this around on the attacking side, because 3-9 is a very tough score in a first half to come back from.
Yeah, it is a little rough, and of course this is on Ascent, where oftentimes a lot of teams will kind of feel more comfortable here on the defense. I mean, it's pretty straightforward in terms of what you're doing on attack. It's a matter of timing and just using those nanoswarms to buy some time. You know Jingbungi's up there. Just kills all around, and HolyMolly does eventually power through.
Yeah, eventually they do come out on top there. It's only going to be moves remaining here. Let's see who we can get before this likely spike detonation goes off. Trying to peek around the corner. Shockdart almost gets him.
Just where, oh, look at this. Look at this double.
Wasn't a bad lineup to 2-shot heads, though, but
oh, man,
Hermes gets it.
That is brutal. That is cruel. That is cruel. But they started with the pistol round. They obviously 100% need that on the side of HolyMolly.
No, I think if they didn't win that round there, we would probably eventually see them dry up and lose here on Ascent. So they need to carry that with them here as they're going to go into the second round in the second half here with the better buys.
Yeah, and Hermes just going to save on any type of weapon buy just to stack up some creds. We'll see a lot of teams do that where someone still has a little bit of backup creds. Maybe you want the op, or maybe it's just to even out in a round down the line. And because of this, T5 just going to do an aggressive push. Oh, and Harry was aware of it. He had that alarm bot.
Yeah, coming down from the A attacker side. They still have one Killjoy over here onto B, so there could be some surprises.
Okay, only one. Not so bad for T5. They can pick up a Spectre. Oh, Val
still
alone.
Lurking back here in the boathouse. Whiffs that shot. He's going to come up to the side. Oh, great jumping shot there from Hermes.
Hermes so aware, but Bangnan gets the edge of 10x.
T5 can still do this. It won't be easy.
I mean, they have more people, and they have one Spectre, so things are fairly even.
They have not planted Spike yet either.
You're right.
Yep. Oh, that's going to be it. Beautifully done. And I got to say, that setup in the second round of the second half was really pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
Having everybody spill out, but then just keeping the one Killjoy ready in the boathouse to try to get a few more kills.
Yeah, and the fact that Val knew what his job was.
Yeah.
That was the most important thing. It was to simply not die for as long as
to
possible.
buy time
Yeah.
and let the other team come in from behind to try to sandwich them on those two sides.
Because if he trades early, even if he gets a kill, they would have gotten the plant.
Exactly.
As you mentioned, they eventually didn't get the plant, and then they had to kind of reposition before choosing where to plant. So eventually that nets the Thrifty for T5, and they come back swinging right away with rifles. And Bangnan doesn't even need one.
Bangnan already eliminating 10x here and pulling away from mid. It does look like Harry's still going to try to lurk down mid and get some peeks here.
I saw Bangnan's HP disappear on the UI, and I was like, whoa, that's a new one. And then we got to his screen, and it's because he has 5 HP left. That's why you can't see it on the screen. Just so you know. Oh, and Harry knows this. Obviously, they have the call from 10x on that trade.
Jingbungi picking off Fantasy here. As A is starting to look like a pretty weak position here.
But here's the thing. They see the spike all the way out in B, outside of B main. You see it right next to moves.
Yeah, that's a good point. They don't actually have any way to plant at all. And they got to know that at this point in time, over on attacker spawn, this area is going to be covered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you are quite scared. And now you had Harry go through mid, but you don't have anyone there now, so you're a little scared of what's going on there. Hermes just trying to bite. Oh, Bangnan, and he's healed back up too.
He's back. That's so sick. So he peeks again. Hermes is still going to try to fight for the spike, and I think they almost outposition themselves here. You know, the spike is so far back now. I feel like it's going to be almost physically impossible for HolyMolly to win this in any sense. And even without the time being the biggest factor, the kill comes through. It's 11-4 here. T5 is looking untouchable.
Yeah, and that previous round, again, another seemingly communication mishap. It's fine to leave the spike behind, but if you're going to have people push through mid and then leave nobody in B main, and no one there to kind of cover once someone gets taken out, I mean, that spike is free pickings. So good call on T5. I like what they've been doing is they've continued to push out from one side and they get intel on the other with some of their agents like the Killjoy, a little more passive, of course, the Sova and the KO as well. So HolyMolly, they got these early kills, but they could not capitalize because everyone's so far away from the spike. They're once again going to leave it far back, just trying to fish for a trade here before they decide which site to strike. Now, this has been exceptionally tough because they're going up against both a Sova and a KO. So lots of info gathering available for T5.
Right. T5 still going to do a little bit more work before they're going to end this. And Jingbungi starting to thin out these numbers. This is certainly not going to be the round here for T5, as every twist and turn is a victory right now for HolyMolly, as they are prepped to go ahead and put that 5th win on the board unless Fantasy can pull off a miracle.
Well, he did drop the spike, so technically there's some oh, Felix.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be it. All right, 5th win here for HolyMolly. Nicely done.
That was also pretty cruel. They just put the gravity wall and then the Nova Pulse as well just to keep
Yeah,
them locked down. You're not going anywhere.
A real fish in a barrel situation there. 5-11 now. T5, it won't be an easy round either. You know, again, for HolyMolly, this is going to be a long journey to the comeback. And, you know, maybe their nerves have settled a little bit. They do seem to be playing better the further along this map pans out.
But but you're right. I mean, it's continued to be costly, so they don't have much to work with. They just ended their loss streak, so they kind of need this win. I mean, also just around score-wise, they need one more on the board. Now T5, they have these shares, so they're just taking kind of further back positions and holding some off angles to cover for each other. HolyMolly's fully committed to this.
Yeah, they can't get any real ground just yet. There's been enough utility spent. They are backing out. Seems like they're okay with making that audible as well. We'll see if this is a fake or not.
Now, Bangnan is ready for this in case they decide to cross mid. And T5, they've already started rotating Fantasy as well, because here's the thing. They spent so much utility, they used their Nebulas, and then they didn't get through. And then Moves gets to spam through the wall. Ooh. We saw it at the edge of our screen, Jimbungi falling in B main. And that means if the Jet falls that far back, you know that they've backed out. And this allows Redwater to take this forward position with a
this
buggy.
This is perfect for the weapon he's got. Look at this. He just needs to trade it out. Oh! And 2!
Oh, Redwater!
HolyMolly's going to be limping into B site.
Oh, no.
And I don't know that they can take it. That's going to be it. 5-12, a thrifty victory. HolyMolly in dire straits now.
Oh, HolyMolly was just so scared. They threw everything to close off these points, and then they realized they missed the timing because they threw the Nanoswarm over to market. They had the Nebulas both in market and over by Defender Spawn over in B. And they said, okay, well, should we go in? And you see them buy some time. And then they're like, no, let's rotate. But then they realize, okay, we rotated a little late. Let's go back to B. But Move spams in case they're exiting and catches the Jet, Jimbungi, on the exit. That allows that positioning from Redwater.
Okay, coming forward. Redwater, once again, in one of these positions, this time with a judge, and just mows him down.
Another 2.
Yeah. Another amazing shotgun moment here for T5, and I just don't know what they're going to do. I mean, the crossfire that's set up here, well, Harry's starting it. He shaves down 2.
Oh, T5 got a little greedy there. Yeah, you just use a recon. Whoa, Val peeks that with the up.
That was insane. And it's just going to be Harry now. Now, this isn't impossible. I mean, it's just Moves remaining here, and I think he telegraphed his position with that shock dart, so he's going to shut the door and go for the plant. Now, fingers crossed. Oh!
Yeah, just to buy time.
And,
oh my gosh, he tags! Oh,
okay.
Harry.
Good moves. Ooh. Still gets to, not going to plant again. I guess there's enough time in the game.
Yeah, but Moves is making the right plays here just to buy time from the plant, and now he waits. And Moves should have a relatively good idea that this is planted far away from him.
Right.
Oh, he sees it. He sees the spike.
So Harry's going to creep back into A-Hell under the floorboards.
Now, this is a 50-50 for Moose, but he has his recon bolt. Yes, he has it. Okay, well, yeah, now you know he's in that corner. You know he's in the left corner. Oh, but Harry wins it!
One more round. Go, go! Clutch moment here. HolyMolly fighting for survival here on Ascent. I'll tell you what, at the start of that round, it looked like the A site would be impregnable. But with the work that Harry did to wipe out the 2 players that were on the right side of A, I mean, hey, another win on the board. I think that overtime is still a long ways away. But some of these rounds here from HolyMolly, when they really sync up, they are amazing.
Yeah, well, and I think T5, they're starting to get a little antsy. They can really kind of smell and taste the victory here on Ascent. They're obviously on match point. When they got those early kills, Redwater gets those kills, you can wait for your Sova to just give you information. I mean, with that Cosmic Divide, you know exactly where the spike's being planted. It's always in that corner. There's nowhere else you can plant. And so rather than really kind of almost ego peeking out of the Cosmic Divide, you have the numbers advantage. You could have reset, but they got a little greedy, and now they're on a slightly back foot again with Val on the Marshall. Of course, everyone else still does have rifles. Not all full armor, but it is the Reyna for Bangnan, so he should be pretty happy with that. Gets 1 kill, he'll kill right back up.
Aldrone shot down there. Again, HolyMolly fighting for everything to try to just stay in this game. They've had some insane rounds, but T5 with such an insane lead here, things still kind of looking impossible for them.
Okay, so the pathway from Cat into Garden is fairly open.
Dude,
and,
moves. So nasty.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is not looking too good, Tasteless.
We're seeing
no
players get dropped left and right over here. The last hope on Ascent here is going to be Hermes in a 1 versus 5. Stuck back over here at the attacker spawn.
Oh,
and that's going to be it.
Gets him.
So I'll tell you what, man, that was actually a very interesting first map to see. Obviously, T5 overall dominating, but some really incredible plays coming from HolyMolly.
Yeah, and this is the thing with HolyMolly. They have the individual skill and the sense to make some of these super plays happen, but overall as a team, I mean, their playbook just isn't as solid, isn't as deep as a lot of these other teams that have the reps to be able to do it, the support structure from any type of organization to do so. And Team T5, again, they have the basics of a kind of traditional FPS to get through things. They have those, and once they start to learn a little bit more of the map, once they start picking up meta agents like the Astra instead of the Omen, they're going to start to grow even faster.
Well, T5 really making it work on Ascent. We're going to be going to Breeze for map number 2, obviously a very different map. But I'll tell you what, if we look back at T5 in the games they played on Breeze, they look very good against DRX.
Yes, I mean, they put up a very strong fight there.
It's not like they're going to struggle, I think, there either.
No, I don't think so. I mean, HolyMolly, hopefully they have something crazy prepared. Maybe we see another Neon. HolyMolly has played Neon on different maps like Haven and Fracture. Of course, we saw Desperado pulling out the Neon on Breeze on the first day, so there's some hope for that. A little bit of fun, perhaps, but T5, they come out swinging, and they had some great moments. I mean, great solo plays, but also they continue to have good set plays. I'm personally just glad that they changed over from the Omen to the Astra, and then they changed over their default a little bit. It used to always be Sova on A, fake it out with a dart, and then go with KO on B, and then you have these initiators split. They now kept them together for a little bit more just straight up info on one side, invest it all in, and then make your decision.
You got to remember, guys, both these teams are 0-3 in best of 3s so far, so there's a lot on the line here. I mean, for teams like this, in the format that we have, when you have a score of 0-3, it is more about your tournament survival. It's about staying in as long as you possibly can. And so this is an extremely important best of 3. Now, T5 has the upper hand, and we've already seen them play on Breeze. They are very strong, but there is the possibility HolyMolly can kind of pull it back together and maybe bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned it's about staying alive, because here's the thing. This time with the round robin and then the playoffs being double elim, you make it to the playoffs. Not only do you have a chance at playoffs, but you basically have one extra life even in playoffs because it's double elim.
Right.
So getting into that top 6 is very important for every single team here, especially teams that are either under a new org or maybe without an org. They have experience, but they don't have an org yet. Just to prove themselves one more time on this main stage. Of course, Bangnan continues to put up some great numbers, but on Ascent, T5 just looked stronger.
Guys, we're going to be going to a break in a second here. When we come back, it's going to be Game 2 on Breeze between T5 and HolyMolly. Do not go away.
Ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting on me and when I'm synonym. So if I ever win again, it's no I did the minimum. I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, boy when they ask, is that your man? Yeah, that's me. And if I'm taking a shot, I don't miss. Who knew I would be at the top like this? And no one made my goals for me. But I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Cause it's the path that God chose for me. So even if some doors close for me, I still won't let y'all close to me. So please step back where you're supposed to be. Put the game all on hold for me. And sit back, watch me roast the beat. It's in my genes, I'm better than them. And I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the fire, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who that chillin' at the top, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chillin' at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
Driving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe. Leave the light on for me. Well, honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I mean it.
T5 has made from their previous map, but let's hold that thought.
Beautiful play.
To just break all the way to the side.
Peek out too far here. Beautiful wallbang. Gets the revenge, taking down Hermes now. Only Harry remains.
He just wants to bait them out and then try to...
So they trigger that.
Oh, no command. Oh, he's
okay,
splashed.
Oh my God. He's
gonna go for the Sova.
Oh, wait. The patience shown here. And the execute from Hermes. Beautiful. So ambitious.
They've been focusing a lot on A on their
up here. Ulti proc.
He has some time.
Oh,
he gets the deep
shot. He's going to come up to the side. Oh, great jumping shot there from Hermes. As A is starting to look like a pretty weak position here.
But here's the thing. They see the spice.
He just needs to trade it out. Oh! And two! Don't know what they're going to do. I mean, the crossfire that's set up here, well, and it's just going to be...
You know he's in the left corner. Oh, and Harry wins!
You're at the attacker spawn.
Oh,
and that's going to be it.
That's it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We are ready to hop onto Breeze for map 2 here. T5 versus HolyMolly. T5 looking extremely strong there. I think HolyMolly does have... They have these glimmers of hope, these glimmers of great plays inside those losses, but just seeing how T5 performed on Breeze before, I'm a little bit worried this could be a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, given just the trend we saw in Ascent, you know, both teams made some mistakes, but T5 always able to kind of regroup and still bring out what they've prepped. HolyMolly starting to kind of fall apart at the seams there just a tad bit. Now, I will say it is a little uncharacteristic of them. I mean, again, one of the strengths that this team has is that their players all have some form of VCT main stage experience, some more than others like 10X and Harry, and that has been able to allow them to really come through strong whenever they start to lose a couple rounds.
Right.
But of course, on the side of T5, the MVP Bongnam just putting up numbers once again as Arena.
Yeah, some big clutch moments there from Bongnam in that last game. And, you know, T5 was one of these teams, I think a lot of people that had followed Korea last year, they weren't really sure exactly where they would fit in the big picture. And I actually feel like even though we've had a lot of games for them, I'm still not sure where exactly they're going to fit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they've had such wildly different performances, and we are seeming to see improvements here. Again, guys, both these teams are down 0-3 in the best of threes overall. So for both of these teams, it's extremely important that they win here.
Yeah, because if you don't, you're not, it's not that you're out yet, but
yeah,
you still
you're closer
have
to being out yet.
Well, right. I mean, for HolyMolly, they still have to play DRX at some point, and on the side of T5, they still have to play WGS KIA and Onslayers at some point. You still have to face these giants of Korea, and so if you go into those matches with 0 wins, I mean, then it's looking very tough. I mean, you're kind of at the edge of the cliff there where you're like, well, oh, we simply have to beat DRX to make the playoffs. That's like, well, okay, that's a bit of a big challenge there.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Like, if you're 3-0 in this phase of the tournament, obviously the wins still matter, but it's a different kind of feeling, right? I mean, it's like you're running out of lives if you're T5 or HolyMolly here, where you don't really have many more opportunities left here. And I think because these teams are more evenly matched than the rest, this makes it an especially interesting fight to see unfold here. But T5 just seems to continuously find their stride map after map here in VALORANT Challengers Korea.
Yeah, and I think that's the most exciting thing is that, you know, for these kind of newer teams or newer rosters here in Stage 1, the thing that a lot of people wanted to see was, well, can they grow? We had that format change now with the round robin. You have more opportunities, and you just have to make top 6 to go to the playoffs, and then you have a double elim opportunity. Can they continue to grow so that, you know, they might not really shake the entire scene up yet in one stage, but then they come back even stronger in Stage 2. Maybe they go further into the finals there. Then they maybe go to the last chance qualifier and go to champions. I mean, that story could happen.
It could happen, man. And we have so much more VALORANT left just in this season alone. Now, to go on to Breeze, Breeze, I actually love this map. I thought I was going to hate it when it first came out.
You did hate it for a bit.
I did hate it. In our games, I definitely not only hated it, but experienced pain when playing it. But, you know, this is obviously a map where, you know, aim is going to be everything. Being able to get those shots to connect. And I know that's true for VALORANT in general, but especially these long-distance gunfights on Breeze are so important. And it was kind of phenomenal to see T5 actually getting kills over on Vision Strikers on this. Now, HolyMolly, you know, let's see what they can offer this time around here, but I think history kind of sides with T5 a little bit.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, this was HolyMolly's pick. They must have something prepared here. Now, we have seen it before, not here on the main stage, but they have had to play it several times during the qualifiers. And if they stick with that, I think we can expect, a couple more, kind of neat role changes here that we've seen from this team. So we'll see what that ends up being. But of course, so far on the main stage, we've seen Neon here. We see a lot of Chamber, as we do all around the world. Now, on the side of T5, the last time they played DRX, they were still using the Omen, but to surprisingly good effect. It was almost kind of weird where we're like, okay, well, I don't care how good you are at Omen. Omen's just not good on Breeze. And then they were like, well, yeah, but we still have the Viper and the Omen. And then they took out the most rounds away from DRX.
Yeah, and it was funny. We were talking about this during the DRX cast, but like before that, all of the round losses that DRX had, if you were to tally them together,
yeah, you
it
still
would not have
win.
It would still not have won in a single round. But yeah, I mean, T5 really delivered here. And we're going to see what agents are locked in here. Not surprising to see Vipers on both sides. Val and Harry both going to go with the Chamber. And Fantasy once again with that Omen pick.
Which is interesting to me, because now the big question is, okay, is it simply that you started to practice more Astra and Ascent, or is it that you really believe that Omen's doing something better for you here alongside that Viper compared to the Astra? And now here's the thing. Astra also not necessarily that great on Breeze. I mean, most people, the way most people consider it. It's usually just Viper, and then if you do have an Astra, it's kind of as a supplemental thing. Usually only have Viper on most teams for a controller. So it's not so much, okay, well, he didn't pick Astra, that makes no sense. It's more simply, well, the fact that you have to pick either Omen or Astra on this map is very interesting.
Right.
But I think Fantasy, I mean, he made the Omen work last time.
Yeah, he's clearly a very comfortable Omen player here. Jing Bungi going to go with the KO to start this off here. And Bogdan, of course, locking in the Reyna. Not a lot of surprises there. And again, guys, we only have one of these teams here in the studio. And actually, guys, we're ready to get this game going, guys. This is game 2 on Breeze. Let's see if we can get a 1-1 or if, in fact, T5 is going to 2-0 this and move on.
All right, looks like we are going to indeed have a HolyMolly on attack. And of course, we saw their picks as well. The Jet now coming in, but since Jimbungi is playing the KO, the Jet is actually going to be on that Hermes. Now, Hermes, when he plays as a Neon on Fracture, an excellent entry, an excellent duelist, despite him actually just having so many plays as Astra on most of their other maps. So very interested to see how they make this work here on the main stage. We saw it a couple times in the qualifiers.
It is going to be a push up into A. The Viper Wall comes down here to make entry a little bit more difficult, but the Jet does dive in here for Hermes.
Just spotted.
And a bit of a trade now. Harry gets the drop over onto moves, but the plan has started. Oh, Harry, another insane shot. Harry just keeps getting these connections, and it's only Val remaining in a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2.
All right. He's still got 3 in the chamber here with the Headhunter.
10 HP, though, so a shot to the foot, and he's out of the picture.
He's only got 2 more. Now, there are only 2 people. It's the Headhunter, so if you get headshots, it's doable.
Not going to be enough there. So, Harry getting that final kill, the first victory here for HolyMolly. Now, we saw in the last map, it went 1-1 instead of the standard 2-0, so let's see if we have any kind of cool defender side openings to try to even things out.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of T5, especially considering Breeze, it is a little hard to expect something like that. But again, we've been surprised time and time again here in Korea with how different teams are considering that economy. I love the fact that Harry basically runs out of his Headhunter and he starts doing better. He's like, oh, yeah, actually, the Classic is just the best gun in the game.
Yeah, I mean, some pretty crazy shots that worked out. By the way, over here on to B, Harry already getting the drop onto Val. Jet's going to dive in here, and Bogdan can't deal with crossfire like that. We're going to have that spike planted, as T5, with only 3 remaining, has to get some kind of a retake, and I don't know that they can do it.
No, it's not looking too hopeful. I mean, Harry has that Vandal as well after the 4 kills in the first round. And something we just saw in the beginning of that round, I mean, assuming that things don't really go any crazier here in round 2, was we're seeing more and more Jets in Korea start to really take on the role of an entry, where you don't necessarily have to be the one that gets the kill. I mean, Hermes just opening up, he gets shot at, and he says, you know what, I'm going to dash forward trusting that my teammate will trade during that time where they can't catch up to me as I dash past their screen. We're seeing more and more a little bit of sacrificial play like that. There are some other Jets around the world where they might not be known for the most frags every map, but they are known for basically creating a lot more space on that entry. Oh, Harry's Vandal coming in very handy on the first kill.
Yeah, and that was an amazing shot there by Felix in the back. So, all right, you look, first 2 rounds, domination here from HolyMolly. It could be a bit of a struggle round, though, for round 3 here. We've got Phantoms and Vandals all around. They are going to be coming into A once more. This time, Val hugging B back.
Yeah, he has to just back out of that site. Eventually gets traded down. Alive. Uh-oh.
Yeah, gets hit on the flank there. Chingbungi gonna peek around this corner and immediately get the drop on him, moves.
Oh, Felix.
And only fantasy here. That one paranoia gonna go out. And Chingbungi's extremely low. Oh, misses the head a little bit to the upper right. And so 10X gets that kill. 3-0 as momentum is starting to build here for HolyMolly.
Yeah, and they're just doing quick strikes, right? And what I like about this is, well, it's been working so well. Now you're conditioning T5 very well to expect another quick strike. What I would love to see is them not really push the envelope and start to kind of change up their default just a bit. They've been going for the quick strikes. Obviously, round 1 it was A, and then B twice in a row. But the reason it worked that time was it was their bonus round. So they're like, well, they have the gun advantage, so let's use speed to our advantage. They timed it well with the 0 point as well, falling into the back of sight. So you know we simply have to clear the front with the drone. That forces Val to use his rendezvous early to get out of harm's way. Now you see it slow down. They're starting to take control of mid, and the thing is T5, they've always only been checking it with a recon bolt. Now they finally send out the drone.
Now they've got Fantasy going all the way through the back of Hall, and Harry gets the easy kill on Fantasy, so that's going to be the end of that. And they're collecting up here by Wooden Door at A.
Oh, Bongdon getting Jimbing is pretty huge. Now Redwater, of course, has to back out with the drone starting to peep through. They heard the op as well.
And it seems like they want to try to creep into B. B is fairly exposed here. Unfortunately here for T5, it has a very good setup over at A. It looks like with the Viper Wall coming up, that'll telegraph the intentions here of HolyMolly, who's going to try to creep in. They still do have their chamber over here ready.
Yeah, and the trademarks are there to buy time as well. The trademark in mid, not spotted yet. It's right behind one of those stones. 10X catches a glimpse of it. Clears that, and that should give enough of a signal. But what that did was it forced moves to pay attention to Ness for just a bit.
Okay, big kill there by Val, dropping 10X, and can't keep it going. Hermes with the op, gets the shot, falls behind the box in a chaotic moment here.
No!
Oh!
He legs him, and then he takes out the classic. I mean, Hermes was panicking there for sure. Wasn't expecting the drop off the wall.
And it seems like he's very aware of the position of Redwater here. Hermes getting that final kill, closing that out 4-0 as HolyMolly is looking untouchable.
Yeah, they look very strong on the attack here. What I love is that you know exactly what's going through Hermes' head at that point, too. He's like, oh, shoot, I dropped. Oh, no, I missed it, and everyone's watching, but I still got to get the kill. I know I tagged him. He takes out a classic. Okay, I got the kill. And he resets, and he looks for Redwater for the final kill. It's a good recovery. But, of course, I mean, HolyMolly, they just seem very aware, and they're playing with the tempo. They're playing with the tempo quite a bit. I mean, this was a good idea.
This is funny drop.
But the drop,
the drop
ruins
over there
him.
and get that shot, but a win nonetheless here. This time it looks like they're going to have a push up into Hall. A double stack on the defender side here on A. And they're just going to get into A, and they're going to have a very good flank setup, as you can already see Hermes drop in Redwater, leaving only Fantasy. Well, Fantasy was there.
No longer, and this is kind of what's become the norm for a lot of teams here on A, is just strike through the hall, open the door, and then pinch onto the site. It helps a lot when you have that Blaze Storm and the Null Command both being used this time.
Yeah, it's tough. If you don't have somebody watching A, they can get a very good setup over on that. And so there it is, Harry getting that kill onto Val. And HolyMolly, I mean, they have leveled up coming into Breeze here.
Oh, not still alive. All right, Felix will clean that up. So HolyMolly looking good. And you know what? It is interesting that round is. I think it would have been just a tad safer if Hermes had traded that op to someone else if he was going to go in that hard with the Blade Storm. He's like, oh, don't you worry, I won't lose it. And then he just bunkers down on the side. He's like, now it's worth it
all
for
my
me.
knives are gone. It's fine. I still have a bullet in this rifle. So T5 got a timeout. And, I mean, I think this should surprise nobody because they have lost complete control of the first half of first half. And they, have not managed to get a win here. This is literally the opposite of what we had when we were watching them play on Ascent, where even though HolyMolly squeezed out a round win here or there, really T5 was kind of plowing through that first half and making HolyMolly, try their hearts out in the second half. T5 is doing poorly. We've got an operator over here on the attacker side, and of course, operator extremely strong, especially on Breeze with all these different shots you could take. I'm worried, man. I'm worried here for T5.
Yeah, and I think what HolyMolly has identified is, okay, so T5, they played okay against DRX here on Breeze. They did. Credit there. But the problem is their composition with Reyna, with Omen. What that means is they have to actually be very passive. They don't have many tools to combat these fast rushes, right? I mean, you have the chamber, but you can only cover 2 areas with the trademark. And after that, sure, you can put up the toxic screen from Viper, but the others don't have much to do. And when you have to spread out across the map, you're not going to have a full 5-stack every time. So HolyMolly identifies the fact that, well, if they have to use their Leers and their Paranoia early, that also gives us an advantage. But if they don't, the site is ours for free. And now T5 feeling that pressure, of course, 3 of them on a Sheriff. They're just pushing out aggressively in mid. They do have control of it, but they could just get stuck here in mid.
Yeah, they have full control of this. Now, the spike is actually with the KO over in the back of attacker's spawn, and the push is going to continue on here. If they could get that kill on the KO and get the spike drop somewhere, maybe they'd have some opportunities. But Hermes is going to come back around, and, again, that's the strength of the operator, especially on Breeze. Bongnam disposed of.
Oh, 10x on the drop, too. He just confidently drops down.
I mean, right now, T5 is just getting dumpstered, man.
That's
nothing they can do.
There's no other way to put it. It is not
There's literally only one way to describe it, and it's dumpster.
And it is a dumpster. No other words.
Someone tries to hand me a thesaurus, and I throw it in the trash.
Where it belongs, in the dumpster.
I mean, it's kind of crazy to see how just one-sided this is.
Yeah.
So, if HolyMolly can come back, this could be the round to do it. They've got weaponry that can match what is coming here.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
T5 can come back, with the weaponry they've got.
Here's the thing, though, Tasteless. Even if they win this round, Harry's been sitting on his free his free tour de force. They still have over 8K, or pretty much 8K creds on 4 members. I mean, actually, over 7K on all 5 members. I mean, this is a lot. They are basically set for the first half here after the 6 rounds. So this is going to be tough. Now, the Viper's Pit does buy some time here on B.
They may still try to edge into elbow here. The Aldrone's going to come.
I like this from HolyMolly. Now, they are going to have more than one spotted, so that should give a bit of a signal.
Now,
oh, Val.
Val's in a great position here. If Val can get even one pick here, that would be huge.
Oh, and
Omen Smoke.
Yep. The Omen Smoke's good as well. Oh, the drone checking that corner.
Yeah.
So they are very well aware that they basically gave up control entirely of mid. But now with the smoke, even though you get that flash drive, you no longer can check nest. Someone might have rotated. You know that there's one at the double doors. So HolyMolly, they need to start considering a rotate. The spike has been at A this whole time.
So they're going to try to lean back over to the A side. They're still keeping Jingbungi over here, and he's doing the right work, but when Moves clears this out and they see that nobody else is here, it's going to be pretty obvious that their intentions are to try to dive in onto A.
Yeah, they don't have their toxic screen. It has been used at B to try to help with that fake, so.
They don't have a ton of time. I think they can get behind the pyramid over here. Oh, can they, though?
Not at all. It's going to be Bongnam finishing that off. And you're right, the biggest thing was the time.
I mean, they just don't have any.
Yeah, they spent so much time in elbow. And I like the idea, because you see the pit, and most teams assume you're going to go to A at some point, because the pit is on B.
Right.
And they say, well, let's try to fake them out. We'll put up the toxic screen. We'll buy time at elbow, but the drone comes in at a good timing. Now, they planted Jingbungi in elbow, and he gets one kill. But then all he needed to do was stay alive, because even if the rest of the team rotates, that means at least one member of T5 would have had to stick around to watch out for Jingbungi. Of course, Moves gets the timing to his advantage, right, as that Jimbungi's trying to pop flash himself out there and trades for that kill. And they're like, oh, as you called it, Tasteless, they're like, oh, well, no one else is an elbow. They're all over at A with only 20 seconds left.
And just not enough time, so it was kind of a sloppy entry over there onto A. And, I mean, they were shut down. But it's the first win here for T5. And, I mean, you know, HolyMolly could time out any time here in the first half. But it's, I think, pretty smart they're going to do it now.
Yeah, they just want to make sure it doesn't turn into a streak here.
Right, because at this point in time, you want to keep crushing harder and harder, and you want to have an easy second half on Breeze. And I think that, you know, T5 could very well try to maybe swing this. We'll see how well they can actually play. I'm going to do a quick recap here. I thought we were actually jumping back in the round.
Yeah, that was the moment. I mean, you find that KO with no one else behind him, and then you know time-wise they can't get in. You got an off in Vao's hand, Bangnan in the middle of the pyramids. No way to break through that.
So they're going to be coming up to mid this time. They do have the Chamber Viper stack over here by B, just outside of Elbow, and they set up a Viper wall, but with the spike where it is, it doesn't really signal that they are determined to go to B just yet.
Oh, they want to try to get one kill, and he does get it.
Okay, and taking down Vao is a pretty big moment here. Move's going to grab the operator, see if he can find a shot. He does not. And right now, HolyMolly playing a pretty tight conservative game. They're going to look for another pick.
What this has done, though, is that T5 has to be so spread out. Bangnan wins that duel easy peasy. Well, he creeps a little too far. And what I wanted to say was it had forced T5 to spread out, but it did not matter because they're still holding strong on each of these sites.
Fantasy going to creep around here. Oh, but does get pinged there.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the shots don't connect. Doesn't matter. His position was given away, and 10X takes him out before Moves takes him out as well. 1 versus 1 right now. Ooh, almost right. Felix there through the box.
Oh, Moves. Wow.
Damn.
That's a good clutch right there.
And, dude, talk about how important that round is with a score like this. So that's going to be, you know, the second round win here for T5. They're getting that momentum. The drain, the funds here from HolyMolly are going to start diminishing, and that's going to be an issue if the momentum can keep building over here for T5.
Yeah, we've had a couple teams do this in Korea where they sat on the tour de force for so long that it almost feels like they forgot it was in their hands. So it's still in Harry's hands, and he is still buying a Vandal. So a bit of a question mark for me on that one. Listen, I mean, if you just like the Vandal, I mean, go for it. You have the creds. I'm not really questioning your financial statement here.
Well, it is funny because, you know, the earlier you use it, then the earlier the second one will come into the game.
Exactly.
So it is. Oh, whoa. Moves. Taking down Harry there with a Hunter's Fury.
But now, I mean, I know this is all conclusive, but now retroactively you look at it and you're like, well, you spent money on the Vandal and you died right away, and Fantasy mows out 3.
Fantasy's insane. Just an absolute shutdown. A stomping over there in a lobby. Never got to get the spike planted or anything. Beautiful play. Now T5, again, they are coming back at a rate that is pretty damn scary here. And funds slowly being drained here for HolyMolly.
Very slowly, though. Very slowly. They still have a lot for yet another. But he still buys another Vandal. I mean, one of the biggest advantages that Chamber gives, and listen, I mean, Harry, maybe he just feels better with the Vandal. Maybe they have certain positions. Maybe they have a certain type of play they want to do with the Tour de Force when they don't have any money. Who knows? But here's the thing. You're already 9 rounds into the first half. There's only so many rounds left. And not using the Tour de Force to buy some leisure on the fun situation does seem a little risky. But maybe it's because he wants to play aggressive like this with his teammates.
Trying to spill down here from Hall. It's pretty fierce fighting back from T5, but they're getting outnumbered. They're getting outgunned. Jimbungi takes down another one, and now it's just Redwater. Oh, whiffs the shot, and even if it wasn't Jimbungi, I think he's going to be out of time to pull anything else off. Excellent engagement there onto the A site, getting that flank pulled off. And that's the 7th win.
Yeah, and I think if you're T5, you have to start realizing that, I mean, this is a very common play these days across the world.
Yeah.
Where you just push up and then open the door immediately, since you can't have that little mini game of opening and closing the door all the time. With that said, if you don't put a kind of aggressive trademark or an aggressive poison cloud there, you have to have someone watching it. Otherwise, that door is always going to be open. Someone has to be with you on A site to cover that door, whether it's after it's open, whether it's from Hall. Something needs to happen. Of course, right now we're actually seeing just a very aggressive push out from A Cave, and this gives a lot of info for T5.
For the time being, it's just Redwater holding B in this extremely tight angle. They have smoked that off as well. And a big peek down here from T5 through the attacker side on A. They don't see anybody there, so they're going to know that B is going to be the likely target here unless we have a rotation. And Redwater's going to get the kill and then be able to smoke it out and then reposition. And a direct push through here could be a surprise. It is. Harry goes down.
Harry out of the picture, and good play from Redwater. I mean, he put down the snake bite right away as well. That simply would have bought time, but he even gets that second kill. Now, with those two down, you know for sure that there's just so much time left for T5. Just sit back. You have the numbers advantage. You don't take any risks. You had info that there wasn't anyone cave. Now they smoke it off again. You have someone planted by the stairs this time in case they eventually trip that trademark and try to open the door. You're ready for it. You've covered Nest. All bases covered on T5. They have the numbers advantage. They simply need to just not get picked off one by one to Hermes' op.
Play it safe. We already saw Fantasy dominate in this position before. It looks like he's ready with the paranoia here. And he did! Hermes knocks him off. And entry to A becomes a reality. The spike is planted in the last few seconds. And it's going to have to be a retake here from T5 if they can pull it off.
And one gets tagged as well. Val is tagged. No one else. Redwater.
Dings him. Jingbungi denies Redwater. All that excellent roaming over at B. And now things are still evened out here, 2-2. Move's going to come around the corner. Back in lobby is Hermes.
And he holds that close angle.
Huge play here by HolyMolly.
I mean, that was very massive.
Dude, I keep going back to that fantasy peak. He should have just stayed back. He had the paranoia ready, inched out, and they lost him.
He just wanted to know, man.
He found out, Chobra. He did get the answer, Chobra.
Yeah, it was like, well, did curiosity really kill the cat? The answer was yes. Well, and you're right, though. That's where it all fell apart. I mean, if he just held and when he hears the, plant, throws the paranoia out, his teammates try to go for a trade. But I think it was a situation where maybe he had the same feedback from his team of don't just keep throwing out your paranoias all willy-nilly. So he tries to be a little more certain, and he pays the price for it.
They're going to try to push into B now. It's a commitment here. 10X fires through but misses. Over there, Redwater finally taken out. Beautiful play here by Hermes.
Almost gets taken out. Lives.
And we don't have the spike planted yet.
No,
that's going to be it.
They don't have an answer. I mean, they tried to get the pit down, but it was all over the place that they weren't able to really secure any advantages there. So 8-4, all in all, HolyMolly. I mean, the 6 rounds in a row at the start of the map here has assisted them to still have a hefty advantage.
Sure. I mean, they did an excellent job of getting that lead early on, and they're going to be certainly more comfortable here in the second half. But you can see when T5 finally was able to get the credits they need to actually get some real guns and get some good utility, they were able to hold their own. They were able to, go a little bit better than even there in that second half. So the start of this second half here going to be so important that T5 can actually stay on top.
Yeah, and here's where their comp, a lot of people have question marks. Is, well, you don't have a Jet, you only have a Reyna, and then you have an Omen, not something like a KO or a Sky that has a little bit deeper range with your flashes. So how do you entry into sight? Now, what T5 has done before is they'll play kind of these passive defaults and then just flood in all S5, throwing all the utility they have to break into the site. But this time, 10X is ready for it, gets one. He's aware of Bangnan.
Bangnan fighting back over here. 10X just on the other side does get pinged and is picked off there by Bangnan shortly after. Bangnan peeks around the toxic screen. Harry takes him out, as does Hermes with Redwater.
Just 2 left on the side of T5.
Felix dropping fantasy here. Moves, wants to plant, but probably can't in time here. Going to rotate around the pyramid.
Waiting for it.
And whiffs that shot. Felix with a big kill there. The 9th win. As, you know, there's not many more points left needed here for HolyMolly. They're really, really stepping it up here from that Ascent game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is just a completely different team.
Yeah.
And I think part of it is HolyMolly knew what the weaknesses of T5's comp were on defense.
Right.
And it's going to be the same thing on offense. I mean, they just don't have, 1 or 2 skills that can single-handedly open a site for you. They kind of have to invest everything. They have to be a bit more passive because they don't have a lot of secure information. You only have the one Sova, which Sova's great, but this map is so huge that you often have someone like a Sky or a KO to provide just a tad more. T5 lacking either of those, just with the Omen as the kind of second controller, second half initiator with the Paranoia.
So Redwater inching down Hall now. Just around the corner here. Felix is ready. He's going to end up sending the Aldrone out here. Redwater may try to hide from that. Instead, he's going to spot the other Sova moves on the other side.
Oh, but he only spots moves. So they're planting Redwater here. Will this pay? Is Jimmy going to open?
They're going to try to... Oh, hold on. Is Redwater going to cross the crosshairs there? The Sova? It looks like Sova wasn't peeking. Oh, kind of a sloppy moment here from Jingbungi.
Yeah, he does stay alive, though, and that's what's important. They have the gun advantages, so they don't want to give it up for free. Felix, of course, was ready in the back. Harry not able to rendezvous out.
And Hermes here with the Marshal. Some very important shots. Fired over here into B. It does look like Val could get a spike plant setup.
Hermes just playing to stay alive. They know they have the weapon advantage. Of course, one Bulldog now over to Val as Harry had dropped that earlier.
Oh, Val's insane. Takes out Hermes, and Moves is stepping up here as well.
Who's got the Bulldogs now?
Felix has like 3 HP.
Okay.
Fakes a defuse, but that should be pretty obvious.
He expects that. Felix had the timing. I mean,
it's
man.
so hard when you're that low.
Yeah, I mean, you get scratched by a bug as you're walking by, and you just flop over there. So
yeah, so I mean, nice play there by T5. Pulling back here, and excellent positioning in that round to eke out the kills. Scrape up the guns and then start to actually fight back.
Yeah, I mean, getting those Bulldogs. I mean, you carry one over, of course, only one left at the end, but that means that Moves doesn't really have to invest anything in this round. They still have a very respectable buy round because everyone else buys their rifles, and you still have a Bulldog, which is kind of right in between, right, of those save rounds and then a buy round in terms of firepower. Now, we do have true Marshals on the other side, so Felix and Hermes are going to try to do something at range. Looks like they want to stack up here in mid in case there's a push. But it's going to be all in B. And this is what T5 has to do. They always have to move as all 5 because they have to dump everything they have to enter into a site.
And so I think a bit of an overextension there by Hermes. He's going to be shot down there by Bangnan as B site is theirs to control. HolyMolly going to try to go for the retake, but through the smoke, Val gets the headshot off on Felix.
And now only 3 men with pistols. Oh, okay. Of course, that is a very powerful pistol with the Headhunter, but Val will be able to clean it up. This rendezvous is out for style points.
6-9 now. T5, making this first few rounds in the second half, a lot stronger than we saw at the start of this map here. And I think, when we saw that B site get taken, I do think the Jet coming out maybe a little bit too early, not with the rest of the team, was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to see, do I want to hold mid? Do I want to hold main?
Yeah.
And then you have the drone to spot him, and he's like, okay, well, maybe I should go back to main, and then it's just that timing. Of course, he gets caught out, like you said, all alone. Now they have all rifles, but one's a Guardian in the hand of Hermes. Now, here's the thing that HolyMolly needs to consider. You realize, okay, well, T5, their only way to enter is as all 5. They will almost never on this map leave someone planted as a lurk. Well, not at least on the other side of the map. Maybe just somewhere, in cave or B main. So that means you got to play a further back position. Like this. And then you get Bangnan on the push, and now you have the numbers advantage. Even if they push in all as one, it's only 4 people.
We've still got Hermes holding this pretty tight angle over here onto A. They're going to shoot down the Aldrone. And as that happens, the spike is being shuttled back around towards B. 10X is holding B for the time being.
And HolyMolly sniffs it out.
Yeah.
I think they're very comfortable leaving mid for now since they took out someone in Hall and no one had kind of pinched them in Nest. You also have, of course, the Viper being able to see across towards the front of Nest. And now Silva and KO both. Felix is here ready with the backup alongside Jim Bungi.
You can see the Viper on the ground, so that should give away the position he's going to be in. But the smoke comes down. Oh, my God. Redwater just fires through it and gets the kill over there.
Felix still around the site.
Okay, HolyMolly really clutching this.
HolyMolly. Talk about the team name. They realize it. They've realized what T5 has to do. They basically have one win condition, which is dump everything, go into the site. They have some limitations in the utility that's available with the agent picks they have. And HolyMolly says, okay, well, they're eventually going to peek in or, come into the site. We get one pick from afar.
Right.
And then we go for the retake.
Yeah, they just don't need to push anything on the attacker side, and T5 goes for a timeout here. Now, 6-10, I mean, obviously you're behind, but this is sort of doable. The problem is that, it, as you were saying, Chobra, it does kind of seem like HolyMolly is pretty much downloaded some of the play styles here from T5 on the attacking side, and I wonder what else they have to offer here to try to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, you consider what you have in your toolbox here, and I actually think this actually now comes back to the paranoia. I mean, it's got a considerable range and width. It is a very powerful skill. It's just you only have one, and it doesn't, cover the entire site on a map like Breeze. But if you want to continue doing these types of pinches, it can help you clear out the entire kind of backside of B. It can help you clear out the entire halls once you've made it halfway through. And then you have Bangnan following through with a Leer afterwards to do that. Of course, here they were trying to play off the smoke, and the timing just unfortunate as Jim Bungi's ready with the angle. But that's how they want to continue to push through. You don't want to actually dump everything into the site right now as T5. You want to take one part that's connected. Is it halls? Is it backside of B? Is it elbow? And then you take one pick, and then you make the numbers advantage, and then you go in as 5 and get the angles advantage. Well, if Harry just says hello for you, that's advantageous.
Yeah, immediately takes him out over here.
They don't know about Hermes.
And we were just talking
about... You don't know about Hermes?
Oh, my God. Hermes is sick. Beautiful setup over here to punish that. And it's such an overextension back there.
And now they are on the site, and they will get the plant, but it's now down to a 2v2.
So it's going to be Felix up in heaven. And 10x down in hell. Now hanging back over here. Doesn't see anybody back there, but that is where they're going to be coming from. Now the Aldrone sees both. Yeah, he can alert him.
Bangnan, Empress popped. Oh, I love the patience from Bangnan. He has faith that Moves is going to win that duel for him.
Yeah.
So he only focuses on Bridge. I mean, this is just pure faith in your teammates.
Yeah, well, it's this moment where he says, okay, he's popped out. Now I can come around and ensure the kill in that moment. So it was really important that he didn't show himself before that moment. So another win here for T5. That's going to make it 7-10 as things are getting closer.
It is interesting to me. HolyMolly, in that last round, it was after the timeout, and they say, okay, well, here's how we're gonna try to assume what the changes are that T5 brings here, and they go for that rush. Even though you lose the first kill, they planted Hermes, and it actually does a lot of damage. But again, T5 moved so fast through halls that they get pinched. HolyMolly, this time they spot them with the 0 point.
Okay, they're gonna come from A side, but there could be some pretty good crossfire here.
But this is what they need to do. This is what HolyMolly needs to do. You just have to give up the site. You just have to give up the site. You cannot compete anymore once they've taken over entire halls and the center of the site.
Fantasy is just executing players here from the back. Harry up in heaven.
Fantasy?
Fantasy didn't see Felix over there on the side.
Oh, he was so focused on Bridge.
Felix sends a shock dart through here.
Not too much time left as they have to go through the pit.
This is always a headache when the Viper's pit is up.
He has the recon bolt. Oh, they step right outside.
They just dodge it.
So now you have to check outside of the pit, and yeah, there's no way to really go through that safely.
Harry gonna try to come through here. Doesn't see. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's possible when they both pop out of that corner, you could spray them both down, but that's gonna be the 8th win there. Definitely an important moment there to use the Viper's pit.
Very well done from T5. And
yeah,
they're continuing to use speed to their advantage. And this was the same thing that we saw from HolyMolly. And I think HolyMolly, they had a couple rounds where they were playing further back. Even this time, the initial positions were good, but then they heard the Omen ult in. and they got a little antsy. Not everyone was quite ready for the retake yet. The backup was still on its way in spawn. So a bit unfortunate that they felt the pressure to kind of carry these duels out as they felt a little surrounded. T5 now just putting all their focus on B.
Look at this. It's going to be the Sova and the KO pushing down elbow. Oh my god, and Felix gets the double kill, winning the duel there, and then Jinbungi does it.
Oh my god, they finally take down Jinbungi, but at what cost? 3 members down for T5.
And I mean, this, it's not done yet, but it's going to be tough. Fantasy, though, sometimes playing out of his mind over here. Gets another kill. They haven't planted Spike yet. And this is going to be actually kind of adjacent to the pillar. Did that actually miss? Yeah, it did. Okay.
It did. Oh, that
I
was
almost
close.
had to do a double take there. And Fantasy is lurking inside his own smoke. It just is going to pop out, and that was such a gamble, and it worked out here. Now 10X drops Redwater, and it's just Fantasy now versus 10X.
Oh, well, he sees him.
What? Okay.
Do you spam that?
Oh! I got to say, kind of crazy. He just slow walked forward there. I thought he might try to take full advantage of
the idea there being that Viper is always weakest when she just launches her pit. However, because of the distance, he takes half a second too long. She's already had her weapon up for just long enough.
Yeah.
But at that point, I mean, Fantasy had already made up his mind. He's kind of committing to the mind games of I'm still going to push you aggressively.
Well, it already worked once. He popped out of his own smoke and just got the kill. He was vibing there.
Yeah, we start to see that a lot more when you hear these Viper's pits. People just push through because if you let them reposition, I mean, you're playing mind games with yourself.
Well,
at that
then
point.
you're in this this hide and seek with the Spike ticking away. So now 8-11 here. And the Aldrone's coming into A, and they do look like they have ambitions to go to A. We're going to have the Omen TP here to scout the backside.
He had his ult again? He popped off in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah,
he has his ult again to check the site for free.
Like we just had one of those.
Oh,
so they're going to get this spike plant over here, and they're going to be pulling back over here into a lobby.
Hey, the Tour de Force does work for Harry.
Yeah. And they're beginning to win the sniper battle over here. Only 3 players remaining, but hold on. Moves and Fantasy are insane!
Fantasy!
What?
Fantasy!
You see the operator, you see the Tour de Force getting the kills, and you kind of think the writing's on the wall, but apparently not.
Oh, Fantasy! He's like, well, it doesn't matter if I play Omen. I just have to get the kills.
Yeah.
You all thought you knew the meta, but I knew the game.
It's so crazy. So now 9-11 here. And this is going to be HolyMolly with Sheriff vibes.
Well, once again, and that's a little rough. I mean, Fantasy.
Yeah, it was just double dragon over here. Fantasy and moves just killing everybody off.
Dude, I loved Double Dragon.
I still love Double Dragon.
Oh, you know what? You got me there.
I've never stopped, Cobra.
I really outed myself.
So they're going to come in here once again onto A. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And Harry, what is happening?
I think Harry's finally realized that he has some extra keys on his keyboard to use the utility that
he got
Chamber
moves.
provides.
He's like, is the other one Fantasy?
Well, they're still able to get the plant. Now, you don't have, of course, the weapons you want.
Okay, Fantasy. Is he getting better every round? What is happening?
He's just upgrading.
All right, now Harry, the Lear comes out, and now he's not going to be too clear on Bongnam's position. All right, Bongnam.
Dismisses.
Yeah.
He's still alive, and then Fantasy covers for him.
What?
Fantasy.
I can't believe, just from the first-person perspective, that literally looked like there was no way the T5 could win that. But then Fantasy is everywhere.
And, granted, of course, if HolyMolly had rifles, yeah, it would be different. But here's the thing, is that even with the weaker weapons, they had the advantage there in terms of angles, the number of people, and the damage that had already been done.
Yeah.
And yet, Bongnan is able to just prance around that box long enough.
Fantasy is like a superhuman. That's where he got his ID. Oh, my. Yeah, just taking a look back at that from that perspective.
Yeah. Oh, Harry.
It's like, where'd you get your name? He's like, it's like my play, not based in reality. Like, huh. Okay. Oh, wow. Hunter's Fury here.
Is that where you got your name? Your play was tasteless? Oh, boy.
Now, in this, well, Hermes Takes out Bangnam. Now, normally I want to be like, this is going to be a tough round for T5, but Fantasy is still moving around, guys.
I mean, he's the key player now. Don't tell me otherwise.
All right, so Shroud steps away. Tour de Force is equipped, and that Omen Smoke is going to dissipate in a little bit. And they're stacked over here by Arches, by the way.
Yeah, now you want to cover with the op and have everyone kind of file through. 0 point just to check the close angles. I like it. You assume someone's at least in backside.
Oh, he whiffs the shot. Oh, that's going to ping him.
Yeah, that pings all of them. They know. They're trapped.
Okay, Harry with some insane spam. He moves, fights back, but it's not enough as Felix gets that final kill. Not much time left, but that spike is going to be diffused here, and that's going to be 12-10 here. T5 needs to fight for the overtime.
That's right. And HolyMolly, I think the way this map hasn't been going, I mean, they had the 6-0 lead when the map started, but right now, you just want it to end. If this goes to overtime, you really don't know who just has the better mental endurance, who has maybe even specific plays for overtime. You don't want to take that chance. So HolyMolly, the good news is they get to keep the op, which obviously is huge on Breeze. Now they're not able to all get full buys. So it was a very costly win, and that ends any chance of that loss streak credit coming in. So HolyMolly, they're not going to all have full armors. They will eventually find a way to get rifles in everyone's hands.
This time they're going to try to come through doors over here onto A. The Viper wall is up.
Oh, you know she's trapped there, and then, oh my god, the ult from Omen to buy time, and
Bangnam! I can't believe it! He closes it out!
Oh my god!
I felt like that round had barely started, by the way.
Well, it did. You're right.
I mean, it was so quick.
So they pop the Empress, and immediately, right as they're going in, not only do they throw the Leer, but they use the ultimate from the shadows on Fantasy. What that does is, obviously, it covers the minimap, but he stands right where they get the ping on Hermes. So Hermes is like, well, I need to take out this shadow, because otherwise he's going to stab me in the back. And as he's staring at Omen's shadow, Bangnam says, hello, kills him, and just pops off with the Empress.
Yeah, and just got every shot from there on out. Is this the final round in map 2, or are we just getting started on overtime?
Now, you still have some form of weaponry. You have the Blade Storm on Hermes. Now, Jimbling also has a Milk Command.
All right, they're going to back up, giving up elbow here. And they're not, well, they thought about going into A, but Fantasy gets dropped by Harry.
Well, given how this map is going.
Oh, Hermes takes out Bangnam. Redwater returns the favor.
Yeah, you got to have someone watching the back here.
This is not looking good here for T5.
A Tour de Force used also for Harry, so they should feel comfortable leaving him alone. Jimbling needs to get back in time. Otherwise, 10X cannot get spotted, because if he gets spotted and he gets taken down, things are risky. But if not, you have the Null Command, you have the Sova to try.
Oh, I almost forgot. Oh my god, he gets the kill! All right, so there's still 2 players remaining here in this 2 versus 2. The attacker's side, they're going to try to go for the plant. Now, it's a pretty pulled back position here from Harry and Jimbling.
No, T5 can't exit this. Oh, no.
Val gets the kill.
Oh, no.
He spots Harry. He gets the call out.
Oh, my
It's overtime, baby. Let's go.
Wow. Fantasy gets dropped, but T5 still groups together to be able to take this to overtime. And HolyMolly, they got to start feeling the pressure, because they have their chances, right? You had Hermes with the flank. With that Blade Storm, he gets one, he gets taken out. And then you have 10X, and 10X in that situation is just thinking, if I only had a Phantom or a Vandal.
Yeah.
He was stuck with the Guardian. He's able to take out the Viper, but then he's like, well, this pit's going down. Here I am with my single-fire rifle.
Shobra, my brother, I'm getting wiggly with excitement. The wiggles are coming.
Oh, boy.
This is so cool. T5's brought it to OT, and it's going to be T5 here on the defending side. HolyMolly here attacking side. Again, guys, T5 got the first map win here. HolyMolly needs to fight to survive right now.
Yeah, HolyMolly, I mean, they need this. If you lose this map, not only do you lose this match, but you're down 0-4 in record here in this round-robin main stage.
Okay, Aldrone comes now through wooden doors.
They have no idea yet about Rose. Now, you see the trademark, so he's gonna smoke it so that he can continue to push through.
Yeah, now Fantasy's going to get a wrap right now. There's nobody here to trap over at A. In fact, 10X is going to be
Oh, no.
Well, you're kidding me. 10X waiting for that, and he Shroud steps back up here. Fantasy getting the kill on 10X and then escaping into Hall.
Well, this is disastrous, because here's the thing. 10X saw the smoke onto the trademark. Meanwhile, Hermes gets dropped as well. So 10X, if he had only taken out Fantasy, they still have control of most of the map. But now they've lost entire control. You have no idea if someone's in shop in a main cave.
Harry takes down Bangnam. Oh my God, the spray actually manages to connect
And
there,
Spike's
Val.
dropped again. Jimbungi and Harry stuck in mid. Jimbungi gets spotted. They knew Harry was near Nest.
He's pinged.
Oh, the paranoia just to buy. What that did was make sure they don't enter into the site to try to flank around into A main. So now you know they're coming from mid.
Okay, a double flash here. Fantasy's ready.
He just needs the trade.
And he gets it.
Oh my goodness.
Back of attacker spawn. Omen guarding that spike, closing that out. 13-12. And again, if HolyMolly loses this opportunity to not do the overtime reset, it's going to be a 2-0 here for T5.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
It's crazy, right?
I can't believe we're that close. And given how this map started, 6-0 lead for HolyMolly. And then they switch over, and they're not able to really block the assault enough coming in from T5. And T5 on attack again. HolyMolly, they've had some nightmares about this. Yeah, he's just trying to take some control of Halls here for moves. Now you see the toxic screen, you gotta play further back, especially after that ping. Oh no, 10X falling is disastrous. I've talked about it again and again. T5 will always strike as 5 on this map.
Oh my God, they're starting to thin out. Only 2 HolyMolly players remaining. The spike is planted.
Oh, and they're so far too. I mean, this is also just a matter of time. Yeah, you just can't do much. You've got the lineups too from the Viper.
Harry gets it started. Creeping down here, closing that door. Moves taking a tight angle here. Back in lobby, and they basically have the stack set up that just burn through time.
Yeah, and it's just Harry, and utility starting to come out. Oh, but the snake bite has missed.
That missed too well. It missed, but then moves connected onto Harry. Beautifully done. All right, so that's going to be it. 2-0 there, T5, with just a trait of a match there on Breeze.
That was insane, and I gotta give a shout out to our Omen Fantasy.
Dude.
Everyone doubted you as he continued to play Omen.
Yeah.
We're not even on the new patch, ladies and gentlemen. We're still on the old patch. Omen wasn't buffed yet, and he says, "Oh, Breeze, everyone wants the Viper, but all I need are the shadows."
Dude, dude, that was such an insane performance there from Fantasy. I mean, there were these moments where, honestly, it looked like there was absolutely no way that T5 could take it. We're talking about moments where 2 players are dropped from an operator, still, you know, and then Fantasy just comes back and 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 kills to clutch that victory. Wow, I am so impressed here with T5.
What a performance from T5, and HolyMolly, I mean, they look a little shook today.
Yeah.
Even though they've lost rounds and maps, you know, before, obviously they haven't won a match yet, they've always been able to put up a fight and kind of show their own ideas, and it looks like today, they just got taken apart. I mean, on both maps, quite frankly.
Yeah, and you know, you look at, like, T5 and what happened on Breeze and how far behind they got, that's clutch. Yes. When you're able to pull it back from a disadvantage like that, clearly there's no arguing going on back there. They're focused on what they need to fix, and they're fixing it. And that's how you actually overcome all odds, winning that 14-12. After HolyMolly was so close to ending that map, and we would be on map 3 right now, had they done that.
Yeah, and I think HolyMolly, they thought they were pretty safe after the 6-0 start, but that was not the case. Eventually it goes to overtime, and T5, they carry that momentum over on both sides of overtime, and I gotta wonder, that headshot percentage, like how much of that is thanks to Bangnan? I mean, he's already sitting at 41% when we started the day, so I can only wonder what that looks like. But I'm looking at the scoreboard in game, and Fantasy, I mean, ends it with 24 kills, really just carrying them through the hardest of rounds here for T5.
T5, man. I mean, look, their score hasn't exactly been stellar overall. That's their first win here in the tournament, but like they're looking like they have so much promise.
Yes.
Which is something very exciting for the region. I mean, just recently they were holding their own here versus Vision Strikers. So I think, you know, keep an eye on these guys. It takes a couple important matches to kind of get comfortable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, T5. You look at the numbers, and you know it's clearly been a very big bloodbath back and forth. And of course, I mean, we talked about this before, but for anyone wondering, and you'll notice right as we do the interview as well, of course, T5 had to play at home due to COVID, and so HolyMolly had the choice, whether they want to play here in the studio or not. They have the official guidelines always give that choice. HolyMolly, in case anyone's wondering, obviously usually you imagine like, well, most teams would also want to play at home, but HolyMolly actually, they don't all live around Seoul. So whenever they play for their matches, they always have to gather up to come to the studio. They already had a match yesterday, so they're like, let's just stick around and play in the studio. But of course, we do everything we can to provide kind of equal situation, so we don't do any extra interviews just because HolyMolly's here, you know, pre-game interviews. It's still an online match for that scenario. But it's going to be Fantasy on Breeze, and I'm excited to have a chance to hear from. I believe we should be getting the chance to talk to Fantasy on the English stream. Just so you guys know, we are splitting the MVP interviews as well whenever there's two different people, just to get a little bit of variety. Also, you know, give a little break for the players so they don't have to go through two interviews every time. So Bongnan on Ascent, Fantasy on Breeze.
Dude, Fantasy was like inspirational, man. As an Omen player myself, I was really
You're excited.
I was quietly cheering to see what Fantasy was going to do. But dude, he was so phenomenal in that match.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible play coming from Fantasy. And I mean, listen, I questioned it when he continued to play the Omen here on Breeze. But you know what? He's made me a believer.
I'm a believer, man.
The Omen's not the problem. It's who's behind the Omen.
That's right. It's who's wearing that shroud that matters.
Who's actually under
Shrouds
that shadow.
up for Omen. Let's go. Get your capes ready, Omen players.
Oh, man.
Really, really cool stuff to see. And look, it was, even though it was a very, very close back there, these are two teams that obviously score-wise are on the bottom end here of the team lineup that we have, but they brought an amazing game back there, both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and you could tell both of them pretty hungry for this one. They both needed it. They were already on a 3-loss streak here in terms of matches. In the round robin, we're already kind of nearing that halfway mark. People are starting to play their fourth match like today. And it's going to be T5. And listen, this is a team where they made the main stage, and they were like, to be honest, we didn't think we'd make it. You know, they come up above Go and Go, who was seeded into the qualifiers from their performance last year. And even T5 themselves were surprised. Well, we didn't think we'd be this ready to come to the main stage. So they really didn't know what expectations to have for themselves. They come in, little rough start, but they get one win, and they're like, okay, well, there's still a chance.
There's still
we
hope.
Can still push forward.
Yeah. And, I mean, they're doing it, man. And, by the way, guys, we are not done for the day. We always have an interview, but we have another big match coming up next.
Yes. We have the interview as well that we have to wait for.
Of course, we have an interview
as
well.
well.
Highlights.
Interviews.
There's so much more to do, guys.
There is a small break in the middle, but then on the second match.
It's not that long.
No, it's not.
Don't go away.
Yeah, just get some food, you know. Play some death match.
Maybe do the laundry.
Do the laundry. Laundry is important.
Here's the thing. You could do the laundry, then you can eat some food.
And then you can probably still play one death match.
And then there's going to be a technical timeout.
No. We don't
and
go
that's
back
what
to
you do. You put the laundry in the dryer. So, kind of a crazy start here in this recap. We have HolyMolly really taking the lead and having a commanding performance here. And I think it wasn't until, Game 7 where we saw the first win on the board here for T5, but it was one of many to come.
Yeah, it was a 6-0, and then it's just back and forth, but every back and forth, T5 gets like one extra round. So T5 wins 3 rounds, and then HolyMolly wins 2. And then T5 wins 2. HolyMolly wins 1. And they slowly creep back into overtime. And by that point, I mean, you could tell from the play as well, HolyMolly starting to just kind of fall apart at the seams, whereas T5 was playing more and more as a unit, especially on that attack. And, I mean, I kind of feel bad for HolyMolly because I think halfway through that second half, they figured out what T5 needed, and they were doing plays like that where they say, okay, well, we've done enough of a slow default, now let's go back aggressive. And then Fantasy just starts popping off.
Dude, Fantasy was playing just such an insane level here. There was another great moment here from Bangnam, just like connection after connection after connection. So many clutch moments there. And, you know, ultimately this ended with that 14-12 there. One of my favorite casts, you know, of the tournament so far.
Is it because there was an Omen?
Yeah, that's part of it.
We haven't seen Omen in a while.
Yeah.
And it's on Breeze, and you're like, well, the world told me I wasn't allowed to play Omen on Breeze.
And I'm bad on that map, so this is even more helpful for me. But yeah, let's keep our eyes out for T5, you know, as we continue to move on in this season and the next.
Yes, I think, you know, T5 and then Maru Gaming, who recently got their win yesterday over HolyMolly as well. And I think these are teams where you can tell they have a certain level of foundation and they have the right ideas about how to slowly break into Valorant a bit more as a game. They just haven't had the time yet. So what do they look like after all these reps? What do they look like after the round robin? If they make it to playoffs, what do they look like there? And then depending on the results, what do they look like next stage when they come back? If they come back, of course, and hopefully they do. So that's something I think we can all look forward to. I mean, I know, listen, a lot of people around the world are like, Korea's a one-team region.
They're wrong. Well, they're not totally wrong.
Yeah, they're kind of right for now. We got to hold our horses.
They should be wrong. No, look.
I think we're getting there, though. That's the point.
We're developing more and more of a scene, and Valorant is continuing to grow in popularity out here in Korea. So I think, you know, time is on this region's side.
Yes.
And I think the promise that we're seeing from these teams that aren't not even the first 3 or 4 teams that come to your mind when you think about Korean Valorant, the fact that we're seeing games like this is very exciting.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, big props to T5 as they take that 2-0.
Yeah. And after we have our short break, guys, we're going to have WGS KIA going up against WGS, which is going to be, I think, an even higher level of play match.
Well, here's the thing. Damwon just lost to Onslayers yesterday, and they're not feeling too happy about that. I can only imagine that they're very upset with themselves for giving up that 2-0 against Onslayers after, you know, talking all this trash about, oh, we don't even consider them rivals.
Oh, yeah, well, especially when you have a sponsor like this that is such a powerhouse in the Korean region. You know, you're kind of supposed to be...
There's an expectation.
Stopping everybody.
Yeah.
And so let's see how they perform. It would be kind of crazy if they lost this at WGS and they were 2-2.
I mean, that would be insane to think about.
Yeah.
And on paper, that should be an upset. But again, WGS is one of those teams that, like, sometimes they're stronger against strong teams. You know what I mean? They're strong to the strong and weak to the weak.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird team. So we'll see what that looks like. And that's only for today. Of course, we have so many more days of matches here. And again, as we continue to see this growth, I think initially you're like, oh, well, Wednesday looked exciting and Sunday looked exciting. But now I'm like, well, Maru Gaming, how many rounds do they take off DRX? Can they take a map off of DRX? I mean, these are starting to be very viable questions here in Korea.
And this is a schedule for throughout the week. You know, we're here on Thursday, but the next 3 days, same time, same place, guys. Be sure to join us here. It's going to be the very best you can ask for of Valorant Korean matches.
Oh, man, this stage is really delivering. I think a lot of us were excited when we saw the teams, the roster changes, and even the format change. And so far, it is delivering, I think, more than a lot of people had hoped.
I agree. So, you know, it's going to be an exciting week here. And, you know, tomorrow on Friday, we've got some great matches for you guys to see. Again, Slayers is really looking kind of untouchable right now. So we're going to see who's going to be the first to stop them as well. And momentarily, guys, we're going to be going to our interview now with our players. Again, one team played remotely. Some of the players were sick and weren't able to make it here. The other team, they had the option to play from home, but they did opt to come into the studio and play, you know, in a setting with cameras and casters around them and all that. And those are the league rules, basically. They could choose. They could have stayed at home and played, or they could have come down to the studio. But we try to keep the overall atmosphere the same for both of the teams. Anyways, we're going to be going to that interview, I think, in a second here from Chobra. Right now, it's your boy, Tasteless, solo casting until that interview is ready. But after this interview is done, we are going to have a short break. I'm going to eat some food. I think you should too. And then when we come back, we will be going on to our next best of 3 here. And that is going to be WGS KIA versus WGS. As we mentioned earlier, again, T5 going to be very happy that they did get this 2-0. I'm actually very curious to see what these guys think about this season and how they're going to be performing down the road. Since they are showing more and more promise, and they seem to be, really rapidly adapting to this hyper-competitive format. They are not faltering even against the very best like DRX. And then when they go up against a team like HolyMolly, where we thought it would be pretty close, and I mean, it was inside of the games, they really clutched through. I mean, that Breeze game, for me, one of the most memorable games of the tournament so far here. And let's see how long one man can talk before an interview's ready. Actually, we just got there, guys. Enjoy the interview, and we'll see you in the second half after that.
All right, we are ready with the MVP interview. We're going to have a chance to hear from Fantasy, our Omen player here in VCT Korea for Team T5. But first up, I just want to ask, how are things with T5 right now? Of course, they had to play from home due to being ill. So I wanted to ask Fantasy, how are things right now with the team? 네, 판자리 선수 안녕하세요. 일단 승리 축하드리고 지금 일단 팀 내의 상황이 어떤지, 건강 상태는 어떤지 한번 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
그 코치님은 교통사고 나셔가지고 한 3일 입원하셨고, 무브즈는 백신 부작용으로 2주 입원하고, 박나는 오늘 코로나 양성 떠가지고 굉장히 힘든 상태로 게임을 했어요.
아유, 정말 많이 힘드셨을 텐데 정말 오늘 힘든 경기를 치르셨네요. 먼저 통역하고 또 다음 질문 이어가겠습니다. So actually our coach was in a traffic accident. So he's been in the hospital for a little bit. And then we had one of our players, Moves, who actually had a bit of a side effect from the vaccine. So he had to go to the hospital for a couple days before the match. And Bangnan just tested positive as well. So he's playing under ill conditions. So it's been kind of tough for us to come up to this match. Now, however, they still get their first victory here today despite all of that. So how are they feeling now? 네, 그러면 그런 모든 험난한 상황 속에서도 오늘 승리를 거두셨는데 기분이 지금 어떠신가요?
이런 상황에서도 승리 거두니까 굉장히 기분이 좋아요.
네, 알겠습니다. I mean, of course, despite all that, we get our win, so we're very, very happy right now off of that 2-0 victory. Now let's talk about that Breeze, and specifically, rough start there as well. 6-0 lead for HolyMolly. What did they do to come back? 네, 그럼 브리즈 맵에서 시작이 다소 좋진 않았습니다. 6-0으로 홀리몰리가 앞서는 상황에서 어떻게 다시 페이스를 찾으실 수 있었는지 한번 알려주실 수 있나요?
저희가 연습 경기 할 때 상대가 그 올치는 거를 많이 당해줬는데, 그래도 라운드 따이고 나서 그거를 좀 의식해가지고 그렇게 된 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. Yeah, so initially when we were even doing our scrims, we would get kind of picked off on all of these lurks, and we were starting to get aware of that as we went through these rounds, and we kind of caught ourselves. So we said, all right, we just got to regroup and think about what we learned from our scrims, and we were able to get that victory. Well, moving forward, T5 still has quite a few tough matches waiting for us. Of course, they still haven't played WGS KIA or on Slayers. How does Fantasy feel about those matches? 네, 그럼 앞으로도 그래도 좀 어려운 경기가 아직 기다리고 있습니다. 담원기아와 온슬레이어스도 만나야 하는데 그 경기들에 대해서는 어떻게 준비하실 건가요?
준비 시간이 많이 적긴 하지만 그래도 해볼만 하다고 생각 중이라 준비한 거 없어도 이길 것 같습니다.
좀 자신이 많으신데 이거 좀 당당하게 제가 통역해도 될까요?
네.
알겠습니다. Yeah, so they are hard matches. They're tough opponents. We don't have too much time to prep, but I think we have a chance. So even if we don't have that much time to prep something new, I think we might win. And I followed up and said, can I just tell that as confidently as you just told me to the fans globally? And he says, you know what? Yeah, go for it. Well, I think that's something we can look forward to. Of course, last but not least, a lot of fans are cheering on for T5. I just want to hear some last words to the fans. 네, 그러면 해외에서도 T5를 응원해주신 팬분들이 많은데 마지막으로 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
응원해주셔서 고맙고 코치님 화이팅!
네, 알겠습니다. So thank you so much to all of our fans that are cheering us on towards the playoffs, and also just fighting to our coach for a speedy recovery. That was Fantasy here with the MVP interview. Once again, congratulations to their first victory. We'll be right back after the break.
Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me the trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the. I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the comeback.
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
rough, just remember how a heavenly touch lasts forever. In the end we are one. I have the patience in my soul, 'cause I know that it's worth it. These affirmations let me know that I'm already perfect. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion, rich in magic. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion. Yes I am. So devoted, no I won't ever stop till I'm floating, till I land at the top. These emotions fill my heart as it drops. Every moment I give it all that I got. I have the patience in my soul, 'cause I know that it's worth it. These affirmations let me know that I'm already perfect. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion, rich in magic. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion. Yes I am. I am sacred, I am holy, I am nothing like you. Ain't no limit to my vision, nothing that I can't do. Got a second or a minute for an hour or two. Praise my body, praise my spirit, praise the life that I choose. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. I hear that one, say yes I am. 100 miles up, say yes I can. Is it all love? Say yes I am. Yes I am. Yes I am. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion, rich in magic. It's my life, so I tell me I'm alright, and it helps me realize that I'm wealthy, rich in passion. Yes I am.
I can feel you in my heart, you in my arms. I can feel you in my heart, you in my whispers.
Been too many nights trying to make it through the dark. Gone are the days that I try to tell myself apart. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Can't stop now, throw my hands up in the air. I got work in the morning, but I just don't care. Singing oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance and fade away. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. Our bodies never felt so alive. Sweating out all the imperfections, that's how we make it by. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance and fade away. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance and fade away.
I'm not a joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I got a new love. He runs for miles. 67 fastback. Oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show. Watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. Hey, hey, hey.
키스 아 에이 키스 안 되죠? 안 돼요 이거 안 돼요. 마무리면 13대 9로 담원 기아가 2세트도 승리를 가져갑니다.
중요한 경기는 아니었어가지고
저희는 그냥 일부러 져줬다.
얘들아 촬영 왔어. 뭐야? 어디 갔지? 태석이 형 뭐하고 있죠?
네, 핸드폰 하고 있어요.
근데 저희 진짜 쉴 때 일상이 딱 이거예요. 그냥 진짜 이불에 누워가지고 진짜 핸드폰 보거나 자거나. 네, 여기가 저희가 이제 사용하는 연습실이고요. 제 자리 먼저 이제 소개를 하자면은 여기 이제 맨 끝에를 제가 사용을 하고 있어요. 이제 제 바로 옆은 이제 킹 선수 지금 뭐 하시죠?
나 지금 이거 이어폰 교환받으러
지금 환불하느라 좀 바쁜데 이어폰 좀 불량이 와가지고.
대회 때 이어폰 써야 될 거 아니야, 형.
네, 장비와 제 세팅 설명을 좀 드리겠습니다. 마우스는 G프로 슈퍼라이트. 이거가 좀 가볍고 또 G프로에서 좀 너무 잘 만들어가지고 연락만 주시면 뭐 이런 영상 찍으냐고. 제 키보드 마르스 프로 슈팅스타라는 키보드고 촉감이 맨들맨들하게 사람 약간 만지는 느낌 들어가지고. 감도는 400dpi에 0.9를 쓰고 있고 이게 스나이퍼 그거죠? 저는 기본 거 1 쓰고 있어요. 이거 해도 되나 형 모르겠네. 여기 이만. 이거 방송 최초 공개거든요. 공개가 되겠지? 문을 열면 제 방송방입니다. 어떻게 간만에 캠 켰는데 그냥 살점 찐 거 같나요? 뭐 제가 평소에 집에서 방송할 때 쓰는 장비들이고 여기 캠도 있긴 한데 요즘 와크가 살벌해가지고 안 켜고 있고. 혹시 이거 코치님 어디 가셨나요?
코치님 저쪽에 가시면
제가 가까이 오실래요? 제가 할게요. 할게요. 솔로 선수가 담원으로 가고 제가 이 팀에 온 이상 라이벌이 됐기 때문에 손절을 했고요. 장난이고 꾸준히 그냥 연락하고 실제로 만나서 술도 먹고 그렇게 하고 있습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 발로란트 파트너 스트리머 얌찌입니다.
해리, 발로란트는 끝까지 하면 된다.
반응 뭔가요 에스퍼란자 방금? 안 되죠? 안 돼요 이거 안 돼요.
우선 저희가 예선이기도 했고 중요한 경기는 아니었어가지고 조합도 바꾸고 그리고 이제 전략이랑 그런 거 일체 사용하지 않고 저희가 경기에 임했거든요.
에스퍼란자 선수 인터뷰를 좀 봤는데 이미 이겼다라고 뭐 말을 좀 하던데
3등 팀? 뭐 저희랑 DRX 밑에
저희는 그냥 일부러 져줬다.
그 발언?
그럼
그 발언?
엔제지.
우주장병 이거 포켓 만들었어요. 설치만 하겠다. 설치만 할 거예요 이거.
이때는 이제 즉석으로 나오는 셋업.
뒤 줌바 가보자. 자 줌바.
이때 이 장면.
저 때 제가 오씨 이랬을 거예요 반응이. 왜냐면 앞에 저기 이렇게 제가 안 본 사이에 지나간 거니까 자칫하면은 이제 저희 샤워 뒤치기 맞고 죽는 경우도 있어가지고 이거는 상대 잘못이죠 어떻게 보면. 체크를 제대로 안 했으니까.
이 센스.
센스 보셨나요 방금?
이거 매일 콜이 됐던 상황이었나요?
그러니까 정확히 뺑을 어디다 까줄지는 몰랐는데 이게 어떻게 보면 게임 많이 해보면서 느끼는 약간 센스거든요.
근데 이제 성신이가 우리한테 이거 자랑하더라고요. 어때 이 센스? 어때 이 센스?
재능이다.
삐가 안 맞으려고 갔더니 센스가 진짜.
오호.
제트 마렵다.
방금 이 라운드에서 엄청난 센스를 보여줬는데 이런 삥 피하는 팁들이 좀 있을까요?
엄청 많이 게임을 해보면 그 상황이 약화되는 상황들이 분명히 오거든요. 근데 이제 거기서 해결할 수 있는 방안을 본인이 찾으면 이런 센스 플레이를 자동으로 할 수 있거든요. 타고났다. 약간 이렇게 말해주고 싶어요.
위에 있는 거 알거든요? 설마 갓데드! 갓데드!
저 이 장면 봤거든요.
오. 인트로 선수가 사운드를 살짝 냈어요. 점프 사운드를. 근데 샤워 입구에서 점프 사운드 났을 때 올라갈 수 있는 곳이 한 곳밖에 없거든요.
네.
그 벤치. 그래서 거기 예상하고 쏘긴 했어.
예상하고 썼는데 죽어가지고
아 그때 뭐 혼자 쉬고 있었죠.
그 이제 사이에 그 틈새를 일부러 노린 건가요?
저는 그 반응으로 그렇지 자신이 있어가지고 두 각 다 볼 수 있는 곳에 있었어요. 그래가지고 하나 잡고 하나 잡고.
근데 성신이가 반응이 진짜 빨라요. 저희 팀원들도 다 인정해요. 진짜 반응이랑 라이플 끌어치기를 진짜 잘하는 거예요.
오, 반응만큼은 1위? 팀 내에서?
한국에서 타고났다.
다음 경기에서 만약에 또 담원을 만나게 된다면 이기실 수 있을까요?
질 자신이 없습니다.
아, 질 자신이 없다.
저 발언에 대해서 저는 아무것도 모르는 내용입니다.
제가 진짜 똑똑히 보도록 하겠습니다.
본선에서 쓸 많은 전략이랑 그런 거 많이 준비되어 있으니까 좋은 모습으로 봐주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
예선전에 있었던 그거는 진짜 1도 저희의 전략도 아니고 저희의 그 조합도 아니니까 그 많은 기대 부탁드리고 앞으로도 많은 응원 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
똑똑히 봐라.
We are back. Thank you for your patience. We're ready to start the second half of tonight's games. You know, our first best of 3 was actually really exciting.
Yes.
With T5 versus HolyMolly. But this is really the big match of the day here.
Absolutely. Damwon Kia versus WGS.
Yeah, these are two teams that are extremely good. I'd say Damwon Kia is expected to perform a little bit better, but they've already lost one game here.
Yes, they lost on Slayers, and that was yesterday. So they're coming right off of a loss, and they need to kind of pick themselves back together here for another match.
Yeah, they got a Humpty Dumpty, man. They got to put it all back together again, Chobra.
Get back up
Did
on
they
that
have
wall.
enough kings, horses, men, and horses? I don't know how the
Yeah,
nursery
actually
rhyme
forget it,
goes.
yeah.
So going into this match, dude, like, you know, Damwon's always been in a bit of a funny place because obviously, you know, with the likes of Vision Strikers last year and even a little bit before that, have always been the dominant force despite this being kind of the main big sponsored Korean team for VALORANT.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
they entered early on, and they are clearly very invested in the scene, and they started to put together a structure and a team, and they looked better and better. They just weren't quite there to really cut through that top 1, top 2 spot, you know, competing against the likes of current DRX, formerly known as Vision Strikers, and then New Turn last year as well. But then they just continued to upgrade, and they had some roster additions this year with Esperanza and Exi. Of course, head coach Solo from ex-New Turn fame now leading them. But they lost to kind of their new rivals in Onslayers yesterday.
Yeah, and Onslayers is, you know, an assembly of some extremely talented Korean players as we're, you know, post the first year shuffle of all these players finding new teams and kind of seeing if they're going to make a home there. But I do still think it's more likely than not that Damwon Kia will be taking this, again, an all-star lineup. But, you know, as we were mentioning before, just recently they lost the first match.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, this is going to be a real question of how strongly can you bounce back. Intro, Esperanza, Texture, Junghai, Exi. These are all very familiar names, especially Esperanza and Exi as the new additions. They've been so strong kind of as that second line of defense or sometimes attack. Here for Damwon Kia, Texture, a very, very big mainstay in Korean Jets here in the VCT stage. And then Intro has been growing a lot in his new position as the Sentinel, sometimes at Viper. Junghai, he has been growing as an Astra to slowly really try to compete against the likes of Zumba, but yesterday, a little shaky.
Yeah, and we're going to see, you know, how Texture can perform here today. He was just recently under the weather. But, you know, going up here against WGS, this is a team. They've always been kind of the middle child of Korean VALORANT out here. You know, they're not a bad team at all, but they certainly don't go to the front of the pack either.
Yeah, they've always kind of fluctuated in between, and we looked at them starting with the qualifiers with the addition of Godlike. Of course, Luke joining them at the end of last year as well. Luke, formerly known as Halbe, for anyone that's kind of been out of the scene for a little bit here in Korea. But Godlike coming in as someone who a lot of people were hoping would be the ones to really rein Han in. Han's a great jet player, but he sometimes just goes a little overboard. You got to reel him back in. And Godlike as the new IGL, can he do it? And we've seen glimpses of it. But then sometimes Godlike says, you know what, Han? Go for it. I'm going to support you in this charge forward. And they just start just charging out of mid when they're on defense. And sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, it is a situation where teams, especially like WGS, they have these moments where maybe it's better to be a little bit more conservative. But if they do pull off these like aggro plays while on the defender's side, they look amazing, but it's an easy way for things to backfire. The Texture is really the phenom of this team. Again, we haven't seen as much of him since he was feeling a little bit ill, but we're going to see how he can perform here today.
Yeah, of course, he had to take one match off out of their 3 so far. It was the second match. It was not yesterday. And then he returned yesterday, and to be very honest, he looked a little out of sorts yesterday compared to what we're used to seeing from him. As you can see from the stats, despite the rough match yesterday, he still holds a very high first kill rate over there on the left side. Still very good average damage per round. But we'll see. Can he really get back into that form where we started calling him the phenom of Damwon Kia?
This has been kind of a funny theme that's been happening here in Korean VALORANT, where a lot of our team, all of our players on our teams are getting ill, right? We're still having COVID kind of move through the country. So we have had some of these guys feel under the weather, and obviously that can affect your performance. Or if you have a great player who can't really play that day because he isn't feeling good, But we're going to see if they can power through it.
Yeah, I mean, that's just in general, especially with FPSs, I think. So much of it relies on your condition of the day. I mean, you can have two great teams, and it's like, well, one person just wasn't feeling it as much today, and that's what it comes down to, and that's why it's so important to build this consistency in terms of your regimen and on-stage experience. Now, on the other side, WGS Sylvan has continued to impress everyone. I think even in their losses as a team here in WGS, Sylvan has really started to come together as his own as a controller player. I remember when Sylvan debuted last year, he was also kind of debuting as this new Omen player at the time when Omen was still around, and now he's really transitioned into the meta.
Yeah, well, let's not forget Omen is back as
Thanks
of
to
today,
Fantasy.
Chobra. Now everybody's trying to pick Omen. When they're queuing up in games, you better go fast. It's going to get sniped now that people see what Fantasy can do. But I remember that time, that weird backwards era where people weren't all playing Omen.
Yeah, there was a time.
Yeah.
And just in case anyone's confused, of course, on the tournament, we're not on the new patch either. So what Fantasy did in that
Well, we're
former
talking
game,
about just Fantasy's performance in that previous best of 3 we casted before the break.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. Well, now a new set of maps here for Damwon Kia and WGS.
Keeping it old school here for our lineup. Haven, Split, and Ascent are where our 3 games will be played. Damwon Kia banning Breeze and Icebox. WGS banning Bind and Fracture.
Okay, so Breeze and Icebox, I think Damwon, I think the biggest thing is probably they want to just continue to avoid what they can, similar to DRX, trying to just play the same maps until playoffs, until really push comes to shove. The ban against Bind, not a big surprise. I mean, it's Damwon Kia, who already was very good at Bind, but now you have Solo coaching them from above, who was always a mastermind on Bind here in Korea. So that is a reasonable avoidance here for WGS.
This is going to be a fun one to see these two duking it out on. We've had a lot of great games here on Haven from both of these teams. They both seem to be extremely comfortable on this map, and we've had a lot of time to see the meta of this map kind of evolve. You know, we've got new agents this time around. Are we going to have any surprises here from what we've had in the past last year?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Godlike has traditionally really liked that breach. He continues to use it here on Haven. And no other...
This is a mirror matchup here, right? They're all the same picks all down the board.
Yeah, and X-IT picking up the breach once again. Now, X-IT has played, breach here and there continuously on different maps, but just yesterday on Haven, he was playing that Sky. And he did not have a good memory because he had to go through a couple clutch scenarios and he wasn't able to come out on top. Now he's picking up that breach.
And we're going to see a lot of the breach and jet infiltration moves here, flashing the site and then the jet dashing in. This is going to be fun. Let's see who really is better at this team comp as we start this out here on Haven.
This should be exciting. I'm excited to see how X-IT does on the breach here on Haven.
All right, guys, the second best of 3 of the evening is ready to go. This is Damwon Kia versus WGS, a fight between two teams that currently both hold scores of 2-1 in our group stage.
All right, Damwon Kia, again, they lost on Slayers yesterday 0-2. That's kind of the big story point here of can they bounce back? Because once you lose that match, now the chances of you trying to dethrone DRX at the top is getting a lot tougher as you already start with one loss when you eventually meet them down the road.
Damwon Kia set up over here on A. It's going to be an aggro push on the defender's side to see if there's anything over there. Just the Killjoy holding Garage in between C and B.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of these pushes here at Haven, so oftentimes you'll have someone waiting in attacker's spawn, but this time WGS, it's almost their whole team that's still holding back. They didn't want to get caught off guard by this, and Damwon Kia, they sniff it out. They say, okay, well, we saw that fault line. I mean, they're clearly very well prepared for this. Now, this gives the signal for WGS of, well, okay, if we saw just a glimpse of at least more than 2 people here on A, we can just get into Site C for free.
Yeah, and so this will have to be a retake here. We don't have anybody on the attacking side lurking back at attacker spawn for a surprise attack, but at the same time, nobody's looping through that side either. It's going to be Damwon Kia gathering up over here just outside of the C area to try to come in and retake.
Yeah, Luke, he trips that alarm button, and that alone buys enough time where Damwon Kia cannot strike right away. They have to kind of care about that B site.
Beautiful shot there from Texture. Sylvan is removing Texture after that. Luke getting the kill there on intro.
Oh,
things end too quick for me to capture it all, as it's just Jung here trying to do a fake defuse, and Luke closes it out.
Yeah, Jung Hai not able to clutch it out. And Oof, that fight in garage, I mean, intro not off to a great start.
No.
Not able to pick that off, and Luke just kind of weaves in between his shots on the Classic, and he just dinks him back with the Ghost. And WGS able to get that first win on the attacker side.
And, yeah, with that A-heavy push there on the defender's side, it was an easy C-plant and a good C-hold there going into the second round here. There is texture right now with Marshall. Everybody else just going to go ahead and specter up here.
Yeah, now
WGS.
everyone also has full armor, which is very important when you're going up against that Marshall. So WGS, they're not going to get picked off too easily. Obviously, a headshot will still count good for one, but Texture is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to get some free kills.
Oh, whips that shot, and Texture now at only 12 HP.
Yeah, and this is it. You know, you get that shot on the body, and it only does half thanks to that full armor. Sylvan going to be thankful for that purchase. And on the side of WGS, mind you, of course, only 3 Spectres. They want to make sure they have some firepower in that next round, or if they're able to carry over their guns, maybe even try to get an early op for Han, as you expect Texture to be able to try to buy an op whenever he can.
Over here on the A side, it's Esperanza, who's pulled back a little bit, but now will peek again down long here, and actually gets the shot off on Han.
And avoids the flash and gets the recon bolt. The fault line, but neither one can really push out too freely right now. Godlike has to make his escape. I mean, good call from Godlike, but Esperanza gets the shot quickly, avoids the flash, and he's able to basically hold A main on his own. So now, the rest of Damwon, I mean, you know where you have to keep your focus.
Intro with an insane shot there, takes out Luke, and Texture drops ready. And they're not going to actually commit to B. They're instead going to hop back, going through to the C site. It's not going to be an easy spike plant here for WGS as they are completely outnumbered. Quietly, Damwon Kia is wrapping around from all 3 sides to come in here for a slow push.
Yeah, I mean, you have a Marshall and a Spectre, but there's 4 members on the other side. Junghai has picked up a Spectre for himself. Godlike, the moment he gets taken down, I mean, this might as well be over. Oh, he does stay alive. And Sylvan is good for 1.
Pretty crazy move here. The defuse has started. Godlike going to creep around. It's not impossible. He gets 1. Can he get the final shot over here at only 20 HP?
Oh my! So Godlike, I gotta give it to him. He has the faith that Junghai has to drop the defuse after the halfway mark.
Yeah.
Once he kills off Enter, he's like, well, they can't possibly try to stick it because I'm just gonna peek around if they do. So Godlike just trying to hide, but of course on 20 HP, it's tough. And there was nowhere else for him to go. Junghai knows that. He goes for the jump right click.
Yeah, hopping around the box, getting that killed. So far, both the rounds very, very close here. I mean, obviously with results in 1-1, but also just in the results inside the victories. It could have gone either way. Fortunately there for Damwon Kia, they did end up getting that kill in the defuse.
Yeah, so what we're looking on the side of WGS, everyone's got Sheriffs, but not everyone's buying the armor. You want to try to make sure that you're able to get full buys and potentially an op here in the next round with Luke saving 3,000 creds. On the side of Damwon X-IT, we should note, only still sitting on that Sheriff.
Texture's going to get flashed here. Does fire back, but it looks like WGS is just going to pull back behind that position.
I like that WGS is very aware that Damwon wants to try to make these aggressive pushes on A. You don't see it like all the time in every round. It's more usually kind of a, okay, well, one off, we'll try this. Texture very keen on continuing to put pressure on here, and WGS says, you know what, we're not going to bite the bait.
All right, X-IT holding his corner of B. Does not end up, Texture takes out Godlike, and then
he gets
ready.
2.
That's insane. Han clears that back out here, but thinning out the WGS numbers, pretty big play here. They haven't really gained any ground, I should say, anywhere else on the map. But A looks like it's going to be an ample opening if they decide to commit.
Yeah, so WGS, they get the kills, but since it was at range over on A main, they just want to use that to presume that one person minimum is going to rotate over to A. Of course, there was a bit of a back and forth in B, so you know, all right, well, 2 people are spread out across the map. Maximum only 1 on C, and they are correct. Only Junghai on the site.
He'll need to get some kills here if this is going to be a site that can be held, and he goes for the double immediately. Spike now dropped. 10 seconds on the clock as Intro spams some shots through the cloudburst. 5 more seconds remaining. Going to plant, and I think that should be...
Oh, what?
Well, it doesn't matter as long as X-IT can hang back. It's going to be a round loss.
Oh, and right through the box. X-IT looks and he's like, well, I heard it, and you're not here, so guess where you are? Right behind the box.
good usage of time there to really drag that out. I got to say, that was a pretty insane double kill over there on the C site to start things off.
Yeah, intro quick on the back up there to help Junghai, and they get one each. And I mean, WGS, you got to give credit. They go for the rotate, which I think was the right call overall. It's just intro a little bit wiser to help back up Junghai so he doesn't drop right away. Is able to get that double one for each. And then eventually a little scary, but X-IT cleans things up. Now, we should note, again, that was a save round from WGS, so they're back with full rifles. Texture has to use his Blade Storm.
Yeah, they went in here and they bought big. Just saw the Hunter's Fury triggered there.
Yeah, just use it to try to get some information and potentially a kill on Garage. I mean, there's always usually going to be someone trying to scout out that area. Unfortunately, not even a tag here for Esperanza.
Yeah.
WGS very well aware.
Yeah, just burns through that without getting any real value. Coming through a short on the other end of this is a Killjoy. Some Killjoy utility setup.
Yeah, Intro's just going to wait with the turret, and you have the alarm bottom beat as well. So Damwon Kia, they don't really need to take any risks. Texture.
Well, they do anyways. Texture, maybe a little bit too ambitious now. A-Site going to be a lot squishier if they do come in here for the take, and they are.
Yep, he pops the nano swarms, but Han does not care.
And Han moving through the smokes right now. Iridi, beautiful shot down there, takes down Intro.
Sees one more. Good for two. X-IT does block them off. Now, because of that early Nebula, Han not able to really break the site open. He simply enters. He's not able to do much. And Damwon Kia, they buy just enough time where W just like, this was not worth it. Now, of course, without much time, they're just going to have to rush through C. Thankfully, it is wide open because of all that action on A. And Damwon will be wise enough to... Oh, he has the gravity wall ready. X-IT quickly moves away. Or
It's kind of crazy.
Sorry.
You know, there's a moment where that could have been hiccuped, and you would have just gotten the loss anyways. It's very smart plays here. So C-Site is where the retake's going to have to come. There's still a lot of time over here for Junghai and X-IT to try to inch in. Down C long is X-IT, as we see the Astra smokes go up here.
Yeah, just a quick dissipate, just to draw some attention. A fault line to help peek. You need to peek together.
Godlike shuts down Junghai, and now only X-IT remains. Two different angles to try to cover here. Through the box, gets one.
Good sense and good communication. He doesn't have time for the defuse, so he has to just go for the kill or a save. Sylvan's going to get him on the exit. Can Sylvan get out in time? I don't think so.
No. Decides to take the sweet release of death there. So, again, a back-and-forth round, or I should say series so far.
Yeah, and we'll keep track of that cred situation just a little bit. But, yeah, Texture gets a little curious. He pays for it dearly, but the Nebula alone buys so much time. And X-IT staying alive here, despite the gravity wall, was huge. At the very end, I get it. I mean, you're running out of time, so with the fault line, Junghai, you hear that call, and Junghai pushes in to try to take advantage of it. But ideally, I mean, X-IT was there just a bit quicker. The rotation was just a bit faster. You can peek at 2v1.
Lots of shots fired here. Trying to make a bit of a distraction, trying to maybe get some damage through a wall. And once again, you know, Texture really likes these aggro positions. It hasn't really worked out that great so far.
Yeah, WGS is very well aware of it. I mean, this time they're not peeking it, but they leave that alarm bot, and they still have someone near spawn in the hands of I'm Ready to hold that back.
Texture's actually looped back over here and is hugging a pretty tight corner.
Whoa,
Godlike just gets the kill. We had the view from the Owl. It almost looked like the Owl got the kill there for a second.
Owl with a gun.
Yeah, and again, Texture dropping the A-long position here, making that a desirable location to at least probe into further, if not go for the plant entirely.
Yeah, and WGS, again, that means they're at 45 seconds, but they still have their choice. This time they're going to choose to push into main. And Godlike's just going to watch sewers here in A short.
Now, Damwon Kia is wrapping around from behind, but they're not close enough yet to stop this. And right now, it's just going to be Esperanza, the only line of defense.
Esperanza takes advantage of that fault line. He doesn't get hit right away. He's able to peek out, eventually gets traded. But Jai from behind with a stinger?
Yeah, let's see what he can do with this. Intro gets that pick onto Godlike. They need to get this plant right now. Cosmic Divide is down.
Yeah, they haven't planted yet. They still don't have time because of the stars.
And now the spike is down.
Oh my God, intro.
That could have gone the other way. Had Han got the kill on intro, that would have been the end of the round. There was still a few seconds left.
Yeah, but Han, of course, on his back foot as they weren't able to get the plant.
Yeah.
I mean, the stars perfectly poised. And in fact, I mean, your flank going down means suddenly your Cosmic Divide really not doing you any big favors. As you know, you still have to take care of someone from heaven after the stars. You have to move out of the way. I mean, what a hold from Damwon Kia, and after losing their star duelist, and this was just good sense from Esperanza, you have your teammate put your fault line first, and of course there's a little bit of space before that fault line actually goes out in front of the breach, so he's able to peek around the corner for one trade before he goes down. Damwon Kia now finally in the lead, and now after that last round, WGS has to save.
Yeah, tightening the belts this round. There's not a whole lot they're going to be able to do, and you know, so far, it's not been the perfect round here for Damwon Kia. They've already dropped X-IT. And, you know, with the Sheriffs in hand, they can try to look for maybe, you know, a texture moment where they're out too far and they can get the pick. But over towards A seems to be where they're creeping.
Now, intro needs to play this safe. You have your utility. You got to assume it's more than one. He peeks out. He doesn't overextend. Well, he goes back.
Yeah, he does after you say it, but
I'm ready.
I gotta say, I'm kind of surprised at how clunky this round has gone here for Damwon, all things considered. Well, Kia's going to come in here with the peak and is immediately mowed down by iReady.
Yeah, I mean, the trouble here is they were not sitting pretty on credits. I mean, Texture was the only one who bought the Guardian so you can see it for an op, but now no one else can buy a rifle yet again, unless they secure this win here, and even then it's going to be a bit wonky given the credit situation. So things are still not in sync here for Damwon, regardless of the result of this round. And then it's a 1v2. He picks up a Guardian, but not much you can do with that when it's a 1v2 right now.
Looks like this is going to be... oh, hold on. He's actually going to push back in here. Zhonghai coming in, clearing these angles, and going to at least go for the start of... Okay, so at least you bait this out.
Yeah, I mean
that's something, right?
Listen, when you're on the back foot, you want as much economy advantage as possible. Get those ult doors where you can. Maybe draw out those ultimates from the enemies, and you're able to make that happen. He still sticks with the Guardian. Of course, no armor, so not a massive economic save, but still something to carry over since they don't have the money to all buy in this coming round.
So, a humiliating defeat there for Damwon, where they should have probably been able to bring this to a 4-2. Now it's tied up 3-3, and we're looking at a very broke Damwon Kia here. Sheriffs, the Guardian, of course, from the previous round, and a likely lead here coming from WGS if on paper this looks like it's going to go out the way it does.
Yeah, and just the way they've been playing too. I think they have a read on how Damwon wants to play A site. They're able to kind of bait out this early aggression. You see the fault line come out from X-IT, so Godlike just sends out one of his own. He's able to back out. Now we do have the Rolling Thunder and the lockdown on the side of WGS. They can do a lot with this, especially from Garage. They know that they kind of want to just let A be. They have that alarm bot there. They don't want to worry about it until they hear that get triggered.
Well, they're going to be coming up towards B, and this is the naked part of the defender side right now because it was a 2-3 split on C and A.
We got to watch for Sylvan also here for backup alongside Luke.
Luke sets up the bot and also gets the kill on Texture.
Sylvan gets one from the side.
God.
Do they know there's a third?
The third may be a surprise, but we do see some shots spam there.
Luke able to get that.
Just smashing them. Kind of an interesting positional game. They actually got all the way into the attacker's side, but they're not having the execution they need.
Well, right, and they were obviously lacking weapons as well. Now, what they did was they took out the alarm bot with the shock bullet, and they're like, well, we have 3 people. But they didn't really know what the best timing was, because once you take out that alarm bot, you know that everyone expects you. And you know you've let that B site open. So the most ideal scenario was someone from your team is able to hold the line on B or Garage, and then once that chaos starts, obviously attackers have to support from window, and then you come in. But unfortunately, Damwon lost a member first against Han, and then they're able to peek out, and Luke gets one. Sylvan with the cover from C-Long as well. So now, Damwon, Texture finally has the operator. Does not need to push out anymore. This is going to start to change the tempo a bit. And WGS needs to definitely be aware of this because they've seen Texture save round after round here, waiting for a chance to buy this operator.
All right, so the outro is going to come down now and looking to see if there's anything here in A. We do see Esperanza backing up, and trying to line up some shots.
He tags 2. Not able to finish either off.
Not a bad idea, though.
I mean, yeah, you hear that drone, and you want to be able to take them out. iReady just misses every combo just of it and pings danger.
They know that nobody's on the side that they're actually on.
Sometimes you just got to be clear.
They don't
You never know when that omen.
themselves.
Yeah, you never know when that omen's going to sneak up from the shadows, man.
And back over here towards A Garage is where they're at. And dude, Texture keeps missing shots. I'm worried his condition is just not where it probably needs to be if they're going to win off the back of Texture here. Texture's now stuck over here on A site with the op. It needs to get some kills. Intro
trying to stay alive. Eventually goes down, but Texture with a better position this time. Still has that operator. Only Sylvan left.
Yeah, Sylvan actually stuck back here at the entry point of C Long. And, I mean, we have 10 seconds left, so.
So Junghai thought he might still be in Garage as they never really cleared Garage. They only saw them coming in from there. So Junghai goes in. They're not going to find him. But Junghai is able to, therefore, get a secured weapon upgrade from that judge, and I think that is the wiser choice rather than just blindly hunting for a kill. Given the fact that a lot of these wins have been costly, at a certain point, you really want to start to gain an advantage. We're already 8 rounds in, and it's still 4-4.
Right. Well, WGS now comes into this next round heavily equipped here. Every time we start these rounds, I really am kind of always watching Texture and trying to see, okay, are you going to get the connections we need? Because usually these games start with Texture getting a kill or two, and it kind of carries through, but not today.
Yeah, I mean, a little shaky yesterday as well, so we'll see if he can continue to find his stability. The reason the operators are so strong is once you're able to set up the operator, right? We just had that shock bolt to allow Texture some time to get into a position here in sewers to watch outside of A main. That means that you now have this part of the map on lockdown. That operator is going to take someone out. It's going to keep them at bay. But if you keep missing like this, he has to move. This time a good setup with Esperanza.
Beautiful play there by Esperanza. Still orbiting outside the smoke. He's going to go back down, turning his back over here through C-Long, or A-Long, excuse me, escapes around the corner.
That was such a beautiful setup. They even had the star ready from Junghai to cover his exit. That allows Esperanza to get a kill. Exy spots one.
Sick wall bang from Exy. And he pulls back a little bit further and checks Garage. And they're going to commit to B, it looks like.
Yeah, not too many options. I mean, because, again, you know the operator was somewhere on A. You don't have any information on C right now. And you don't really have any options in Garage either. Sylvan will clear out the lurk coming out, so now they have some confidence about B.
Here we go. Esperanza gets the drop, spam through, but nobody's on the other side.
It takes out that lockdown, allowing the rest of his teammates to come in, though.
Getting a tough spot here, but he does fight back nicely. Junghai waiting patiently around this corner as Sylvan backs through the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, so I like what Sylvan does here, because the presumption from Junghai is that you're still on site because of that Cosmic Divide. But Sylvan has the timing. He knows it goes down.
So smart.
Sylvan, just big brain plays. He waits for the longest time, doesn't hear anything, and says, well, you think this Cosmic Divide is going to protect you forever, but guess what? I'm also playing Astra.
Yes.
I know the exact. I have my stopwatch on. I know when this wall goes down.
That was pretty sexy. They're getting that kill there on to B. WGS now pulls ahead 5-4.
Sylvan, I mean, there's a reason he was our key player. He just continues to grow as an individual here. Now on WGS, he's been with the team for a little bit now.
Yeah.
He's expanded his agent pool. He's learned just the game overall and his aim, too.
He's really just diversified his play overall.
Yes.
And again, Texture just having these kind of bunk rounds to start things off here.
It's been rough, and this comes at the, that's the cost of being a star player for so long, so consistently. You get a little shaky, you're not feeling well, and you're trying to recover and get back in the groove of things, and you feel the pressure. Okay, that might help his confidence a little bit.
But then Reddy just drops Texture afterwards. And we're starting to see, especially on Haven, without this many agents on the defending side, it does become a headache in this positional game. And Exy's actually pushing down a squad of agents.
Yeah, I mean, Exy just trying to find an off timing, uses the fault line to peek again, but no one's stunned up, so not taking any extra chances. Now, this bought enough time for Junghai and Intro to come out, but Sylvan on the lurk, he's not going to look. He's not going to look. Oh, no, he's an astral form.
Brutal moment there. Junghai shot to the dome there on Sylvan.
This actually makes things a little risky. So there's the lockdown from Intro. X-IT cannot die, though. X-IT needs to stay alive. If you have to give up the plant, you have to give up the plant. You make sure no one's pushed through. That allows your teammates to have space to start to come in through. Setups are now on the way from Junghai.
So lockdown's going to get started here.
If there's no good way to take it. Does I already have the lineup?
Yeah, is this going to connect?
Looks like the lockdown's still going. Those shock boats ain't landing. But he does trade for one.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, I'm ready. Now caught up. You know one's the team. He chases after for the kill.
Not like this.
Well, you cleared the nanoswarms. I mean, not much for Luke to do. He needs the beacon.
Oh! Intro with an insane play there. 5-5. I'm loving what we're seeing from these two teams so far.
Neck and neck.
Man.
But here's the thing. If you're Dom1, this like already doesn't feel good, right?
No. Well, this is the weird thing is when you're supposed to be the better team, it's actually a nightmare when you're dead even, right?
Yeah.
Where, you know, some of these teams that maybe we all kind of collectively would gloss over looking at the lineup of teams we had here in Korea, you go, man, teams like WGS they've grown. They've evolved. They've improved.
And I think WGS really was paying attention to the match yesterday where they watched Dom1 play on Haven and started to find out some of these habits. Texture starting to get a little overeager. Texture now back on the operator. Of course, only 2 rounds left, but he's going to lose it right away.
Over on A, the only thing standing in the way is Esperanza. He's going to go for a peek.
He's flashed.
Oh, the jet comes through here, and in a confusing moment, Han gets the kill on Esperanza. Oh my God, weird time to switch weapons. Fires the knives through, although they missed the target on the other side.
Han was just getting rid of him so he doesn't get confused anymore.
Yeah,
he just wants to stick with just the Vandal.
He's like, I should just stick with my gun, and chucks the knives through.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel great, but I think you have to save here. There's not much you can do 2v5. I mean, sure, Intro has some creds, but you got to pick up that operator. You got to give it over to Texture if you want to have some chance next round.
And after this, it's only one more round in the first half, so that operator is going to be important as they try to tie this up 6-6. Right now, WGS a few moments away from getting their 6th win here and taking the lead.
So WGS, they know 3 members can afford to go on this hunt. They want to take that operator out.
Yeah.
They want to get rid of it. Godlike. He's going to run into 2 people at once, though. All right, Intro says hello, and that gives the signal to Han. Is he going to try again? Maybe not. Maybe a little wiser. Doesn't get
Han's going for it, man.
And Intro's like,
Nice try.
I knew it.
Nice try, but they could still buy back into this next round. And so that operator, of course, does go to Texture. Texture now being trafficked towards the C-long position.
Yeah, and again, once you choose one of these parts of the map, I mean, you just got to stick with it, and you have to hit that first shot. The moment you miss, I mean, if the opponents are already all poised for a set play, all you can do is really back out on that. Unless you, obviously, we've seen some crazy plays with the op. We've seen some Jets really hold their own. Okay, so this time, we're seeing X-IT support him on a push out. I think Dom1's starting to feel the pressure. They really want to take as much control as possible of the map here. No kill again, so while you pushed out C main. Oh!
Whoa!
Esperanza's still good for one, though.
Yeah, nuking iReady with that Hunter's Fury, and then sending an Aldrone here, and we'll get the spot. Oh, maybe just in time onto the far right.
He's not. He doesn't have the time to really get it. But Esperanza is a. Oh, okay.
Dude, he had a bad read there, and he gets dropped like nobody's business. God, like just mows him down.
So he was cautious of it, but I think he might have been mistaken that maybe he assumed he would have seen the barrel right at that last turn. Just not able to reposition correctly at that.
Honestly, that hide back there just let them take A with so much more ease than I think we expected. And look, we've got that op that was brought in from the last round into this. I don't know that our Jet's going to have an easy peek in there. Texture's still going to have to hang back.
Okay, and now here's the thing. They don't really know about Junghai coming up from short.
Right.
So he's still waiting for someone on the lurk. If he crosses through and gets Luke somehow... Now, he does have a judge, so... Okay, Luke is a little wiser here about it. That's going to be 2.
They double up and take him out. And this crossfire, we've seen this so many times over here onto the A site. it's just so hard to deal with. And
Okay.
Texture gets another shot with the op, but you know, it's pretty much an impossibility to retake that with the operator alone against the kind of defense that WGS had back there. By the way, we're in halftime, and there were no timeouts called.
Oh, you're right.
Nobody had to stop the match to try to come up with a plan or anything of the sort.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's so back and forth that I think, you know, if you're a coach, perhaps you just kind of let the players still work through it, right? I mean, sometimes you don't want to accidentally preemptively ruin the momentum that you might be building up.
I think the headspace of both teams seemed to be perfectly fine. The only thing that was standing out to me was the underperformance from Texture.
Yeah, listen, I hate to put the spotlight on him, but here's the thing. He built it up for himself with his reputation. He's been so good at that. This is the kind of abnormal game for him.
And he actually, I think, was whipping more shots that we were following than actually connecting them.
Oh,
which
yeah,
is you just can't do if you're the player with the operator. You know, it's your job to start to build the lead by getting those picks right away.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically paying 4,700 creds to lock down one alley of the entire map. Texture pushes out far. He trades for one. Esperanza tries to get one more, but not able to. Godlike still here.
Yeah, Godlike actually going to get stuck behind that box because he pulled too far to the left.
He did not have any utility to get himself out.
Maybe gone back onto site there and gone for the retake if they did come into A. Behind this, we're going to have Sylvan and Luke coming up here. Now, XC has, you know, what, 10 HP here, so he gets dropped. And this turns into a 2v2.
Yeah, now they don't have absolute certainty that both members are coming from A main and short, but now they do as they have the setup on the other side. Oh, no!
Oh!
Oh, what a blunder! The reload!
I can't believe it.
I mean, yeah, once you have to reload, you can't do much about it, but missing those first couple shots gives Sylvan the edge, and he's able to clutch it out. Oh, man.
I'm a little bit surprised.
You feel for DWG KIA, because here's the thing. They took their time. XC falls very quickly. You still have intro setting up everything near the defender's spawn, and then you say, okay, now we look at short. We start to hear footsteps. They're going to come through Nebby. You make the call, but because of the speed that they start swinging out from, you missed the first couple shots, and you weren't keeping track of your magazine there. Zhenghai falls, and now finally the timeout comes from head coach Solo to try to steer the course back here for DWG KIA.
So, pretty big moment here. You know, it was one that really DWG KIA could have used to win there, and now they're going to go into the next half, and this is a rough one here to get the loss like they did back there at the start of that. Again, we didn't have any timeouts up until now. WGS is looking to be in top form here.
Yeah, I think they came very well prepared, and this is the thing about WGS. When they're given the time to prepare specifically for a opponent, they do have the skill to back it up. It's always been the consistency that's the issue. And, of course, they've had a couple of roster additions and changes as well, so this roster in its entirety is still working out its own kinks as well alongside. I mean, same thing with Damwon, of course. They've had some additions as well. But WGS, just overall, the key players, the core players, it's always been about that consistency. Today, they are on point. And more than anything, they're kind of reading through the calls coming out on DWG KIA. We'll see if they can continue to do that here on defense.
Quietly coming down A long is the entire DWG KIA team. Now, I like this angle over here that we're seeing from Ready.
And they did force by the way, so they have their Spectres running in.
So they need to make this work, or they're going to be in an economic catastrophe coming up here. And Ready with the double, as we are running out of players here for DWG KIA.
You called it. It was going to be a catastrophe if they can't make it work, and I'm Ready getting two. Already, that feels bad on a force buy. Now they only have intro left with 4 members just guarding the spike. They don't need... Okay, Han just scouting it out. I mean, he's smart. He doesn't take the extra risk to land. He just says, oh, hey, there you are. I'll come back in a second.
Found him.
And this is... Okay, so here's the thing. DWG KIA goes for the force buy. Solo would do this now and then as well. Just, you know, he say, you know what? We got to really change things up here.
We got to force a momentum shift here and get control of this game. And there is huge risk and huge reward involved in that.
Yeah, and they made that slow creep up A main. They don't give any information to make it sound as if, hey, we're sitting on our shares. We're going to wait for you guys to push out, try to make a mistake. and then they charge through. But WGS, they just hold their own. And quite frankly, it's I'm ready just getting that double right behind the boxes.
Han going to come in here for a poke.
Uh-oh.
And this is going to be weird because Texture is going to... If Han looks, Texture's back is facing. And it may be like 2 passing ships in the night.
He turned for a second. He turned for a second on the minimap, but he didn't catch a glimpse because he was already past the wall.
This is so funny. Well, there has to be a moment these two are going to end up interacting.
I think there's a very real possibility that Texture gives the call to his teammates that there's no one in A main. So the moment they have some sort of kerfuffle here in Garage, they might try to rotate back. I don't think they're going to have time, though. The spike's still near window.
Oh, this is so funny. And
Texture can actually... Oh,
here
so
we go.
yeah,
Here we
it
go.
is. Texture says, hey, A-site's
It's
open.
clear. Come on over. Guess what? Spike is down. Pull it away. But
Texture can't come for backup because he's already on the site. He needs to get eye ready, and he is able to do that. So now it comes down to Han and Texture. Han chooses to just push back out. Oh,
such
my gosh.
a weird round. There's so many funny positions happening here.
Oh, intro.
Okay, Spike planted.
Oh, intro. Turns away from the flash and whips back 180 to get the headshot.
Insane play there. And this is going to be a big win here for Damwon Kia. Sylvan's going to try to look for a kill. I don't know if he could find one.
Oh,
nobody's showing themselves. And the classic crossfire setup over here. And surprisingly, yeah, he gets the drop on one, but X-IT does clean that up. 6-9 right now. WGS still with a pretty substantial lead, but Damwon Kia is beginning to play catch-up.
Yes, and this was much needed after that forced buy loss because WGS, of course, they can still buy their own rifles this round thanks to that second round win, as that was just simply their original given bonus. What a shot from intro, though, sitting at 16 HP. Now for Damwon, I mean, this was desperately needed, right? They forced spot, they went to pick up some weapons, they had some Spectres. Now 2 members will invest to upgrade, but they've realized there's a chance if they lose this again, if they all upgraded their weapons, they wouldn't be able to continue this half. So they still have some creds banked up so they can buy again the next round, split the creds a little bit. Maybe some go for full buy, some go for the Bulldogs. And WGS very well aware about the situation as well with their credit situation.
Han looking for a peek there. Doesn't see anybody just yet. Now Esperanza going to come down here as we see some of our players collect over here in A long. And Han can get a kill here and then still dash out. So.
Oh, he gets the ping. Han doesn't want to chase too far.
An overextension, and X-IT drops Han.
I mean, these are the times where we can't fully trust the drone to give you everything. I mean, it saw what it saw. It pinged what it pinged, but there was simply more behind the wall. And, of course, credit to Texture for getting out so quickly.
Yeah, we saw a poke out there, and Reddy getting another kill. And they're going to push back down A-long again. Godlike can't find anything worth getting a shot to connect to, so he backs up. And we see attackers now close in onto the A site. Going to push in here, and it's just a 2-stack to defend.
And they're only 25 seconds. Damwon Kia does not have a lot of time. They have to commit to this, and they have to clear the site, but they can't.
Okay, Spike is starting to get planted. Can they get a hiccup?
And there it is. Only 14 seconds left. X-IT all alone, getting funneled out by the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, and just completely punished. Big victory there for WGS, and an excellent usage of Hunter's Fury in that moment to just make it impossible.
Yes, I mean, listen, you have this lead. You want to continue it. You know that round was so important because of the economy situation, even for WGS. If they had lost that, they're back to having to save for one more round. They come back with yet another win, and that is worthy of that investment. And I just like the calls from WGS. Yeah, Han gets a little too curious off of that ping, but they're still just patient enough. And the thing is they do not push unnecessarily outside of B or C, giving any free information over to Damwon. Damwon's been really heavily focusing only one part of the map. WGS seems to be very aware of this and uses that against Damwon Kia right now.
Now this game, they're going to seesaw their attention over to the C side, but so far it hasn't really worked out. They're still not making too much progress over here. We've got the positioning here of Sylvan over to the side. Going to cut them off. Well, we had him there until Texture started playing like a madman.
And he just leaps over with that updraft, picks him off on the exit. I mean, they knew that he had to have been tagged up, so good call from Damwon just to try to even up the numbers, bring back the advantage since they are on the attacker's side. Rolling Thunder ready for X-IT. If they can get into A, they have a lot of ways to buy time in the post-plant scenario. The question is, can they get through the wall of I'm ready? He's been so good here on A.
Just in the back, up in A heaven. He's waiting for any kind of audio cue. And he's not going to hear anything. Now, A short's covered, but we don't have X-IT coming up through A short yet, so can't sound the alarms just yet. And in fact, it seems like they may think that.
But there's only 23 seconds left.
Yeah.
So on the side of WGS, you start to know. Well, now you hear it for sure. I'm ready, trying to stay alive.
All right, actually gets out of A heaven's firing range there.
Now, you have the Rolling Thunder. You have the Aftershock. You've got a Killjoy. I mean, there's a lot of ways. You have the Shock Bolts. There's a lot of ways to delay this defuse.
Oh, immediately Han gets the execution on Esperanza and will come down onto the site.
Nano Swarms first.
So they definitely have a lot that can delay this here. Yep. And that's why Han's going to try to come down here and start to get the kills on that.
Okay, X-IT with Salai, he gets the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, hold up. It's just Luke remaining here. Woo! And then there was none. 7 to 10. I do like the idea of actually setting the Jet in there as the assassin and takeout. But there were so many players actually lurking down in that area.
Listen, all I'm going to say is that move, that decision to do that in sewers as a Jet in Korea was only possible because it was Han.
Yes,
he is,
yes.
No matter what the score is, he is literally the most confident player here in Korea.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say. You're like, well, I have a friend in booth. No, Han is literally the most confident. He'll lose. He'll get shut out 13-0, and he'll be like, I'm still the best.
Yes.
No one can beat me. I can beat DRX any day in my sleep.
With Matrix moves into the sewers back there. Even if it didn't work out, it was still an impressive showing. Now we go into round 18. WGS still in the lead, but Damwon KIA keeping it looking pretty strong so far.
Yeah, they tried to clear the alarm bot. It does not connect from the shock bolt. Now, does he peek out far enough onto A-Link here?
Oh my God. Great shot from there. Texture still holding B pretty well.
They know there's still a little bit of time because their alarm bot wasn't tripped on one side. There it is.
It was now. And Intro's going to get the plant. No interruptions here.
Now, the reason WGS is okay with this, they have a Cosmic Divide. Very, very useful on the retake here on B. They need to take care of Texture, though.
Texture is pretty insane. It drops 3 before Luke could take care of that.
Oh, and now, I mean, Luke, sure, you have the Cosmic Divide, but yeah, there's 3 people. They could just charge through all together, and you would have a hard time combating that. So he's going to go for a save. He just gives up. And Damwon, of course, also not taking any chances. They're just using everything to keep him at bay.
And this is going to be an 8th round win here for Damwon KIA. Doing a pretty good job playing catch-up here to WGS. You know, that was really a moment where suddenly it's like Texture turned it on.
Yeah.
We had this cool positional setup that I thought we were going to get to unpack a little bit until Texture killed everybody. And it's like, well, that also wins.
Yes.
So
kills do lead to victory.
Yes.
And a lot of times in
you
Valorant.
may have good strategies set up, but what about Texture and clicking on heads? What about that? So.
Solo, known for his famous calls, like Texture, go kill.
Yeah, Texture, quick, kill them all. He goes, I understand.
I mean, listen, Texture's had a rough game yesterday, rough start today. He's still trying to get back into his, form that he usually is able to please us with as a Jet here in Korea, and I think that round starts to bring him back into shape here for Damwon KIA, and they desperately needed it.
Taking the armor off the doors over here. iReady is wrapped all the way around to the entry point of C Long. We do have, actually, Luke just kind of camped down here over in A short, which they're not going to go for. Back up into A long. Alarm bot ready to go as the Aldrone comes in overhead. And that is going to trigger the rest of the players to wrap around here. And this is, in fact, oh no, hold on. Are they going to back up?
Yeah, they want to back up. They don't have too much information, but that kill does change things because now on the side of WGS, WGS has to stay on A. I'm ready has made it all the way through.
This is
Oh,
crazy!
and 2 back-to-back.
Beautiful. We keep seeing this play over here where we have somebody on defender's side actually camping that out.
Oh no, Intro needs to make something happen, but is he aware? He's just waiting for more information because he knows there's some people behind. He makes the call. I mean, listen, you got to give it to him.
Okay,
wait.
Texture. Is the prophecy true? The 3 HP player? Was he?
Oh no, no! Okay, he still has a Vandal. Oh,
okay.
Man. Is that Jet getting sucked into the abyss?
That wasn't me, dude. That was the game.
I mean,
that's too bad. Okay,
that
so
lurk.
we've seen the defender player in the attacker spawn lurk work a couple times already, and you can see when the rotation comes.
That's just rough. And the fact that he gets 2 right off the bat, and at that point, I mean, Damwon, they have to turn things around because you already lost 2 members. You know he's going to chase after you if you turn your back, so you have to try to clear that before you move in, and Damwon basically gets caught in this intense crossfire. They had the right idea. They got a kill. They spent a lot of attention on A as we see Texture open things up.
I feel like things are really clicking now with Texture.
Yeah, and this was the same idea last round as well. You get a kill, you force a lot of rotation, and then you're going to go safely onto C. It's simply I'm ready was so deep on the lurk. This time, they continue to commit, and the big reason there, they take out the Killjoy early, so you know that utility's not going to matter anymore. You know you should have a pretty safe entry. Just have to hop over whatever you see from the Astra Stars, and none there in their way.
And they don't seem to have any intentions of retaking A at all here. We've actually got iReady here with the judge, hoping for an exit frag.
I don't know if he's going to get it. I mean, if I was Texture, you already have your star there. You've already got your back covered, right? Everyone's already watching the flank, so you have a safe exit there. But, credit time ready. You do what you can in this situation. Oh, he's going to try to chase through for an extra kill since he's only on a judge.
The turret just goes, go! Leave without me! I'll defend the spike!
He's going to try to chase all the way through, but not going to meet anyone. Eventually just goes down to the spike.
9-11. Things are getting so close right now. WGS, not the favorite coming into this. Damwon KIA is trying their damnedest, and WGS is having to work to keep this lead. But all WGS has to do is get one more win, and then it's either overtime or a victory. So really the pressure is on here for Damwon KIA to try to actually either close this out or get up to 12.
Yeah, and they finally give that operator into Han's hands. We'll see if he can make some better use of it than we saw from Texture in the first half. Of course, locking down on A site. You've still got the Killjoy utility as backup on A as well.
iReady gonna
just dodges
I
the
think
drone.
He just dodged the drone. Yeah, that was perfect. The movement of this guy.
The Sovas know, man. They know where that drone's going. You can't fake him out. And we've seen that kind of backfire, too, because now more and more teams are aware that, hey, someone's going to push out when we drone here, so we got to have some backup.
Right.
And that was what Texture was supposed to provide, is just follow through on the drone and catch anyone off guard. But I'm ready just quicker, and, of course, has a judge in that close range. Now, Han pushed up all the way forward on A main. No one continuing through garage. Han is in full focus mode. He knows they're coming. He knows.
Can he get the first shot? He does, and he escapes down. A long to reposition and maybe take another shot. 40 seconds remaining.
There's not too many choices here. Like you said, time's running out. Han still has another good angle. There's still Killjoy utility, the turret watching A short down sewers.
Yeah, and so there's going to be a bit of a blind spot here, but with the Killjoy utility, maybe that can trip them up a little bit. They're only going to have about 20 seconds to plant if they go on the site right now. Whip shot there.
The thing is they can't clear Han from main, and then the Rolling Thunder comes through. There's just not any time.
Oh, my God.
He wanted to.
Okay.
Oh, man.
WGS looking like they've got this in the bag. That's going to be 12 wins, dude.
Wait, does Han senses it. Han senses that there's someone still here. but not taking chances.
Yeah,
he wants to keep that
I think
operator.
it's better. Yeah, keep the operator because
I mean, you had
you want
teammates to pick it up. You did have teammates to pick it up. I mean, the normal Han that I know would be like, all right, well, it's up to you guys to pick it up. If I fall down, I'm going to hold this angle till
if I die and you don't get the op, it's because you're bad.
I mean, pretty much that could happen. But, I mean, good hold from Han. He pushes out during all that time, and that's what you normally want to see with an operator. Even if you don't get that first, even if they don't come. If they don't come for that long and you start to hear a duel, take that extra space, because the moment your team does hold the line on the other side of the map, now you have full control of that A side. That brings them to match point.
Ready going to go with the peak here. Just outside a garage. His Texture, who's going to move in. Aldrone's going to look at each other, have a Spider-Man meme moment. And
well, they've bought enough time. Now, Texture trying to play this off timing, kind of pretending that he's escaped, and despite taking some shots, has pushed all the way up into window.
Texture is so low on HP here. But with the flash, he's able to get that kill there. Godlike is out of the picture.
Oh,
and
what
X-IT
backup.
takes out iReady.
X-IT with the excellent backup allows Texture to open things up, and then he comes through with a second kill. Yep, this pretty much clears C-Site. They shock bolted the Nebula, do it just for good measure in case they're still hiding in there.
And they should be committing on here unless they're like, let's fake him out and go away.
Well, the fact that there were double Nebulas there, one from each team, means that they still haven't planted yet, but the flash is good.
All right, Texture takes out Sullivan. Luke doing some work, but ultimately it's just Texture playing catch-up from all those shots missed in the first part of our match here. He's back. I don't know, man. It's like suddenly everything is working.
Yeah, he's coming online.
All the cylinders are firing now with Texture, and he is just playing like a king.
Yeah, he's realized that his keyboard was actually 2 centimeters too close.
That's right.
His monitor was 2 centimeters too far.
That's right. That's what it was. He went, wait a minute, and then he reached under his computer chair and just clicked it to slide down a little bit, and then he went, yeah!
This is it.
And started killing everybody.
Well, I mean, Dom1, this is good news for Dom1 and Dom1 fans, but they're still fighting for overtime. We got to remember that. I mean, one mistake, and this is all over here on the first map. Now, they haven't done too many pushes into B, just won a couple rounds ago. Now, no utility here set up in B. They're still going to check for it. The only difference is Godlike in backside. Can he hold true?
Pushing into B here. Texture is searching.
Godlike. Oh, no. Godlike not able to get the kill, but it's going to be iReady returning with 3.
It's just Zhonghai remaining. 1 versus 3 at this moment.
What can you do? 1 versus 3. You don't have the spike.
The spike's down.
Exactly.
It's
the
a
spike.
game. They just got to guard it.
And hello. We know exactly where you are. Oh, man, I think he's just getting fired from all cylinders.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and Han with the shorty. Han was really just trying to draw attention, but he actually nets a kill for himself. And WGS, they gift another map loss here to Dom1 KIA. Dom1 KIA is coming off of a 0-2 loss to Onslayers last night. And they lose yet another map to start off this best of 3.
It's moments like this you gotta ask yourself, is the power dynamic of teams actually shifting? We could say, oh, that's an upset. That's so crazy. I thought Dom1 KIA is supposed to win. Or maybe WGS has just stepped it up and everything is exactly the way it's supposed to be.
All right, hold on, WGS fanboy. All right,
hold me back.
WGS fanboy.
Hold me back, WGS
2013
fans.
over on Reddit. Calm down. All right. I mean, listen, I think WGS played well. Credit where credit is due. They have their moments. They've always had these sparks. However, today they showed that patience that a lot of people were hoping to see in their roster changes coming into this year, and also just awareness of what Texture tries to do here, shutting him down. Here's an interesting stat. We'll be able to see it here once the screen switches over, but Texture, actually the highest score in that lobby. Eventually, he turns things on, like we said, on attack. And he gets 26 kills, the most kills, 310 ACS, the most ACS as well. So
yeah, it's funny. If Texture could have been in the zone like he was in the second half, if he could have done that in the first half, we probably would have a reverse result here. But
it could be.
On Defender's side, Texture was whiffing a lot of shots. He just didn't seem to have that kind of energy level we see from him normally. But if he can play as well as he did in the second half of this now and go into map 2, I think there's a very realistic chance that Damwon Kia can deliver here and tie this up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fans, of course, will be hoping for that. And credit to WGS, once again, they knew that Texture is going to try to do these aggressive pushes. They were very aware. They wanted to see, does Damwon do this again here on A main? They keep repeating the same mistakes, and WGS just says, we just need to wait. Sometimes we'll wait for you, sometimes we'll leave an alarm bot, and then we'll just strike the other sides. And once Texture goes down, well, now we can either go to A or you guys all have to rotate.
Yeah.
Just what a play from WGS to take this win on that first map.
Well, we are going to have a short break, guys, but coming up next is map 2 here. Now, WGS playing out of their minds here. They're up 1-0, but let's see if Damwon Kia can come back and tie this up 1-1, or if in fact WGS ends up going 2-0. We'll see you in a second. Does not end up. Oh, Texture takes out Godlike. Any ground, I should say. 5 more seconds remaining. Going to plant, and I think that should
on the site.
He'll need to get some kills here if this is going to be a site mix right now. iReady, beautiful shot down there, takes down Intro.
Sees one more. Good for 2. Haven't planted yet. They still don't have time because of the
Oh,
stars.
and now the spike is down.
Oh no, he's in astral form. But he does trade for 1. Okay, he chases after for the kill.
Not like this.
Not much for Luke to do. He needs to beacon.
Oh!
But Texture can't come for backup because he's already on the site. He needs to get iReady.
There's so many funny positions happening here.
Oh, Intro.
Okay, spike plan play this here. And that's why Han's going to try to come down here and start to get the kills on them.
On the retake here on B. They need to take care of Texture though.
Texture is pretty. This is
Oh!
great. Texture takes out Sullivan. Luke doing some work, but
All
ultimately,
cylinders.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Han with the shorty. Han was really just trying to draw attention, but he actually nets a kill.
Game 2 is ready to go. WGS with a 1-0 lead. Damwon Kia, man, it's going to be weird if they actually lose here. It's going to be weird even if they lose on the third map, but it's going to be a situation where they're at 2-2. 2 wins, 2 losses overall in the best of 3s that we've had here for the tournament, which is just, you know, not the results we would have expected from them.
No, everyone expected Damwon to be right at the top next to DRX, fighting DRX for that #1 spot, trying to challenge that dynasty that DRX continues to try to build here in Korean Valorant. And now they've been struggling. I mean, sure, you know, they've been a little under the weather. They're on their recovery. But still, I mean, the fashion that they're playing, and more than anything, the fashion they're getting read by their opponents, I think is the big highlight here. I'm ready. I mean, he had a number of rounds where he just took the show on his own.
Oh, I mean, there were these moments where it could have gone either way, and then iReady made it impossible for Damwon Kia to ever come back.
Yep, so playing that Sova, he's been steadily coming into his own as well. And this is the thing, I mean, again, every roster here, I think on this main stage here in Challengers Stage 1 in Korea has a lot of potential, has a lot of promise. It now comes down to who makes the best use of all this rep you're going to get during this round robin. WGS doing well, of course, earlier. We've had T5 now finally getting their first win in the first match of tonight. Varo Gaming yesterday also getting their first win. So everyone's slowly creeping up, and now Damwon Kia is feeling the pressure. I mean, you were one of the favorites to stage, but it's not looking like it anymore.
The better these underdog teams get, the more interesting this whole season becomes.
Yes.
We're going to be going to the map split, or map 2 here. Now, we just wrapped up on Haven, and it was a very close game on Haven if you're just now joining us. But, yeah, WGS taking that lead here. Let's take a look in a second here at the agent selection and kind of see what is going to be picked and how they're going to be approaching this map. Because if you remember in that last game on Haven, it was mirror matchup.
Yes.
They had identical agent lineups.
Yep, XC picking up that breach, a little bit of a switch up from his former Sky yesterday, but not able to eke out that win. Now in Split, neither team has played it here on the main stage. They both played it in the qualifiers, I believe, I want to say once each. Now Damwon Kia won their match, and it was against Spear Gaming in the qualifiers. WGS lost to current HolyMolly, actually. And Damwon Kia, historically, was very good on Split. And one of the things they did very well on Split was their rotations were just instant. It was very quick. Because while Split seems like a smaller map, and if you have control of mid, it's pretty quick to rotate through vents. But if you have to go all the way around that spawn, it takes a little while. So unless you start running right away, you're a little late on the beat. And Damwon Kia has historically always, like, you see a trade, and then all of Damwon's already at the site by the time the attackers get in. Like, they were very good about this. So I'm excited to see if things have changed a little bit here with a couple of those player additions and the coaching staff change as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting testing grounds here for Damwon Kia. We were also talking about Texture earlier and the fact that Texture is normally the player that's kind of doing all the heavy lifting. And I don't mean that in a bad way for the rest of his teammates, but you know, he starts out getting the operator and starts getting kill after kill after kill and keeping the opposing team oppressed. But not just today, but the other day, it seems like he's just not playing as well. Now, we know he has been very ill. He's been feeling under the weather, but it did seem like as we went through into the second half of our first map, he did step it up.
Yeah, I tell you what, not only did he top score, he had a 52% headshot rate on Haven. That's insane.
That's crazy,
That's insane.
really.
I mean,
52% headshot.
And with the Phantom for the most part as well.
Yeah.
So he has been on point. He's getting back in that form. And let's look at these picks here. X-IT picking up the chamber. This is not what they were playing in the qualifier. So this is a change. And I'm very excited to see it because X-IT is a hotshot Esperanza on that Sage. Quite a few changes, both going for Jets here on either side. No raises this time.
Both going for Sages as well. But after that, it's two very different agent lineups here. We've got Intro with the Viper, Zhonghai going here with the Astra pick. It's going to be a fun game on Split here. As we hop into this.
I'm excited, Tasteless.
I'm ready, dude. And I hope you guys are ready because we're going to start map number 2 on Split. Right now, WGS with a 1-0 lead. See if Damwon Kia can even this out or if, in fact, WGS is the better team and moves on with a 2-0 victory.
So we're going to have Damwon Kia on attack first, and that will mean, of course, WGS on defense. So WGS's comp, overall, a little bit more familiar. Of course, not every team always picking up that breach, but we have seen it quite commonly with a lot of different teams, not just in Korea, but throughout the world here for VCT. Sages, of course, have become pretty much a mainstay here in place of the Sovas.
Ooh, gets the head ding and backs up. Zhonghai right now is about, well, healing up now, but was at about 10% HP. The Sage Wall remains over here, barricading the entrance, and Han gets the drop and finishes off what was started there on Zhonghai.
Well, the setup from WGS was this. Han sticking close to the wall, and then you have I'm Ready on top of the wall in case they actually try to push through right off the bat when it gets broken. But a lot of times when you're breaking that wall, you don't expect someone to just immediately peek back out, and Han uses that off timing to his advantage. Of course, on the pistol round, it also takes a while, several shots, to break that ice wall from Sage. Now they give up mid. They just say, well, we got the kill.
And it's been quiet for quite a bit of time over here. They smoke out a garage, and X-IT gets that first shot. Sylvan fights back and cleans him up.
And I love this from Sylvan. You know that your teammate died in heaven, so you just do whatever advantage you can get by getting that ult orb after pushing out B main, and he takes full control of main. So now if they plant in B, they still have to watch out for all sides. You don't have full clearance of that alley. I mean, sure, heaven right now walled off, but not from mid. There's still a very good chance here for WGS. They simply need to watch out for Intro. How fast does he rotate over from ramp on A?
Spike ticks away here. There's still plenty of time to try to recover this. Texture gets the first shot. Guy like pointed in the wrong direction. Luke takes down Esperanza.
Sylvan not able to get the kill. Luke's just gonna stick it.
Oh, wait, no, he's
oh
not.
my God.
A fake. Texture solo on HP. Oh my God, Luke.
Oh,
he gets it!
Texture was
huge
so
moment,
low.
but Texture did not have enough HP, and just the slightest bit of damage kills him off. Momentum already building here for WGS.
And here's the thing. Texture had the right call. He dashes in as soon as you hear the spike. And what he wanted that to do was force him to let go even at half, right?
Yeah.
Just don't stick it because I'm coming for you. And it worked. It bought enough time. But like you said, he was already so low after that battle with Sylvan.
Yeah.
He's just not able to do it. And of course, I mean, it was at that point, it was still a 2v1. So WGS KIA was feeling kind of okay. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Luke coming on top with 3 kills.
Okay, once again, Texture inching up mid. Han on the right.
He's got
and
a judge.
iReady on the left.
He's got a judge.
Now, are they going to actually peek into vents? I don't think they are. I think they want to try to take a fight and clear out heaven.
Zhonghai needs to stay back on mid right now.
Textures dropped. The shoulder was poked out a little bit too soon.
Oh, well, I'm ready.
Esperanza. Now, can he get 3? Zhonghai. Oh, wait. Oh, it's weird. It's uncomfortable. But he's on top. Okay, he doesn't get the shot.
Okay, X-IT from B main. Scares I'm ready a bit. He has to drop off of the wall. And look at this patience from Han. He's still sitting there because he knows if they don't break through heaven, they're going to have to rotate or go through B main. I do not have to peek out of mid right now.
So X-IT peers down B. And, you know, from that angle, it looks like it's clear. They know the Sage is still going to be in heaven. She never left. But also in the back, Godlike is there just in case the attack on B comes, and it is about to come, by the way.
Yeah, they don't have too many options. They use 1 star just to smoke off B heaven.
They don't have a lot of time here. It's going to be Zhonghai trying to get the plant, and they do.
Oh, Godlike. Oh, he keeps Zhonghai locked in. Now the spike, of course, was still planted.
Right in the back, Intro's mowed down, and the rest of the team is cleared. And look, man, you know, it's a round that we kind of expect the winning team from round 1. We expect them to take round 2, but that was actually a pretty cool play there from WGS KIA.
Yeah, I mean,
there were a lot of interesting ideas at work.
Well, they make that slow push into mid, and losing both members there on the push, that's what really hurts. I mean, trading 1 for 1, it actually would have been advantageous. But despite that, like you said, they refocus and they say, all right, let's just do a slow push because X-IT won the duel in B main. So that's the one area where we still have control. We already ditched A main. We lost out in mid. So we got to work with what we have. And they're able to get the plant, you know, which is a small silver lining. But at the same time, Doji is feeling good. They now have 2 judges, 3 Spectres. And on split, that's actually not so bad of a bonus round here.
All right, Sylvan pushes with the judge up towards garage. And it looks like it's going to once again be kind of like the last round, a push up male.
So here's the thing. They never found out about Han here with the judge.
Oh, that's true.
So Han is still waiting in the same position.
This idea is still fresh. Now, they're going to turn around, it looks like.
Oh, my God.
And this means that, this play here from Han, the ideas could still work.
Okay, they're a little wary. Because here's the thing. The fact that no one is speaking out events in all of these fights in B Heaven is a little weird. You know, your spidey senses start to tingle just a little bit.
I would not be surprised if we see, like, Han go there again.
Well, here's another judge, though.
All right.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, getting the drop on 2 is a pretty good trade-off now.
Han finally peeks out right into the crosshairs. He has to dash out with so little HP.
Godlike. Oh! In a bad spot, but gets the drop anyways.
And the flash.
Oh, doesn't get the spray transfer.
And the vault line. He's just trying to get out.
He only has 4 bullets.
Oh,
in the gun.
no! X-IT!
That's it. Yeah, crazy round.
Wow, X-IT just holding true. He just weaves in and out of all that breach utility. Now, here's the thing. It was a bonus round for WGS. So for them to be able to take away 3 of the weapons, not so bad at all. I mean, right now, WGS KIA, they still need to play musical chairs a little bit with their weaponry. Of course, you do have the tour de force for X-IT. So that is very, very good news. In fact, you have the Bladestorm as well. They realized that they were tossing back their rifles, and they realized, you know what, let's just use both of our ults. We can still all have full armor, rifles, and then Bladestorm tour de force. So this is not so bad on the side of WGS. They're going for yet another save here.
Okay, they're going to go ahead and move down A. And they're going to try to creep up into A Heaven. Now, the Killjoy is just on the balcony of A Heaven. But Godlike, I don't know if he's going to peek. He can just hold this tight angle, get a kill, and if he needs to, drop back down into vents.
Well, he's ready for it. Oh, he gets peeked right at the edge.
A good play by Esperanza, making it easy there. Texture didn't have to do anything at all. Texture may try to come and catch anybody who's on the rotation here. And there is Sylvan quietly moving down the corridor just around the corner.
Yeah, but no need to rush, right? Because you still have Han on site, and then you have Luke under the rafters. I mean, you have to always be aware of this corner.
Oh my gosh, just frozen there. Esperanza turns and kills.
Han actually gonna get 2.
I don't think we caught it, but yeah, Han murdering there. And now there's nobody left. So 2-2 here. WGS KIA evens this up.
I'm just trying to toss over the rifles there. Yeah. Now, WGS, because of the investment they made on that 3rd round, they had to buy up just a couple more. Of course, you invested in those judges, so that's why they had to save that last round. And now, because of all these judge purchases, some of their members are always going to be stuck on a judge unless they really bite the bullet once. Oh, those were the kills we missed.
Such a good shot. Oh, my God.
WGS, so yeah, I'm ready, still on a judge, and Han now with the Blade Storm, only half armor for Sylvan. So the judges, I mean, listen, ever since that price increase, it really starts to rack up. WGS paying the price, thankfully, it is split, where judges do see a lot of use.
All right, got iReady once again here with the judge. And whiffs the shot. Texture pulls too far to the right for him to keep up. And now they're going to just dive into B. Easy plant, get the res. And let's see how WGS wants to play the rest of this. I mean, this is a pretty impossible spot to try to break through.
Oh, Godlike. I mean, here's the thing. Godlike's dinked. You do have a Blade Storm, but you only have 2 rifles. At this point, and with the credit situation you have, I think you got to save. Yeah, I agree. Godlike moving all the way back. Now, Han only has the Blade Storm, so he can take some risks because he's not really losing out on any weaponry.
Right.
But on the side of Luke and Godlike, I think you got to hold on to these rifles. If Han can, get an extra kill, great. In fact, Han actually, he picks up a judge, so he doesn't have to die here. Oh no.
Oh, what? Okay. Actually, just gets the kill. Han drops texture.
Han? Wait. He has time. Yeah, they have to come back.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And now the spike's going to go off. How many are actually going to get away? None.
Oh, none of them.
Okay, so that's actually huge.
That's massive.
That's so crazy. That was for the gamers, dude. That one was for the gamers, man. That was sick.
Was for the gamers.
That was so sick. He's like, actually,
man.
You know what you have to do now? And then, they're all screaming, just like, get back. He's got to get the defuse.
Oh, no.
Time out.
Oh, no. What a blunder. I mean, listen, they're sitting fine. They're sitting just fine on creds, but that doesn't feel great. Because here's the thing. WGS, they were simply like, well, let's just save these 2 rifles. That's the most we can hope for. Oh, but what if we just took away all of their rifles at the same time?
What if they won and all died in that round? So, yeah, WGS calls a timeout. Now, this is a kind of unique situation because we don't really get to ever cast a situation like that in a match where, he does bait them all back into being destroyed by the spike. So this is going to be a fun round to see what the buys are and how they're going to try to set this up if there are some new opportunities we're not used to talking about here.
Yeah, I think they simply just had faith that Texture was going to be able to hold the site on his own and everyone else gets out. Now, as we're waiting for this round to start, just a reminder for everyone watching from home, in case someone's asking, this is not on the new patch. That takes a couple weeks to come into pro play. And then, of course, usually we have all the players here in the studio on this awesome stage here in Korea. But with Damwon still being under quarantine, under recovery, we are playing this match online.
That's right.
All right, well, he gets the spot, and they're also aware that Han now has an operator.
He thinks about peeking, but decides otherwise. Texture confidently moving up into male. We have another situation where it's going to be Godlike this time instead of Han lurking in vents. Yep. And they just don't seem to peek vents.
No, they're just letting that area be, which is very interesting because vents is, in a lot of ways, crucial for both sides. Just simply holding that control opens up so many possibilities that the opponents need to consider. And the interesting thing on the side of WGS is instead of using the alarm bot to really just keep an eye on vents, they're always leaving someone there and holding a much further back position on A almost every round. WGS basically always poised for the retake here on A site. And Dom1, I think, they're starting to kind of sense this, that, oh, this is oddly empty. I mean, we will get the plant, but they have to think ahead in terms of what does the post-plant look like.
And they smoke out Heaven, and nobody's even going to use mail. It doesn't matter. iReady takes down Intro.
I was about to say Intro could make it huge here on the lurk, but they are wary on their exit out from B.
Oh, tries to get a shot there from Han. And beautiful play here by Xe. So good.
And he rendezvous out. So WGS, they just have to wait for this lockdown. Junghai in the corner. I do not believe he is locked down here. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
he
he's still
should be safe.
I don't think they're aware of this.
Well, they see him, but a little bit too late as he's starting to clear the site out, and now comes the rest of Damwon Kia trying to come through here.
No dice. I mean, the wall, you couldn't break through it fast enough. And Xe with the cleanup as well. That lockdown, there's that sliver of that corner left in the site.
Yeah. If you go up the lockdown there, you can go into that little back area and basically just stay out of the lockdown range.
Junghai, he makes it work. And the thing is you saw I'm Ready kind of suspected there might still be someone in that corner, but he flicks it and he has to do a double take because he doesn't really fully believe his eyes because they obviously didn't actually get any connections on the lockdown. Eventually that leads to a double kill. Godlike has to give up at the half of the defuse, and now back to Sheriffs for WGS, and that's going to force him to play a little aggressively out of mid MB, and Damwon all the wiser here.
They're looking for picks. We do have a quiet push over here at B Garage, but way in the back is going to be Intro waiting here for them.
Yeah, Intro's just on intel duty, and that's what you want him to do. He's just keeping people at bay with his toxic screen on one side of the map. One of these days, Damwon is just going to use that screen to rush through so WGS can't fully ignore it. And that's part of why Vipers started to become a little popular as you have a little bit more control on the attack as a semi-sentinel.
Texture inches up into A Heaven. And iReady is going to be just around the corner. And Luke gets the kill anyways before iReady can get the peek.
And okay, they need to have someone cover that rifle. Otherwise, WGS is going to pick one up on the retake here. Intro needs to stay near ramp and main so they don't get a free rifle on this retake.
So this is going to be a plant for the outside of A. And I mean, this is still doable for WGS. I mean, they've got quite the push coming here now. Are they going to be ready?
They have a Phantom.
Xe whiffs it.
They let I'm Ready pick it up, and Intro gets picked off. And now the Cosmic Divide not working out in favor.
Oh my God! Godlike gets that kill. Esperanza,
he's still
the last
sticking
line
it.
of defense.
He's still sticking it.
Dude, that was pretty cool. A thrifty victory. We're 3-4 as this is just such a back and forth here with WGS, Damwon Kia.
I mean, great shots from Luke, but here's the thing. When you're going up against an eco round, you have to make sure that even if you lose someone, that you don't give that rifle for free. I mean, sometimes, you know, it's someone far out or it's your lurker who gets killed and you can't do anything about it. But they had an opportunity to make sure that that rifle did not go for free. I mean, at the very least, keep it at bay, buy a little more time, but they pick it up. And Intro was waiting to really just simply flank them once they've all come down ramp. It backfires on him as Texture gets spotted in mid here.
Oh, flashed over here. iReady gets that kill, and now they completely control mid.
Oh, and they have the spikes down in sewers. Did they check for that? They are aware.
Okay, they are.
I think they're aware. They must,
should be.
Well, they hear it right when they get the kill, so they should absolutely be aware of it. They can't stay there though. That's the thing. I mean,
well,
you can't.
it's not an easy area to cover, so they're just going to back off. And in a weird way, I guess Damwon Kia is going to have to, go through all these motions to try to retrieve it. When in fact, over here for WGS, they can reconfigure and just get ready to cover the sites again.
Well, exactly. What that allowed WGS to do is push Han out all the way ramps, because you're like, well, if there was a lurker on A, they have to now go back through sewers. So I will take full control of A main. We've left mid open, but we're just watching it from heaven, taking a little bit of a backwards position. You have your alarm bot outside of vents at the top of the ropes there. So really good positions for WGS. This is one of those moments where the defenders give up A heaven for free, and they say, well, welcome to heaven. Where are you going to go from here? All right, now they know.
All right, they're going to come into A. They've got the jet over there. She'll gun down the turret. Oh, Xe just whips and sprays down Han.
What
Luke is still on the back over here. And
oh, no.
Gets the spike dropped over here, just flat in the middle of A. And there's not a lot of time left, and Xe has to make a decision here. He does get a kill on Godlike.
He simply is trying to go for more kills. XC wants one more.
Okay, now that's pretty good. I mean, at least getting those little victories within the round loss, that's something. Make them pay as they go into the next round.
What I love is you definitely, within the team, you know that they're screaming the call out that XC's down to 22 health.
Yeah,
And in that scenario, a lot of players will just go for that extra P.
Right.
But
right.
I love what WGS did. They said, okay, well, hold on. It's
Everybody
XC.
calm down.
Yeah, we lost 2 people.
Yeah.
Let's reel it back. You know, he can keep that rifle because right now we're kind of desperate for wins. I mean, it's 4-4. WGS is starting on defense here on Split. We need to remember that.
And that was a funny start to this replay. It's like everything was purple. I'm like, did our monitor just crash? But yeah, I mean, XE again, I think smart plays here, staying back. Great control there. Gets the kill. And this next round, an extremely important one. Wait, what? We already lost somebody. So Han's apparently dead, and they're going to be coming into A here.
Yeah, I mean, the round just kicks off right away as we were watching that replay, and now site broken into. Spike planted. WGS only 3 members, and this is a scenario where, I mean, I wonder, the save, it's something that goes through your mind because there's 5 members on the other side. Esperanza has the resurrection. I mean, worst comes to worst, Intro could Viper's Pit in the last minute if they start to get pressed. Yeah, I think WGS, you need to save. I mean, you're on defense, you're tied up, but you need to save.
I wish we could have caught the start of this match and seen what exactly happened there, because it looks like almost immediately Han was picked off somehow.
Yeah, looking at the death markers on the minimap, I mean, it just seems like it was a fast rush out from A main. Han was trying. Oh my gosh!
Pretty nasty. 4-5 here. Damwon Kia stays ahead, kind of exploding into an advantage in that last, the start of that last round.
Yeah,
you know,
so
an easy A plant.
We'll see if we get a replay, but based on it, it looks like it was just an easy swing out right off the start of the round. I mean, we saw Texture even just pushing through the nano swarm when we came back. So
the defenders spawned. They're like, they're AFK. Go for the kills.
So I think it was just a rush from Damwon that really caught WGS off guard. And Operator in Han's hands, watching mid, but tour de force to kind of counter this.
All right, Han pushes out, scope down on Frog.
Oh my gosh, I'm ready, simply trying to distract as Han holds this off angle in mid. Do they know about Han? Oh no, Han doesn't have a way out.
Takes the shot.
He tailwinded into the box. He does not have a way out.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, this is so crazy.
Oh my god.
All right. That was so sick.
That is the most
with the shorty.
That is the most high-pitched sound I've ever made on any cast ever.
That was so crazy.
As we watch Esperanza face his demise here all alone in mid, but Han with the shorty.
Yeah. Just 2 hops and 2 shots. That's all you need.
Wow, what a kill.
Dude, what a round that was.
Well,
it's like, well, he's actually better when he's really cornered and has nothing to do. But
he's like, I actually tailwind into the wall on purpose.
Yeah, I tailwind into the corner so that I have more pressure on myself to perform when I need to get my shots.
Well, Damwon goes for the timeout, and I mean they were sitting pretty healthy in economy, and finally it's starting to dry up near the end of this first half.
Not even a strategic timeout. They're just talking about that shorty playback. They're like, did you see that? I can't believe that.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta let it out, you know. But Operator saved, of course, after Han eventually goes down, so they'll still have that in their hands for WGS. Let's look at the ult economy here. You still got a Cosmic Divide lockdown ready for WGS. Bladestorm could very well be used if it's a retake scenario here for Han. But other than that, the Resurrection of Viper's Pit still available here for Damwon Kia.
That is true. That is going to play a huge role if they can get that set up.
I mean, you really want to try to use this res to your advantage. I mean, have someone kind of push through. We see that with KOs a lot. Obviously, kind of more self-sufficient because you go down here and still you have that reboot phase on the ground when you're in that null command. But if you're able to just provide backup, go for a trade, go for the res, and then you pit into one of these sites, there's a good opportunity. Finally, maybe time where they actually use the screen to enter into the site. So WGS has to be wary of this.
So kind of like this whole first half started. We're going to have pushing back up into male. I like iReady's position here. He can get a shot and basically just drop down like we see right here.
Yeah, and then you have the backup from Godlike as well. So while they pick up the spike.
Oh, this is cute.
Oh, I'm ready. Oh, you cheeky.
Yeah, this is a funny angle that they just might not be
and
ready.
Texture knows he crouches through.
That's so cool.
Because you saw the gunfire come out, and he
Yeah.
was like, okay, he has an angle. We heard the wall. Most likely he can see me if I walk across. So they're not entirely sure that Texture is here.
And Texture does get that kill onto Godlike and pulls right back around.
Well, now they've each been spotted. Double drop off of Heaven. You got to strike at the same time from main.
Okay, Sylvan is dropped immediately.
Oh, what a timing.
And they're just going to take B.
What a timing from Damwon. That drop, and then you say, all right, we're going to push out from under Heaven and main at the exact same time.
Right.
And we each have 2 people, so we can always go for the trade. You have that confidence. You actually lose no one in the process. Han, he has his Blazestorm, but he also wants to keep this operator.
Yeah, he's going to look for anybody that's going to pass through this area that he sees into B with.
Well, you know there's got to be some members left here in the site.
All right, so they just hemorrhage out their weapons, and it's going to be 5-6 now. The best hope right now for WGS is that they can tie this up 6-6. If not, we're going to go into the second half with Damwon KIA with a modest lead of 7-5.
Yeah, and even with 6 rounds already, Damwon's going on to defense. Damwon, historically, very quick on the rotate on defense. I mean, they feel good about this map. So I think they're already fairly happy. Just really good awareness from Texture to crouch across and pick off Godlike. Allows for the 2-2 push right into the site, giving them that 1-round edge. Resurrection of Viper's Pit still available.
Yeah.
Now, of course, all things available on the other side, but Sylvan's stuck with a Bucky. And they're aware. Look at all of them hiding in. Oh, what a dash out.
Yeah.
I mean, they knew.
Dude, they just baited the crosshairs away from where the rest of them were going to come out.
That was almost catastrophic with the flashpoint coming out, but it will be a trade. And, of course, finally, the Resurrection seeing some good use.
Oh, hold up.
Han.
Things are starting to get a little bit close here.
Oh, no.
Already. Just narrowed this down to just Intro.
Oh, but the timing. Intro pushes out.
Okay.
They see each other.
Oh, and the res is inbound.
Oh,
no.
this time
yes,
for WGS.
okay, Godlike's going to be back.
And Godlike had the Rolling
That's
Thunder,
it.
but it doesn't matter. It's going to be tied 6-6. And here's the thing. Yeah, score-wise, it's split. I mean, Damwon probably has the edge here because they're going over to defense. But a lot of back and forth and adjusting from both teams. But at the end of the day, I think Damwon just a little bit more aware of what angles, especially I think for Han. They knew what angles Han wanted to play. They knew he was very focused on that mid, and they were able to set up these trades and just keep someone lurking on one side of the map, do these slow pushes. Pays off. 6 rounds on the board for both teams.
Such an exciting first half. But I'll tell you, man, WGS making Damwon KIA work right now. I think it could be one where you're right, Chober, that Damwon KIA could probably start to pedal ahead here as we go into the second half, and they are on the other side. But this has been a fun one. These two teams are making for an amazing series.
They haven't put up quite the game. I mean, the final score on Haven on the first map was 13-10 in favor of WGS, mind you. For anyone who's just tuning in, it was not Damwon who took the lead there. It was WGS. Damwon trying to fight to take this to map 3.
So we're going to be starting the second half in just a little bit here. But quite the back and forth. We do have WGS with a map lead as we continue on into the second half of map 2 here. WGS keeping in the best of 3 that 1-0 lead. And look, man, if WGS wins here, it's pretty big because honestly, we kind of, in the Korean scene, look at Damwon KIA as like the number 2 team. On their worst day, the number 3 team in the region.
Sure.
And so for them to, in this phase of the tournament, have a score of 2-2, that's rough for them.
All right, this man right here, Damwon KIA fans. This man's the one who's trying to rip down Damwon KIA's rating here in Korea.
Come at me, Damwon KIA fans. Feed me!
Now, I mean, you're right, though. This is not the scoreline that anyone expected them to have at this point.
And look, I do want to jump in here in their defense in that they have had some of their players have been sick. Everybody's getting sick out here in Korea as Omicron's spreading through the country. So that's rough. But the same time, dude, it's not like WGS isn't playing poorly.
Right.
They look very strong. They're very coordinated.
Well, I think that's the thing. That's the takeaway I think even Damwon needs to work on is, sure, conditions aside, overall strategically, they have been getting red here and there on multiples of these maps against Onslayers yesterday and then against WGS today. So regardless of the circumstances, that's something you have to start to review a little separately in these matches.
Yeah, Damwon KIA has also had like a lot of their games just like out there to be studied and researched. It's one of the weird problems that comes with the success of a team that has been so dominant is that everybody can kind of analyze you in a way that, you know.
Well, it did take over 100 matches to finally analyze Vision Strikers last year, so I don't know if that's much of an excuse for Damwon KIA.
Fair enough, but they've had a lot of their stuff out there.
Yeah.
And I'm just ready to hop into the second half. I don't know if we've had a little bit of a delay or anything
we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. We don't talk about that.
I'm like, Chobra, what's going on?
Now we'll wait and see until we get an official update. Of course, just bear with us. This is an online match, so even if there's nothing actually wrong, sometimes we just have to make sure that we're not jumping the gun here. Make sure that everything's fine on both sides. We can't just walk out on stage and double check. So please bear with us as we're continuing with this online match. We thank you for your patience.
Bear with us, viewers.
Bear.
Or else.
Or else what?
I don't know. I'm just trying to alpha the viewers here, man. I'm trying to mad dog the viewers, man. Chill, guys. I'm like, look, there's a button under my desk. We can start the match anytime. We just have a lot to say. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
We
get it off our chest a little bit.
I'm not touching it again. No, you know what? 5 more minutes of downtime.
You there in the chat. No, now that you said that, we're not
Chat's
pressing
watching
the
at home. No, please start the game.
Yeah, trust me. It's we're just waiting as well. We're waiting for an update.
Now, I think this probably will go.
There it is.
Oh,
we didn't even have to wait for an update.
Boop. Okay, the button's been hit. We're going to start.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tasteless.
I'm a merciless.
Thank you for Tasteless.
All right, so
you've really saved us here in this match.
No problem.
Well,
let the games continue on. I was going to say, before we really get into this, I do think there's a likelihood that Damwon KIA could pull through with and actually take this game, and I would welcome a map 3.
And I love the shorty from X-IT because you've got that headhunter. And I agree. They've been very well prepped on defense. Historically, they have a couple new additions, but I don't think that really changes the overall color and style of this team. In some ways, especially because they now have Solo as their head coach. And early on, it's just going to be a quick breakthrough, but no overcommitment from WGS. And Damwon, but this is what I'm talking about. You hear that wall get broken, and immediately the extra member has now come over to screens on A. That allows Texture to push out ramp with Esperanza.
Texture peaks. Oh, and gets Han, and Sylvan's there. Sylvan fights back, and it's a bit of a trade.
Oh, Sylvan gets Esperanza. That's a bit of a rough one. But XC with the shorty. Rendezvous back.
I'm liking in this season some of these surprise angles to use the shorty at intro. Gets the headshot onto iReady, and Luke's gun was poking out, and so XC just sets up for a pop shot.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no, Sylvan, what? Listen, regardless of how this round goes, how is Sylvan winning these duels?
Sylvan gets the orb.
And I love that he gets the orb. We've seen it from Sylvan time and time again. Whenever he's at a disadvantage, he's like, oh, wait, let me pick up this orb, because guess what? That starts to add up in the grand scheme of things.
So I guess it's going to be a move towards B. I mean, I think Sylvan could try.
I mean, there's only 20 seconds. He's going to have to rush through. XC also getting his own orb. I think Sylvan here is the end of that. He's only with 9 HP, though. Unless?
All right. I don't know that he's looking.
Oh, hello. Well. I mean, that's the thing. Sylvan had to run with his knife out because there was only, close to 10 seconds left. And, of course, you're not going to save the ghost no matter what was going on in that round.
Weird moment there when that kill was pulled off.
I can't believe he gets that kill off of the rope.
Yeah.
But
all right, let's see if we get a shot of it here.
I mean, neither player was ready. Of course, we saw it from the other side, but he had just taken out his pistol as well, and Sylvan just a little bit quicker on the trigger. But XC, the shorty buy coming in handy. That allows him to save a couple of those rounds in the Headhunter as well. Of course, the Headhunter is a pricey gun. It's 100 credits per round.
And Han could be going with a shorty here, looking for some kind of an angle. Doesn't quite get that shot off as they've jammed up the entry point to A. and are going to go back down through sewers.
And once again, you see how Damwon looks at this map defensively. Texture, sure, you talk about the tags there, but he doesn't spam through because he's like, well, we know for a fact they can't push through here anymore. I don't want to give away my potential position or that someone is spamming through the smoke and pay for it dearly. As we watch X-IT, who still has his shorty. It's got the treasure map on it, so he knows where to go.
he knows where to fight to find the pirate's gold.
Oh, man. That is so much value off of that shorty right now.
Yeah, it really shows you what a chamber can do with a shorty and being able to just escape back out like that.
Well, and here's the thing. Trademark at the top of the ropes. So even if WGS wanted to rotate through it, they can't really take advantage. I think the idea here is that they want to send I'm Ready through the ropes once everyone's ready to go at a main. However, are they going to start to rotate early from WGS KIA? I think so. Because something's wrong. Oh my god, he's going to go for the knife. Esperanza,
Peekaboo! I found you!
Esperanza.
Oh my god, and Texture just mows it down. No way to get that spike planted now. No matter how fast you go, there's not enough time in the round.
And X-IT just says, I have so many creds, I can just shoot 100 creds at a round. Up into the air before taking you down. Oh man, Esperanza finally gets his knife. We've had a couple moments, I think, from Esperanza, specifically where he thought about it and he took out his gun. He's like, nah, I don't take the chances here.
Yeah. That one was for the gamers.
that one was also
a moment for the gamers back there.
Well, Damwon, and I'm telling you, this team knows how to play defense here on Split.
He's like, taste my fade. Gets the kill there. So another great round here. Bonus buy here for WGS, and they're going to need to win. And hopefully, for their sakes, win big and carry all guns with them through to the next round, because things are starting to mount right now.
No, they're trying.
KIA.
They're trying to clear out X-IT. No longer there in mail, by the way. But this is what it does. You take a couple kills from there, and now Godlike had to spend his one aftershock to clear out mail. And this is how you start to slowly get an advantage through these default setups. Is now X-IT sitting comfortably with his headhunter over on ramp. Esperanza's walled off B heaven. There's no entry point there. It takes a little while. Sylvan, though, does find X-IT on ramp.
Ooh, Texture popping out of vents, gets the kill and escapes immediately after. And you can see WGS isn't really able to get much ground here. To what you were putting out earlier, Chobra, like, yeah, those forward positions, they really milk that in the next round where they're trying to clear out areas where nobody's actually staying there. And now they're going to have to try to do a push in through B Garage.
Oh, Esperanza might hit a golden timing here. It's him versus Sylvan on the rotate.
Oh, hold on. But
right, I mean, Sylvan, is he patient enough, or does he run right by him? Oh,
wow.
No.
At the same time, Intro takes out Han.
Oh, the turret actually slows Esperanza down enough for Godlike to peek around and finish that kill. But no time. No time. Again.
And I think they might just go for a save.
I mean, you have to, because you have rifles, but you're on attacker side and no plant again.
Yeah. And it does seem like WGS is starting to lose control of this second half by quite a bit. Now, again, having two more Vandals in the round, there's ways they can get set up to try to get picks and, take that. But, what happens if WGS KIA just plays a very tight game?
And they do. Right? They do on Split. That's the scary part. I think they always have. And even with these new additions, I think they continue to be just as strong. You now have someone like Solo who can really provide a better bird's eye view.
Right.
But already every player here has had a good understanding. They all have good memories here on Split. And we're starting to see that. The defensive setups, it starts to condition WGS so early. Simply because, listen, you start getting killed by things like the Shorty, the Judge. You have to respect it because you realize, like, oh, the value they're getting out of that spot with that weapon.
It's not just that you got a kill. It's that you got, like, an instant kill for almost free.
Yeah, pretty much, especially the Shorty.
Yeah, the Shorty
it's only 150
so cheap.
credits. So that, well, that was a moment there.
Whoa,
that
Caster
was a
Jinx with the right no, I mean, that's huge value. And especially if you're somebody like X-IT that gets the kill and then actually escapes out. Where
with the rendezvous.
You didn't even trade.
I mean, brutal.
Pretty nasty. So, 2 Sheriffs and 2 Vandals are the tools at the disposal of WGS And we're going to start this round momentarily here, but we're going to see what kind of setup WGS KIA is going to commit to. It doesn't look like they're going to hold any tight angles at all.
Oh, and here's the thing from Damwon. This time they put up the toxic screen in mid, trusting that simply this will buy time. Esperanza, he does put up his wall pretty early. I thought he was going to wait, trusting that the toxic screen was going to buy enough time. He doesn't want to take any chances, because here's the thing. From WGS, they never have ever cleared this trademark properly here at the top of ropes.
That's true.
And XC already sniffs it out because they haven't made any moves on the glacial wall here, the barrier from Sage. So yeah, you took Vents, but you're kind of stuck there. You still haven't broken the wall in B heaven.
Yeah, and nobody's up here in A yet. They had their chamber ready to see that. And so they're going to come forward here.
As soon as this gets broken, we're going to start to see. Oh, but finally, WGS, they know that Damwon historically likes to rotate fast, so the Spike's still waiting to make a move.
Cloudburst blinds that. Beautiful play there.
Oh, but I think Damwon knows. Here's the thing. You have to be able to make a trade for this fake to work. XC already on the rotate. Han's been, or not Han, but Texture, sorry, has been hiding out behind the map here on site.
Weird moment
Oh,
here.
and he peeks
pops out. Iready's gone. And there's still two lurking down over here on the plant site.
They're hiding Texture. They're hiding Texture. They bait them into Texture's crosshairs. Oh, Zhonghai.
Yeah. They might have expected one, but two is going to be too much now. And Han needs to try to go for a plant. And we'll get it set up. And look, this is not impossible here for WGS. But you got to be careful. I mean, with XC in the position that he's in, okay, and he gets that shot. I was going to say.
And the peek right out from Esperanza.
Easy to fuse, 6-10.
Wow.
Seems like we're probably going to be going into a third map here, Chobra.
Hold your horses, all right? Just a moment ago, you were telling me that WGS KIA might not be the top two team here in Korea.
I am a fair weather caster here, okay? I am nothing but emotions and round wins.
Oh, my gosh. Well, look at the credits here for Damwon. Because of all that value we talked about during that halftime, the op now in Texture's hand, and quite a lot of money still left over for the future rounds. They currently are in a 4-win streak here in the second half on defense.
Now, again, this is a round where, you know, as far as weapons go, WGS is still viable. And there's actually nobody in heaven. This time it's going to be a stack into the back of A. Oh, wow. And
oh, XC not
bit of a
quick
trade-off.
enough. Yeah, gets a little shaken up, but enough of a trade to buy time for the rotate.
Oh, Esperanza just gets the shutdown. Texture with the shot on the Sylvan. 6-11.
This is what I'm telling you. Damwon, not only are they faster to rotate, but they realize, okay, if we are rotating, the members on the site simply have to buy time. Either trade even numbers, block the plant. That is your main goal. They make that happen. A Zhonghai actually really fulfilling that dream here. And then everyone is already just walking into elbow. And there's once again, not only does WGS lose a round, once again, no plant.
Yeah, and I think they were caught off guard by the double stack on elbow. It's not the most common defense formation here, but it can really catch them on guard in a moment where they probably think they're going to have a comfy plant.
Yes, and just absolutely caught off guard. Now has to make something happen here on an eco with the Blade Storm from Han. They spot one. They knew about Esperanza. Still not able to get the kill.
He just can't get the connection with those blades. And Han's going to sit back here with the shorty in hand.
And on the side of Damwon, no need to take any chances. You know it's pistols and potential shorties, so they're not going to break through this wall anytime quick. Luke trying to see if someone peeks out for that smoke.
Okay. Actually clips Han. Not for that much damage. It just goes right back to the position on the A side of the vents.
Yeah, nothing really lost there. Now, this has faked out Texture enough to rotate now, but they're still here in B.
Oh, now he sees Han over there. Han trying to clear angles.
He wanted the gun.
Yeah. So funny.
Well, it's just Sylvan left, and he's been playing well, but...
Yep, Sylvan, 3 bullets in the chamber and 5 opponents. He just needs him to line up, Chobra.
You know what? He just got 6, so
Got
that
6.
doubles his chances.
Now he can headshot 4 and then body shot the last guy twice.
Oh, look at you with your map.
Now look at me. This guy really is a VALORANT caster. All right.
Texture says, "Oh, I welcome you with open arms." I mean,
okay, so I mean, let's see what WGS can do, but it's hard to imagine them getting 6 more wins and then, you know,
it is
going to OT.
It is looking a little rough.
And then winning that, and then winning the whole tournament. That's a stretch.
Oh, the whole tournament. We're going that
We're going that far.
Okay, we're going all the way into the end of March here,
and then going overtime versus Vision Strikers in the finals,
and then they go to Masters.
They go to Masters.
I mean, hey, we're still only halfway through the round robin stage. Lots of possibilities here leading into the playoffs, but for now, WGS has to focus on this map. They currently are leading 1 map win, trying to close this set out.
All right, Texture has got a really good position. Oh,
the patience. I think I already peeked out just wide enough to get
it's
a
the
glimpse.
sleeves on Sage, man. Her sleeves are wiggling around.
Yeah, she's got to really tighten that up.
Yeah, she's got this loose-fitting clothes. And when she moves around, you just see it kind of poke out of the corner.
Oh, and he's back on ramps.
Oh, nice shot. Oh, man.
Well,
I think this is almost over here.
Yeah, the writing's on the wall here for WGS, and Esperanza still has his barrier. Sylvan can't do much. He is wary of the potential position on top, but XC rendezvous out. Oh man, doesn't that just make your blood boil when you see Chamber kill you and immediately just teleport out?
Oh, it's rough, man. Sylvan's back again.
Okay, Damwon getting a little antsy simply because it's yet another 1v5 against Sylvan.
Yep, that's going to be it. We're tied up on 1, guys. Damwon Kia delivers in game 2. Let's go to the final game of the night.
I am very happy to see Damwon play on Split, though, because, again, they were one of these teams in Korea that, on defense, their movement around the map was so clean, so fast.
Right.
And I'm happy to see that they haven't lost that color when they're on this map.
That was a fun one. You really saw that once they had the opportunity to get to the second half, they made it an easy closer.
Yes.
It was literally as close as it could be for the first half, and then as one-sided as it could be for the second half. That's pretty funny.
Well, I gotta say, it all started on the second half with that shorty from XC. He gets so much value off of that 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And then he's able to draw out more utility just to try to clear out Mail. Finally, he's able to get some extra kills with the Headhunter leading into the Tour de Force. It is the Chamber dream to really just, buy weapons for your teammates all the time. And you're like, well, I've got my golden weapons in my pockets.
Gotta make it rain, dude.
You gotta make it rain.
That's what Chamber does. So 13-6, really turning that entire map around once they were on the opposing side. And, we talked a little bit about how Texture, in our first map early on didn't look that strong. He's staying very focused as we went through the second map. He looks very good.
He's come back
delivering.
online. Yeah,
back.
He's warmed up. He's starting to really play the jet that we're used to expecting from Texture. XC, of course, just an absolute number of kills here. And again, a lot of it with simply the guns that Chamber has in his utility. And then on top of that, the shorty, of course, coming in handy. But everyone on the side of Damwon this time around really put up the numbers that we're used to seeing from this roster. Esperanza 2.0. Texture still fulfilling his role with a 302 combat score.
Right.
And Junghai and Intra still holding their own kind of on these sites or on these lurks with a 1.4 KDA. And the numbers a little rough on the side of WGS. I mean, they had this combo that was a little old-fashioned with the Jet and the Breach, and they weren't able to make it work.
Guys, short break. When we come back, the final match of the night. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
can always fly away. Getting down to the heart of it, where the dark and the demons lay. Lift your hand if you want to be pulled from the cage. Getting lost in the atmosphere. Your daddy left, girl, but I'm still here. 2 more years we'll be in the clear, and we're trying, we're trying. We'll take a pic on your camera phone. I don't mind if you're home alone. Barely swerving to miss the cones, but we're trying, we're trying. Getting lost in a place where I pull you near. All the walls you ever can just start to disappear. Go, 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 go. Can I time to the monsters fall asleep? Hide them to be gone in a way that would lead you straight to me. Oh, 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 oh. Getting lost in the atmosphere. Your daddy left, girl, but I'm still here. 2 more years we'll be in the clear, and we're trying, we're trying. We'll take a pic on your camera phone. Take a picture. I don't mind if you're home alone. Barely swerving to miss the cones, but we're trying, we're trying. Yeah, we're trying, we're trying, we're trying. Yeah, we're trying, we're trying, we're trying, we're trying.
Shanghai needs to stay back on mid right now.
Texture's dropped. The shoulder was poked out a little bit too soon.
Oh, Mike, of course, was still planted.
Right in the back. Intro.
Oh, he keeps jumping. Another judge, though.
All right.
Hello.
Texture.
Wait. He has time. Yeah, they have to come back.
Oh, that's pretty cool. And now the spike's going to go off. How many are actually going to get away? None.
Oh, none of them. I
so
think they're aware of this.
Well, they see him, but a little bit too late.
Yeah, looking at the death markers on the mini-map, I mean, it just seems like it was a fast rush out from A main. Han was trying. Oh, he does not have a way out.
Oh, that's so. Actually, just sets up for a pop shot.
Oh no!
No!
Oh no!
He knows it.
God, he's gonna go for the knife. Esperanza,
Peekaboo! This guy really is a podcaster. All right. Yep, that's gonna be it. We're tied up with one guy. Welcome back, everyone. It's time to settle the score here. Damwon Gaming Kia and WGS. In our second map, we saw Damwon Kia come back, fight hard, and they had a very, very impressive score.
Yes, I mean, if you watched Damwon Kia as a team last year, despite some of the player changes, you were hoping that you'd see a great split, and they delivered. And I think one of the biggest things was X-IT just continued to be his thorn with the shorty and the headhunter, and then his rendezvous out. They were never able to really catch the guy and really helped bring everything together. But honestly, overall, Damwon Kia looked a lot more comfortable here on Split in Map 2.
Yeah, it seems like Texture has really found his groove. He's playing a lot cleaner. He was kind of all over the place, whipping a lot of op shots. We had that match on Haven, but you know, this time around, he seems to be much stronger. Of course, taking a look at the MVP of that last game, X-IT was an absolute powerhouse.
I mean, him on the Chamber. I mean, he single-handedly showed us why Chamber is so popular right now. The trademarks, the rendezvous, the ability to save money and be able to continue kind of building up this economy for the overall team. And if you have good aim, getting those free kills with the Headhunter, 100 credit each, it's pretty worth it. So he helps tie things up here for Damwon Kia.
This has been fun to see WGS perform as well as they have. I'm really starting to reevaluate them as a caster in this region and kind of realize, like, man, they've really stepped it up.
Yes,
they're you know, executing a lot more interesting plays as well here. We've really seen our entire scene out here in Korea really evolve and improve as we go into year 2 out here.
Well, we're going to Ascent. Ascent, and we'll see WGS, can they continue to improve, because this is a map where especially Han has always seemed comfortable on his own as a duelist, even last year with a different roster. However, it's always been kind of up or down depending on who they're going against. I mean, they've beaten some stronger teams, but then they lose out to a weaker team. And so far, they've had to play Ascent against both DRX and Team T5, and they lost both times. Against T5, they did get 9 rounds, but still not, you know, it's not like it went to overtime. Against DRX, they couldn't really flex any of their muscles with only 5 rounds on the board. On the other side, Damwon Kia, they just lost on Ascent yesterday against On Slayers.
Which is, you know, there's no shame, I think, in losing to On Slayers, but, you know, Ascent is a map where, like, if you're overall better, you should just come out on top, I feel like, which maybe is why we are, you know, kind of having to reevaluate some of these teams out here in Korea when you see a team like On Slayers do as well on a map like that against them. But I think that this is going to be a tough one for WGS.
All right, so we're going to see X-IT pick up that KO once again. He picked it yesterday in the match against On Slayers. For anyone who missed it, Damwon Kia ended up only getting 4 rounds on that map in Ascent against On Slayers. However, I mean, On Slayers also was reading Damwon like a book yesterday.
Yeah, they were really playing just at an absolutely insane level here. WGS kind of keeping it with a little bit of an older comp. Nothing wrong with that. It's certainly a you know, comfort can be key, especially when the pressure's on in a moment like this, going up against a team with the caliber of Damwon Kia. But if I had to guess, I would say slight advantage here for Damwon. Guys, we're actually ready to go into Game 3. This is our final game of the night to see who comes out on top of this best of 3 with WGS and Damwon Kia. Let's go.
right, so we do have Damwon KIA on attack first. As you mentioned, WGS still sticking with that breach in their composition, which, I mean, certain teams just have a little bit more favor because of their players on breach. Godlike, one of them, wherever he goes, he brings the breach with him. And the reason it works a little bit for WGS on any of these maps is because Han likes to push out no matter which side of the map he's on. And as breach, Godlike, instead of having to always reel him in, he can actually just support him in these aggressive endeavors. Oh, and look at this
lineup.
Just trying to clear mid, but at the same time, look at the setup on A short here from the defensive side. WGS just really clogging that area up, and they're pushing out B main.
Yeah, and they tried to get the jump on them with a defender side push, but it pretty much backfired. And this means it's going to be a very easy plant round here on to B for Damwon KIA.
Yep, only the spike going into the site. Everyone else just sitting right outside, going for trades. And here's what ended up happening. You saw Damwon trying to clear any utility in mid. You start to hear those bullets come down. And on the side of WGS, you're like, oh shoot, are they coming through mid? Then we're already kind of halfway through B main. We got to push out. We can't just back up into the site again and get caught off guard. So they thought they had the jump. But, oh man, Damwon, they were still prepped on every angle.
It's dire straits for Sylvan, who's going to try to come over here from the defender's side. And I mean, we'll see what can be done here, but it's just very hard to imagine this working. But it starts, and it keeps going. All right, Texture shuts that down. I was going to say,
that would
have been insane. Yeah, got 2 kills and almost got the 3rd there. Texture clutching that out. First win on the board right now.
Yeah, that was a little scary, but thank goodness Texture has come back online. He's feeling confident in his aim once again, it looks like. So he will able to eventually secure that win. And now, Damwon, do you go for a bit of an extended buy with that Bulldog? Looks like it. 3 Bulldogs. Okay. They're dishing it all out here on attack.
Let's take a look at this shot. Pretty crazy lineups here. Pops out of the smoke. And, I mean,
Sylvan.
It's seriously impressive. By the way, Sylvan starts it again by immediately taking Texture out. Esperanza returns the favor.
Yeah, and they did tag Godlike as well, so the drone going to just continue to make sure that the site is fully cleared out. Nanoswarm's used as well. So WGS makes the correct call. They want to just empty the site and go for the retake. However, Zhonghai.
Yeah, it's one of those...
They sense
lurks
it.
Way in the back.
They sense it.
And they're going to look for it, but the angle here is so insane.
Zhonghai!
They knew about it, but they picked the broader side. Nobody checked the tiny corner, and that is a huge play in the 2nd round.
Zhonghai. Does he get the 4th? He's just going to peek out, do some damage.
It's Han here, outnumbered, outgunned, and ultimately wiped out. And, you know, it's funny, we see that on Haven from time to time, but why not have it on Ascent? You know that these teams, especially, you know, when they're already with, you know, a budget set of weaponry, trying to just come around from behind, getting that ambush position and having it pay off like that is huge.
Yeah, and I think it's just really good awareness, as you said. For one, you basically give up on B main. You expect with the Sheriffs, you often see a push out of mid and B main at the same time. So you give that up. Then you get this trade in A, so you say, you know what? We've cleared out the site. I even put the Nanoswarm at the door. So now the only way they can really come back in is either Heaven or coming all the way back through main. Good calls from Damwon, and Sylvan opens up once again.
Yeah, immediately a bit of trading here, as we only have 3 players left on both sides. They are going to be able to move into A, although we do have Luke coming in here from A Heaven. At the same time, Han trying to come pass through tree. Now, the spike hasn't been brought onto the site yet, and so they may misread this and think it's going to be a fake.
The drone going to get enough information, though. It spots Zhonghai, so they know that the spike must be all the way far back.
Okay, and they're going to try to get a wall bang through the floor. No shots connect. And this time, a plant that's going to be tucked up against the wall.
Yeah, with that, you got to expect that there's going to be some members here under Heaven. But X-IT keeping a close eye on the door. Just going to buy some time with that flash drive in case anyone peeks out on the recon bolt. Oh, the turret should spot Luke up on Heaven. This is now a little tough because you know both members have to be under Heaven.
Yeah, but it's a tough area to peek. Luke's going to try to come down. Could get a good shot. Doesn't get those shots to connect.
Oh, my!
That is some big stuff, my friend. They're going to get that defuse, and that's going to be a much-needed victory. It was a very, very tough position to break into, but they pulled it off.
Yeah, and that's just good awareness. You make sure you saw I'm ready just in case there was someone a little bit far out. He's kind of watching the flank still, and then they say, all right, I spot one with my turret. Let's go down. Let's kind of do this cross-check on both angles. And both members of WGS winning the duels they selected finally puts a win on the board. Of course, for Damwon, they now come back with their own buys here. Esperanza, the only one who's going to sit on a Sheriff. But if they can feed him an ult orb, he will have that Huntress Fury to either try to clear a couple angles and get a free kill, or at least push them out.
Esperanza, almost doing a little bit of damage to Luke. He's going to have to back up.
Yeah, they know Han's stuck. They're trying to force him out. He eventually jumps through just in the nick of time.
Yeah, clutch moment here as the push on through mid continues here. They've cleared it out.
Well, now with all this utility having been popped in mid, Han has to rotate back and watch from spawn. So now this means even on B site, you have to take you backwards position. You're still trying to clear main with the Odin.
Yeah, and I think that A is still going to be a more desirable spike site to try to go into, especially with that Odin that's already over there. Now, the setup here isn't bad if they're going to try to come through connector here as well. And Godlike is ready.
Well, what I would have loved to see is a little bit more noise in mid, but right now they're all committed onto A site, and they're all coming in through Garden. Texture trades for one.
But there's a lot more players on the site, and I don't think they were aware. It seemed like it was clear. Intro takes Han out, and now it's just Luke and iReady, once again, needing to do some kind of a retake. Now, we saw WGS with an impressive retake before, but I don't think this one's going to be any easier.
And Luke just not able to get through. Intro buying time. You see the flash drive ready to be popped here in Zhonghai. Meanwhile, watching right by door.
Oh! Luke is so good at peeking. It's insane.
Intro, a little greedy on that one off of the flash drive. They had a setup, but now the doors are broken open. Zhonghai.
It seems like Zhonghai was confused. There was this weird moment where he went for the wall bang and then just turned, took out the door, and still the back facing the doorway there in kind of a weird retake.
The kill from Heaven is really what kind of caused all this chaos. Because you see the kill coming in from Luke, and then you see, well, Xy's right below. He had already flash strived, so he doesn't have as much time to get into a better position. So what the idea was your Xy's going to hold this close angle. Hopefully you can see it here on the mini-map. So right after this kill, Xy stays right next to Generator, waiting for him to pop out, and they were hoping Zhonghai actually peeks out wide. And by the time he made that decision, the Odin just rips through the door, and you see that split second where you can see kind of everything going through Zhonghai's head of like, oh shoot, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, this is bad. And this time, it looks like it's going to be a push down a lobby. Some Astra orbs are going to be set up here, and this is going to be...
Oh, I like this. I like this from Damwon because they have one rifle, but they're all on share, so they invest all of their ults to try to get a secure win. However, their flank has been wide open, and they cannot break further into the site because of their Cosmic Divide set up here for the corner plant. So they basically have to hold strong here in A main.
Oh, and this is a great moment for Hunter's Fury there.
Oh, just flashes to both sides.
Oh my God, doesn't see it on the side here.
Godlike opens with one. Oh,
Zhonghai is insane with these headshots, but can he keep it going?
Zhonghai, they know Zhonghai's here. Yep, he has to walk out of
clear wine.
So they're like, where's Texture?
Texture's hiding behind the generator, gets one, and does not get the second. Luke is going to be able to defuse this in time. Needs to respond pretty quickly here, but does pull it off here, a little bit shy, 2 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think for a second just thought about trading it off over to I'm Ready, but Luke will finish that off. Has his lockdown. Of course, Sylvan's been sitting on that Cosmic Divide as well.
Right.
But, I mean, really good call from WGS. You have the gun advantage, and as soon as you start to hear the movement, you just say, you know what, give the site up. And if they're already investing all these ultimates, the no command and the lockdown, I mean, and then they get the Cosmic Divide out for free as well because of the plant position. And then you say, well, we'll just lock them inside A main.
It was
They're just
smart.
fish in a barrel.
It was smart. They relied a little bit too much on that lockdown, keeping them safe, and they were then trapped inside that position without a lot of, places to hide, room to work with, really. So Han is pushed down into a lobby. Now, we should point out here that it is possible that Zhonghai just peeks and the spike gets dropped.
Zhonghai has to hold true. Now, the idea is you make enough noise in mid, and then you're slowly able to clear out the rest of the map. However, WGS has already pushed out very far. And Zhonghai, he asked for support from X-IT, because you haven't heard anything anywhere else.
All right, X-IT gets the first kill, and the second kill is from Zhonghai.
And this is huge. The 3 members in mid, yep, they get it for free.
Yeah, they're just going to take A. Easy peasy. Now, I don't know, with the 2 versus 5, if there's any incentive with, your expensive Odin to try to come all the way across.
No, I don't
think you just
so.
save, yeah.
Absolutely. I think you save.
It's an issue when you have the Sova holding an Odin like that, because B is so hard to actually push through without, eating spam shots through the wall that, it does kind of force them to go on A, which then allows your team to defend A, more heavily and try to take it that way.
I mean, Damwon had the idea of, we're going to push out mid. We continue to push this pressure here on mid. And WGS, sure, you have the alarm bot, but here's the thing. The trouble you run into when you default with the alarm bot in mid every time is if they just get used to clearing it and you don't respond quick enough, you will eventually give it up for free. I mean, you're simply buying, 3 extra seconds as they have to clear it. So now, WGS, regardless of how this goes, Texture wants. He has the Blaze Storm, so he's happy to charge through for some extra kills. Esperan's going to steal both of them,
yeah,
though.
Whips those shots. It doesn't matter, though, and now we're tied up 3-3.
But yeah, what I was saying was WGS, now you have to start investing a little bit more into mid. You cannot rely simply on the alarm bot. And look at this.
There it is, alarm bot.
Well, you change the position, but then you see the ping on the more forward position once again, saying that's where they've been putting it every time. We continue to mark that alarm bot, so if we wanted to clear it with a shock bolt, it gets taken out. So now WGS, they've rotated more members because of the eco over to B. They're just letting A be taken apart. Sylvan should have been tagged by that 0 point.
B can be tempting without the Odin, at play here.
Oh, they're just going to shove out with the fault line.
Intro. Not going to let Luke get any further out there. They actually pull back into B.
Okay, Han gets one, though. Slows down just a bit.
And instead, they're going to try to hard counter a move into A. And they're going to get to A long before Damwon Kia does.
This is a good read from WGS because they pushed out far in B main and they lost one member, but then you got a kill in mid. And that kind of signals that unless Damwon decides to flood through B main, they're already on the rotate. So WGS, they are ready, but they don't have the firepower.
Oh my gosh, they're going to come in here. They don't have the spike planted just yet, but they do manage to finally mow down everybody up in A heaven.
The shock bolt doesn't land. It does!
Oh, that's so funny.
There's still 40 seconds, so of course no rush, but good shock bolt.
Unfortunately, with this gun, it's not like it's easy to just shoot it down and then get in. And he's going to go for the wall bang.
He's trying.
I mean, the ideas were amazing. The execution, not so much, but...
I mean, he had the pings from his teammates, too.
This is so hard, man.
Yeah, you got to worry about the turret. You only have a sheriff. You don't have your recon bolt. You had just used it. Oh, hello, turret.
Yeah, turret not looking where he is, so he might be able to kind of get right underneath it. Yeah, he's just going to inch in here. And look, if you get some kills...
He has a Vandal.
Starts the defuse. That should bait them out. Gets to
half.
halfway. Okay,
nice try.
Honestly, that was really impressive.
I mean, that is the most best decision he can make on that one, and he does what he's able to do. He picks up the rifle. Unfortunately, does not convert it into a kill.
iReady, though, really, big brain plays there, considering what happened, sneaking underneath the turret, then getting that Vandal halfway defused. I mean, that's how you start a comeback. Just wasn't able to finish it there.
Man, I want us to have an agent that has like a Mr. Gadget arm, and then you can just take that arm out and turn the turret around from afar. It's like, oh, nope, you're looking that way.
It's like you need an agent that shoots a fist-like rocket or whatever.
And it simply pushes them back. It doesn't actually do any damage.
Wrist rocket special. So, going into round 8 here. Whoa! That's a start here.
And drone right away.
Taps down texture.
And he can drone this because he knows he has Godlike in the site to cover him if they spot anyone pushing through. So fairly safe.
Nice.
On with the op now in his hands in mid. And that's the spike.
Yeah. Huge moment. The spike marooned in mid here. It does get snagged over here by Zhanghai, but as this match continues to unravel, I mean, we're just seeing only 2 players here for Damwon Kia, and it looks like they may try to spring into B.
Trying to use this Nebula to their advantage. Luke is ready for it.
Yep, they're going for it.
He pops the Nano Swarm, though, so they are separated now. And Luke clears the spike.
That's going to be it. 4-4 in such an insanely close third map here.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, the adaptations are coming from both sides. Early on, Damwon just seemed to have a better tempo on knowing how WGS is going to rotate in a post-plant situation. But at the same time, WGS reacts even quicker on the aggression. And they're able to hold Damwon at bay. And now this operator, you get to continue it for one more round. He can continue to switch up this angle. And this, once you have that op, it really supports that alarm bot in mid, right? Because even if they clear it, the op could still be there. It could be holding a different angle. You can really spread out your utility.
Look at this,
just a bit more.
Triple stack push into mid, but they're already gunning for B.
It's going to be Godlike that pushes out in mid. That allows the op to go back to market. Oh, they tagged 3 people.
Esperanza takes iReady out. They managed to come into the B side, and it looks like WGS is kind of locked out.
Yeah, they have to back out at this point. You have the op. Now, you do have a Cosmic Divide, but since you have an op, unless you're going to swap that weapon out, I don't know if you invested here on the retake. I don't think that's wise. And WGS, what I love about WGS is they are aware of what they need to do in the long run. Sure,
yeah,
we're
I
on
agree.
the 9th round, but they say, you know what? We have an op and 2 rifles, and we cannot combat this. They haven't lost anyone. No one's even that low. So let's just go for the save, and if they get greedy, we'll pick them off. Godlike?
And this is some discipline here. Perfect peek there. But Esperanza drops
Oh!
it. Oh, that's huge, because that
That's-
means no more operator.
Yeah, that's trouble.
Well, Sylvan's pretty insane.
Yeah, but the thing is I mean, if you're Damwon, I do not think you simply make sure he's not able to get the op.
Yeah.
They're pushing significantly further than I thought they would to protect the op, but yeah, you just make sure that he can't come and snag the op so that they still have to invest if they choose to do so. Not sure if anyone has the capability to buy. I mean, yeah, you could. Godlike could buy it for him, but I don't think he will. Because then you're gonna have to sacrifice something here. So it's gonna be all rifles once again for WGS. Damwon with the right call to just keep the op out of their hands.
Another big win there, and again, keeping that operator away is going to starve them of other opportunities that they can't just get from purchasing stuff with credits at the round.
Now, Damwon has a couple rounds in their memory where just pushing S5 into A main and then forcing WGS entirely out of the site has worked quite well in their favor. They once again have these ults, right? They have the null command, they have the Cosmic Divide, and they even have the Hunter's Fury. This time they're not using the Cosmic Divide because they don't want to get locked into main.
Well, here comes that Hunter's Fury. It's going to be tagging Godlike, but he does live through it.
X-IT, are you going to try to go for a lineup here just to block them out? Oh, wait. Oh, he was waiting for it. I think he was waiting for the lockdown. He was waiting for the lockdown!
Oh, wow. That is some 5-head stuff, dude.
Oh,
Perfect
X-IT.
denial there.
Well, that ruins the plans of WGS just a tad bit. Texture saw the ping.
Through.
You know there's one on Heaven, and he's the only one. He can't do much. I mean, it's all thanks to X-IT. He knew. Lockdown's online. I'm ready for it with the fragment. It was in the very typical position over by Garden, right outside the window, right on that crate. You know where it goes, and so X-IT just commits the fragment for it.
Yeah, very impressive play back there. Ultimately, it's going to be a 6-win here for Damwon Kia.
And this was kind of a chain reaction because you saw the Hunter's Fury come out from Esperanza just to try to clear out tree, just to buy time for everyone to get in. If he gets a free kill, great. And that kind of lulls Luke into the scenario where he's like, oh, well, the Hunter's Fury's gone, so I can put my lockdown safely.
Right.
And he forgets that you've still got other things like the shock bolts, like the fragment, and if they know their lineups, it gets taken out unless you move it just a tad bit. So good call from Dom1 that forces a timeout from WGS.
With this 2-victory lead, WGS, I mean, they're in a bit of trouble. Dom1 KIA, getting further and further ahead. And so WGS calls for the timeout. They need to start to figure out how they make this a 6-6 score at the end of the first half and not a 4-8.
Well, I gotta say, Taste, it looks a little rough looking at the Creds. They cannot buy rifles here. So if they want this round, they have to commit their ultimates, unless something crazy happens. So the theory is if you want to take this round and try to make it a 6-6, you need to be very, very confident in committing your ultimates early, both the Cosmic Divide and the Rolling Thunder. The good news is you can kind of use them in tandem one after the other just to buy time. One to prevent the plant, one in a post-plant situation for the retake. On the side of Damwon, though, I mean, you have a lot of credits, so you're not worried about that. You have your own lockdown now and your own Cosmic Divide. The moment WGS uses their ult, I think Damwon just buys their time, back up, and then use your ultimates to get back into the site.
It's going to be an attack into B. And right now, Luca's going to be on point to try to get some shots off. Doesn't get any and has to go back to the next corner to try to cover.
Now, Damwon hasn't done a full 5-second B main, I think, a single round. They've always been split into mid if they were to come into B. They know this lockdown is safe. There's no Odin on the other side. I mean, you could try to spam through it, depending on what other weapons you had and what level it's on, but...
Texture darts in, and they don't seem to be ready, and just clears 2 angles.
Oh, finally goes down to Han.
Yeah, good cover there. And so Zhonghai's going to get the plant. It's just Sylvan remaining here, and this is looking to me, man, like just another win here for Damwon KIA.
Yeah, I mean, you bought a couple rifles here, but not much you can do with the lone Phantom. Damwon, I like the call. They continue to pressure mid, and then A, if it's a full 5-stack, they finally change things up there in round 11, do a full push with the lockdown, and you know there's not an Odin on the other side. So we can really commit to this and do a fast push, and Texture takes advantage of the timing. What he did was he cuts off the exit into defender spawn. He comes in so fast off the lockdown that they can't just say, oh, let's just back out and go for the retake. He says, nope, no backup for you. We're going to cut you off. We're going to lock you into Boathouse, and a quick win for Damwon.
And now it's going to be intro here with the Odin. And just trying to spam it. What?
And then he just tosses it over. He's just
so funny.
No one's picking this up. I'm going to flex all my creds here in the last round. I love it. I mean, you got to be certain because you know that they're on a weird half buy here on the other side. You don't want to give that expensive weapon for free.
So funny to see that.
Han now taking that upwards position on the right side on A. Hasn't really utilized it before, so there is some surprise factor, but he is somewhat alone.
Oh, Sylvan peeks and misses the shot onto X. He has to back up towards tree. Now, while all this movement is happening in the middle, it's actually Esperanza with a spike waiting in the attacker spawn for somebody to wrap around the B side.
Esperanza's actually AFK. This is one of those scenarios where your teammate takes the spike.
This is where you're like, when will he come back? He has a spike. This is insane.
No, he's started to move, and they've pushed through mid.
Yep.
Oh my god, this draws out so much utility. And A-Site, it's all up to Han. Can Han get the go? Han needs to wait. Oh no, Han gets 1 kill on the minimap.
Oh, and dashes to the side. Ulti proc,
whip
no. Set, and is shot
down. Sylvan still alive. But it's not enough. They've already come through, wrapped around mid. I mean, this worked out perfectly. They bait WGS into using their Cosmic Divide. They bait them into using the Rolling Thunder all on B. Han left all alone, and he wanted to wait. You could, if you're watching the map, he was waiting for just half a second, but no one follows through fast enough. He gets 1 kill, gets taken out by Esperanza. Spike now planted.
All those opportunities baited out, and now it's going to be an extremely difficult A-site retake here.
And everyone's far out positions here.
It's a lot of angles to try to clear here. And already starts it. Texture very low on HP. A shock dart is going to connect and kill. Okay.
Oh,
let's go.
That, I mean, more than enough time.
Can't even believe how crazy that was. All right, it's 5-7. Let's go.
That is incredible. Very, very good awareness from WGS to say, okay, well, if we still haven't found anyone in sight, because they weren't in hell, we didn't get any notices, we didn't hear any footsteps off of that shock bolt either. They're not next to generator. So I push out, I get a kill, Well, if we still haven't spotted anyone in sight, you've got to be by Boiler. You get the shock bolt, and then you say, oh, well, it's Esperanza on Sova. He must have his lineups. And the thing is, they waste no time in pushing out far enough to make sure they secure the kill, and then they get the defuse. I mean, sure, it was a little bit of a rough first half, but a silver lining there for WGS as they get that 5th round win.
It's a big reminder of how WGS got this far, and that Kia really needs to kind of zero in here and take every round with care, because even in positions that seem unwinnable for WGS, sometimes they find a way into the pistol round here. It is a 2-1-2 split here on attacker side for WGS. It is insane the amount of utility set up over here onto A. That would be quite the gauntlet to try to traverse to get in there, so they at least farm the orb out. But they haven't committed to any one spot on the map just yet.
Yeah, so on the side of Damwon, you're willing to just give up that A main ult orb for free, but you are not willing to give it up for free here in B. On gets a little curious.
Everybody's missing.
And look at this patience, though. Esperanza, I mean, that is a very solid fake. Do they?
Now, the setup is pretty good here because Texture can actually peek. And while these shock darts are coming around here,
they still haven't seen him.
Yeah. It's an Xy's trying to draw crosshairs to the other side.
There's no way you expect Texture after all of this. There's no way.
But Texture hasn't done anything, and dude, they're abandoning the lobby of B.
Yeah, but
hold on. They're not. The L drone doesn't.
Oh, but he pops out right as the drone spots him, and he gets that free kill. Now there's only 30 seconds, so you know WGS has to come into the rotate. But guess what? There is a lot left here in A.
Yeah, they never really set foot into A fully, so there's a lot that could interfere with them trying to get into this position. 15 seconds on the clock. No spike planted yet.
Oh, you can't plant so easily with those nanostorms, and Junghai's waiting for you in the nebula. He peeks out. Oh, no.
That's going to be it.
I mean, what a play in B. Damwon committed everything to allow Texture to hide for as long as possible. Now, props to WGS. Props to I'm ready. We're still checking that corner with the drone. You know, he was like, well, something's really weird here. There's a lot used here.
They're clearly still willing to peek around this corner, and when that L drone came out, it did spot at the last second, but it was enough time to get that kill there.
Yeah, I mean, Texture had the awareness to say, well, I'm going to peek out. He also had backup. I think Xe was ready to double peek it should it get into a kind of an extended duel or get a trade. So Damwon, they knew full well what they were doing over on B main, and of course on A, they were just all playing in the site. Now a little bit of contention for the ult orb on A main, but once again, Damwon, not willing to fight for that one. They simply want to keep the one at B away for free.
So they're going to hang back into mid here. And it's going to be a heavy rotation here from Damwon Kia as they're sensing movement over at A. And they're right. Alarm bot is ready to go here.
Yeah, but the alarm bot now finally gets taken out. So then the nanoswarm buys more time. Damwon still only has to watch out in mid, and then of course Texture has full control of B main.
Oh, intro with an insane shot down there onto Han, and then takes out godlike Zhonghai, kills off Luke.
And then the nanoswarm in main so that he doesn't get his back taken out, and he peeks out again along with Xe. Xe actually picks up that kill. Oh, wow. Damwon, so clean.
Such a beautiful performance there. Really controlling the A side there when they tried to come in. And things are starting to get kind of tough now here for WGS. This is a round where, I mean, they can get some rifles, but we're getting to the point of rock bottom. I mean, they need to make this work. The distance from 9 to 13 in Valorant is not that far. And so if they can't make this work, some of the rounds in between where WGS is going to be pretty starved or almost certainly going to be guaranteed wins for Damwon Kia. Again, a lot resting on the performance here for WGS, here in round 15.
And they are sitting on a couple of half armors as well. It doesn't feel good. Oh, X-IT with the Marshall, Texture with the op. That mid is under full lockdown effect.
Yeah, and that means no quick movement in between A and B. They're going to have to go through their own spawn, which is an insanely long travel distance. So they decide to try to push it into B a little bit further. If not for a spike plant, at least for a pick or two.
Yeah, but this time on Dom 1, you called it correctly. WGS doesn't really have much of an option, but they were prepared to play backwards in the site on B. They buy enough time. There's still no entry into the actual site, but you know with the switch having activated that they are already on site somewhere. Then there's a ping. Oh my goodness, the turret doing work.
You're going to have to interview the turret when we're done with this, Chobra.
One of these
days. How do you feel, turret? I just hope my fans are happy. Now, Han has got a great angle here, but he doesn't have any. Yeah, I was going to say he could have picked there, but that's about it. So now it's 5-10. And
I mean, this is already 3 rounds in a row, and then that early investment into the op on round 3 of the second half, it looks like Texture has no intentions of letting go of that.
No, Texture is just playing so well. WGS here hurting on funds, buys the Sheriffs. And, you know, it's hard to imagine a back and forth that leads to WGS winning, let alone getting overtime. But let's see what they can try to pull off.
If they can manage to somehow get a plant, get one ult orb over to Luke, and then get a plant over to God, like I was about to say, you can try to build up some ults for the next round. The ult orb not even finished.
Damn.
Oh, man.
I mean, this is just a shutdown over here into the entry of A.
And WGS, I mean, they knew what they had to do was pick off any sort of advantage in the ult economy so that you let go of this round, but when you have that buy again, you make sure you can get 2 rounds in a row. However, Damwon just as prepared for that over on A main. Spectre a little rough.
This is, yeah. For these long distances, it gets a little bit painful there.
I'm sorry, Esperanza, we were all watching you.
And it seems so often like it is Sylvan, the last player alive. I guess that's kind of the lonely story of an Astra player when you're trying to set up, you know, opportunities for your teammates here. Is it's just Sylvan moving now, trying to see what kills you can get in what is probably a guaranteed 11th victory for Damwon Kia.
Not much you can do here for Sylvan. Yeah, I mean, very little advantage you could get from that position. Well, Damwon, 11-5. Now, score-wise, very expected after that last round. WGS was very prepared to face the scoreline. They were not looking for some cheeky win in that last round on round 16. What they were looking for were more ult orbs. They did not get it. Luke, of course, was only 1 point away, so he dies. He has his lockdown.
Right.
But what that means is they actually kind of need to just use the lockdown now. They can't try to save it up for a continued win. They have to use that one and then make sure Godlike gets the plant, and then he can use his Rolling Thunder the next round. And now it just needs to be ult after ult after ult in rotation.
It has to be perfect ult uses from here on out because there's not much left here that you can work with as far as score goes.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, you're just, I think, going to have to treat each round like it's your last here for WGS. And I mean, they've called a timeout. I'm not sure what plan could be concocted in this period of time that could really allow them to pull through. But yeah, I think you just treat each round as its own final boss, so to speak.
Well, here's the thing. You can't really contest mid, not easily, thanks to that op. You expect the Odin to continue to reign supreme here on B, as Esperanza has been able to keep that going for himself, repurchase there. And then that means that even with the lockdown, your best bet is to use it somewhere on A, but you know that if you use it in A main, you're not really clearing the entire site, and if someone has an op in that corner, if Texture is hiding up on Heaven, that's going to be a little tough. So there's not too many options. You have to really be able to set up a bit of a further push to really guarantee something out of this lockdown, and that's already a very tall order.
Yeah. So we don't have any action over here at B, and the Aldrone will confirm that just coming out. And so the stack over at A is ready, but we've got Xe over here as well as Zhonghai in Wine.
Xe's only 1 kill away from the null command, and he gets it. So if he wishes, he can really shut down this push.
And I think this might actually work here.
Oh, but the double peek, I mean, the Aftershock kind of locks up Junghai, and then the double peek from WGS is able to clear out X-IT. Texture, I don't think he was spotted.
Oh, I think he had to. Oh my God, crazy moment.
Han, that's got to feel terrible as Texture gets 2.
Yeah, Texture just holding A with only the op here.
You make it sound like the operator's a weak weapon.
It's like, yeah, I mean, if you hit him, it's pretty good, but if you miss, man, oh man.
It's pretty weak when
it's
it doesn't
pretty weak, man.
connect.
It only fires one bullet at a time is the problem. So over here, Godlike's only hope is to try to go into the B site and get the plant and then just hold off everybody as they try to come in here for the retake.
He's got to be ready to use the Rolling Thunder. You have to. I guess.
Well, unless he just wants to clutch it so hard that he can somehow use that later round, but I can't imagine that working, right?
I think his idea is he saves it in case he needs to go to overtime. But yeah, it's tough.
Yeah,
but I agree. I mean, it's 1v3. Even if you use it early, where do you push out from that all alone?
It's like you use it and then maybe you win, and it's like, yeah, we still don't have any opportunities now for the next.
It's kind of a debate of high risk, very high risk, high reward versus do we just do something kind of crazy here in this last round to try to get a chance for overtime?
Yeah, and we'll figure it out when we get there. Tough decisions here, especially when you're losing as much as you are now here. So, unless we are going to get to an overtime, which would be the hypest thing ever with a score like this, it's looking like the 13th victory is almost here.
Yeah, it is looking rough. I mean, look at the buys on the side of WGS. You've got a Marshall, Godlike. You do have creds to spend, Godlike. Thank you. Okay, he does have a Vandal and half armor. He was just putting out his calls, of course, as the IGL on WGS. There was recently some discussion about IGLs oftentimes missing certain buys as they're busy going through strat calls. Alarm bot gets spotted. I'm just gonna trip that up. B main cleared.
And now mid is an area that WGS can try to push into, but they're not going to go that far. It looks like we could have intro loop around here and just make sure nobody digs too deep into that area mid. And
good fake out because you shot it with the Odin, so they still have no idea where the op is. The reason you really can't push confidently through mid is what if Texture's holding a backwards position? What if he's watching from spawn? We have no idea if you're WGS.
All right, Texture is looking like he might peek here. Now, nobody's over in the attacker spawn, but full mid control here. The clock ticks away, and WGS is going to have to make a decision. It's probably going to be A, even though A is pretty well defended. B kind of looked like an undesirable spot even when this round started. So they're going to be heading towards A now, and there's that Rolling Thunder.
But no command to respond, so they're going to get locked up. They don't have utility to break into the site right now.
All right, Han gets the first drop, but Junghai fights back. X-IT is looking amazing, taking Godlike out.
And this lockdown, it's counting down. They don't have the spike planted. They have to get out of the range.
They don't have any more time.
Han, you need to get out. Luke needs to protect him. Luke needs to protect him.
Cannot move.
Oh, no, Luke. I mean, you knew you had no time, and you can't plant.
That's it. 13-5 is where it ends for the third map. That's going to be a 2-1 victory for WGS KIA.
Wow. Damwon. Man, I'm starting to actually get some New Turn flashbacks because New Turn had a phase where they started just looking worse and worse on Haven, but they looked very good everywhere else. And Damwon currently not looking so hot on Haven, but now that they're going, having some recovery, the players hopefully feeling a little bit better and going through a speedy recovery, they're starting to come online again.
They look great, man. The whole team aged like a fine wine by the time we got to the end of map 3. They looked just phenomenal. Now, WGS, I do want to sing some praise here for them as well because they did play very impressively, and they continue to show a lot of promise, but you see that competitive tournament experience really illustrated in this series here from WGS KIA.
Yeah, WGS KIA. I think for a lot of WGS fans, you were a little scared, including yesterday's game against OnSlayers, but they come back. Sure, they drop a map, but they are able to edge out the 2-1 match victory. against WGS. And WGS, you saw a glimmer of hope here, trying to take down a big dog here in VCT Korea, but they're not able to really convert that. So WGS has played against DRX. They've now played against Damwon. So the one other kind of big dog left is on Slayers. They'll have to wait for that match.
This was just a real treat of a night here. We had some amazing games. We had two of the teams that were battling at the very bottom as far as score goes have a really fun series to cast and a really close one. And this was a great back and forth here, and kind of a reminder that, you know, teams we kind of categorize as mid-tier are absolutely viable against those at the top here in Korea.
Yes, and we're seeing growth, and I think a lot of fans who have stuck with us here in VCT Korea, that's your biggest hope. Even if you like the region, there was always kind of this fear of, yeah, but what if we really do only have one, maybe two good teams that are able to continue at the international level? I think this stage we're seeing a little bit of improvement here.
I totally agree. I feel like it's becoming more and more clear that overall the region just has a lot of strength, and although we can, right now it seems, tier some of these teams, it doesn't mean that the ones that are not at the top are not extremely strong and don't have that potential to maybe rise up to the very, very top later on.
Absolutely. And Jung Hai top of the scoreboards with a 3.3 KDA. Had a bit of a rough one yesterday against On Slayers, but he's come back in form. Texture looks a lot more confident now. Exy, I mean, on that second map on Split, of course, he got the MVP as that chamber, but even as that KO, I think he had some crucial rounds where he really saved his utility for the right moment.
I agree.
To bring things back.
I totally agree. And, you know, it's an all-star lineup here that they knew how to clutch it. And, again, you know, some of these guys have been under the weather, sick with COVID, and so the fact that they're in recovery and they're feeling better means, hey, they can only – it's not like you play better when you're sick, you know. The only time I game better when I'm sick was back in elementary school, where I'm like, I'm not in school, and there's nothing better than that.
That is true. Yeah. And of course, everyone, even their opponents, wishing the Damwon players a speedy recovery. Hopefully they're feeling a bit better. We heard from earlier from T5 on their win, and of course they're also going through a number of kind of hardships. Their coach had just been in an accident. I mean, one of their members had to go to the hospital for a couple of days because of side effects. One of them just tested positive for COVID. So we hope for the safety and speedy recovery of all of our players here in VCT Korea, because more than anybody else, the players want to come in and play on the stage, get that experience. And when the fans are able to start coming in here, of course, everyone's going to wish to be able to interact, both from a fan's viewpoint, but also a player's viewpoint here in the studio.
Yeah, and it's kind of a weird thing for Korean Valorant. You know, we had everything locked down the moment that the tournament started, so we haven't had these audiences we wanted.
Yeah.
You know, so it's going to be fun when that, you know, when things finally ease up here, which I think isn't that far away anymore. And I'm glad that at least if we do have a snafu like we've had here, where the players can't be in the studio, the games can still occur.
Yes, and there's enough of a fail-safe there and protocols in place. Of course, we'll continue if there are any kinks, we continue to work that out in an online situation. We're trying to make sure we cover all of our bases. But also, I'm just happy that Damwon, they are well enough to still be able to at least play online. And look at that, Exy taking on KO as well. Happy to see him just come out ever stronger here in today's match against WGS.
Yeah, Exy really delivered in a lot of key moments here, and it was a treat seeing, you know, both the chamber and the KO plays from him.
The chamber was that was absolutely a treat and a bit of a surprise as well. I mean, not because of any of his skills. I mean, we've always known he's very good with his aim and you know, everything else in terms of his positioning, but simply because when we think flex, we're thinking, it's along the roles of initiator, sometimes maybe a second duelist, but he comes in and says, you know what, I'll play the chamber because we still want that Viper here on Split.
Yeah, and, you know, as Riot gives us more and more agents, being able to be somebody who has the versatility to play a lot of different agents is going to be extremely important, because it's not just more agents that will be coming, it's more maps as well, which means more different play styles, a lot new strategies and ideas to come with that.
I mean, you could be T5 Fantasy and just wait for the patch to catch up to you still playing Omen.
Or you just keep going Omen every game.
One day it'll come back.
Your
the meta's always
steps
rotate.
get better and better and better.
It's like the patch hasn't changed, but he just gets faster and faster.
We're going to look at some highlights of our last game before we go to the interviews with the players. And this is a fun match. I wouldn't say the best match out of the 3 games that we had, but definitely one that was a good reminder of why, you know.
I mean, Damwon, yeah.
Damwon is just so sick.
Damwon Kia, very aware. I think Haven, it's one of those things where it's like, well, what is the difference on Haven for you? What is making you continue to flounder on that map?
Yeah.
Hopefully they are able to figure it out. Maybe it's a matter of, you know, trying to get warmed up while you're recovering. Maybe it's a matter of simply just some miscommunication and then you get back into the zone of things. Or maybe there really is something. I mean, we had Oddslayers, of course, earlier in the stage. They lost out on Split against weaker opponents. And then, you know, in the interview, God did half jokes like, well, maybe Split's the problem, actually. We thought we were okay, but no, the map might just be a problem. And they just start banning it out. Damwon might have to start banning out Haven.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, I hope that they do kind of find that and try to hone that and improve there, because it almost seemed to me like it was a moment where they weren't quite gelling yet. And then once they got into the zone, they were way harder to stop.
Yes. And you can see it in their movement and the calls they're clearly making for each other. Oh no, Esperanza got caught there on the highlights as well. I mean, he still got the kill, but that was a rough one.
Look at this shot in the back.
I mean, that's unfortunate. He was just hit an under. And Han's angle as he tailwinded in, of course, not able to spot that. And what an unfortunate ending. The lockdown keeping them at bay, not able to retrieve that spike. But yeah, Damwon, on these other maps that we saw them, on Split, on Ascent, their rotations, their communication, the way they're using the utility to work the time in their favor. That was their hardest opponent yesterday against Onslayers. Damwon was always running out of time, and Onslayers was keeping very, very good time. Today, Damwon's the one who shows us how you want to really spend each round.
And I look forward to more games here from Onslayers and figuring out where exactly they're gonna end up. I mean, they're such a powerful team, and I mean, if you looked at the individual IDs of the players and you followed at any of our tournament last year, they're all names you recognize. But to see how well they work together and to see that they haven't really been stopped yet is exciting.
Yeah, of course, on Sunday they play against DRX. That's kind of the big match now, left over in the week.
Something to look forward to for sure.
Yeah, but Damwon, I think the players, the fans, should be very happy that they're able to stabilize once again. Yeah, you lost on Slayers, but you continue your wins here with WGS. You pick it back up. They still haven't played DRX yet either. So as they get back into the groove of things, as the round robin continues, hopefully we get to see Damwon Kia in full force against DRX in full force and really find out where does everyone stand here in VCT Korea.
Yeah, and we had some downtime here from the World Finals, but every region in the world is coming back together and trying to bring out their very, very best to compete again on the global scene. And it's exciting to be doing Valorant when it's so new and there's so much potential still in the game.
Yes.
And to see which region is going to come out on top every year. And Korea is one that you do not want to count out. Any game they've devoted an iota of attention to, they usually have either a player or a set of players, depending on the game, that can really, really deliver.
Yeah, and I think individually, a lot of these players already kind of making a name for themselves, even on the international stage, kind of leaving a mark. I mean, even Bunny, who no longer is playing professionally, he's continuing with his streaming, but he's really left a mark as, I'm the best Raze in the world. And people are like, oh, no, you can't be. And then they saw him on FRQ, and they were like, actually, maybe you are.
It could be the case you are the best.
So I think there is promise. Not all of them have really shown up at the international stage, but they're getting there.
We're going to look at our match results here for summary. And this was a fun night. T5, they had actually a very close match here with HolyMolly, but ultimately T5 won, and they are looking better and better in every match we cast of theirs here.
Yeah, T5 is another one that, even they didn't really expect to be able to actually make the main stage, but they're taking advantage of this, continuing to improve, finally get that one win. Of course, HolyMolly now the one team sitting with 4 losses. Meanwhile, Damwon Kia bounced back after the loss against Onslayers yesterday in a 2-1 victory. And WGS X-IT, they continue to sit right in the middle of the pack with 2 wins, 2 losses.
That's right. And guys, tomorrow we are going to be back on here. There is Valorant on almost every night of the week right now. And of course, if you're following on the channel, give the channel a follow, because when the Korean matches are not on, the other regions will be on this channel as well.
Yeah, once the season starts to roll around, you're going to have plenty of Valorant to watch live, to catch up to. Of course, tomorrow we kick things off with Maru versus DRX and then Desperado versus Ondslayers. So we continue to keep tabs on all these teams. Then down the weekend, DRX versus Ondslayers on Sunday. I'm super excited for that match.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of one of the big conclusions here of this phase of the tournament is how do they look, who comes out on top, but is it close?
Man, I really hope that one goes to a map 3 and Ondslayers and DRX just have to pull everything out.
We know that DRX with some of these teams where they expect to win no matter what, they might get a little bit experimental and the results could be like a little bit misleading, like, oh, well, it was close, but they were actually running some strats that, you know, they were testing out here. Whereas, you know, with the reputation that Ondslayers has already garnered, they're going to want to come in here and actually Hulk smash them.
And they have their ex-teammate who's currently on loan on Ondslayers and King. You know, he used to play for DRX when they were still just Vision Strikers, now DRX Vision Strikers. And that's something you have to take into account. I mean, how much does that really impact you? Maybe it doesn't, right? Maybe you just play to each of your own strengths, but it's something to consider, and hopefully we'll see some of that interaction in the actual gameplay when they face off against each other on Sunday.
Yeah, and I look forward to that. And, you know, it's always fun with every season here to kind of watch the stories unfold and the journeys begin. And, you know, even some of the dreams get shattered here by these teams that want to make it. There's so much drama, you know, and such a thirst for victory here with each of these teams.
Yeah, and for anyone who wasn't able to follow Valorant all of last year, I think as someone who's, you know, I've been involved in a multitude of different titles, last year watching Champions, I was reminded that that's actually really what this is all about, the drama and the stories that come. I mean, we saw, you know, of course, some of the players on Crew really pulling out everything they had to continue in that tournament. Of course, Sentinels kind of having to deal with all this pressure as, you know, they were the former best team in NA. How far can they go? Gambit coming out as one of these powerhouses. And then Ascend, you know, they had a good start and then they were ignored for a little bit. And then they take the championship. Vision Strikers, they had a high expectation from Korea, and they weren't actually live up to that expectation. That continues here this year.
And I think especially because we have so many regions with coverage here. It's truly exciting. Trober's going to head down and get ready for our interview. And guys, it's just you and me for now. But this was a lot of fun casting these matches here today. I will actually have the day off tomorrow, but I will be watching. And I'll be back with you guys on Saturday to start the day off with T5 versus WGS KIA, and of course HolyMolly versus WGS later on in the evening. But yeah, man, very cool to see that WGS was able to hold their own here. Like we've said before, it's essential that you don't just have one or two teams that are ridiculously strong at the start, that you have instead a whole bunch of teams behind them that are forcing them to stay competitive, to stay strong, to stay innovative, and keep up to date with the meta, so that when they do end up, whoever goes on to, you know, the global stage, they can perform, they can compete, they can bring out ideas these other teams from these other regions have not yet seen. And I think Chober's going to be ready pretty soon here, guys. But again, it was a lot of fun casting this here today. And I hope we can get this interview started soon here, as one man can only last for so long by himself, alone in this cast. And guys, when Chober wraps up the interview, the show is going to be ended. But do come back. The next cast is going to be starting at 4 p.m. KST. Google that if you don't know what time that is for you. And at last, our interview's ready. Take it away, Chobra.
We are here with our MVP. Of course, it's going to be X-IT from WGS KIA, who takes the MVP in both of their map wins today in their match against WGS. Let's hear from him first. I mean, they had to come back from that first map loss. How were things in the team as they tried to climb back for this victory? 네, X 선수 먼저 축하드립니다. 오늘 경기에서 첫 번째 세트를 내주고 다시 약간 컴백하는 상황을 만드셨어야 하는데요. 팀 내 분위기가 어땠나요?
안녕하세요. 일단 그렇게 크게 신경 쓰지 않았던 것 같아요, 아무래도.
뭔가 그래도 우리가 자신이 있다 이런 분위기였나요?
네, 저희가 아무래도 더 잘한다 이 생각을 더 해서 그런지 크게 신경을 안 썼던 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean, sure, we let that first map go, but we didn't let it bother us too much. And I followed up, and XC says, I mean, we just had faith that we were the better team, so we were able to continue here in this match. Let's talk about Haven a little bit, though. I mean, is this one of those cases where Haven just is a bit of a hiccup right now for WGS KIA? 그러면 첫 번째 맵이 헤이븐이었는데 오늘도 좀 어려운 경기를 치르셨습니다. 혹시 헤이븐 맵에 대해서 좀 재평가가 필요한지 아니면 오늘 그냥 뭔가 좀 안 풀렸지만 여전히 자신이 있다 이런 분위기인가요?
일단 아무래도 저희가 안 좋은 일이 있었어가지고 연습을 많이 못한 것도 있고 아직까지 운영적인 맵에서 많이 부족한 것 같아서 더 연습하고 노력을 해야 될 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. Well, first of all, of course, we've had a little bit of trouble here being able to scrim as much as and practice as much as we would want to as we're going through recovery. But on top of that, I do think, you know, maybe we have a little bit of trouble on some of these maps that needs a little bit more of a macro play and understanding, and that's something that we'll have to work on to continue to get stronger here in the stage. Let's talk about that split, of course. Huge defense, and at the center of that, it was XC. 네, 그러면 스플릿으로 넘어가면 처음에 공격에서는 조금 어려웠지만 수비 쪽에서 완벽한 수비를 보여주시며 그 중심에는 엑시 선수가 있었습니다. 그 전반전 끝나고도 그래도 후반전 우리가 무조건 이길 자신 있다 이런 생각이셨나요?
네, 아무래도 전반전이 어떻게 되든 크게 신경 안 쓰고 후반전을 임했던 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean, no matter what the first half ended up being, we were really focusing on that second half and confident that we could bring it back. Well then, going into that third set, what was the talk, and especially with head coach Solo? 그러면 저희가 마지막 세트 들어가면서는 팀 내에서 어떤 얘기를 나누었는지, 그리고 또 솔로 감독님께서 좀 어떤 큰 도움을 주실 수 있는지 한번 여쭤봐도 될까요?
아무래도 솔로님과 이제 저희 코치님이 같이 상대 어떻게 하는지에 대해서 분석도 해주시고 그거에 대해서 말씀을 많이 해주셔서 공격도 그렇고 수비도 그렇고 좀 더 쉽게 게임을 했던 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다. Yeah, of course, Solo and our coaches are able to really guide us. They have all this analysis prepped, so they were able to just feed us all the information that they have prepped, and we were ready to go into that third map and able to play a bit of a smoother map in set 3. Well, let's hear some last words to the fans from XC. 네, 그럼 마지막으로 해외에서도 응원해주신 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 남은 경기도 있고 기간은 많이 안 남았지만 그래도 최대한 다 같이 노력을 많이 하고 해서 부족한 부분 보완하도록 노력하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. So XC says, I mean, sure, we have a lot of matches left, but not necessarily as much time. So we're just going to spend whatever time we can to continue to get stronger and shore up our weaknesses so we can deliver the matches that our fans are waiting for. That was our MVP from our last match of the night. It was XC from WGS KIA. We'll be back tomorrow with more Korean Valorant. 감사합니다.
Cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wait. No, no, not yet. Whoa, no, not yet. Whoa, no, no, not yet. Whoa, but I'm not gonna wake up, wake up. Don't wake up, wake up. Keep it steady, cause I'm happy, I'm not gonna wait.
I thought it would be